You have always known the shape of the silence inside you. It holds the echo of a name not yet spoken, a truth you have spent a lifetime outrunning. But the mask is beginning to slip, and the wrong eyes are starting to see. The ground beneath your oldest certainty is already giving way. The sky above the hall was suddenly wreathed in the light of flames, as a gigantic three-legged golden crow appeared amidst the fiery sky. Its wings were spread wide, and it let out a long cry which tore through the air. After this, the three-legged golden crow descended from the flames, and as it descended, it left a long, scarlet curtain of fire in its wake. The fire curtain descended from the top of the hall all the way to where the emperor's throne was. Once the three-legged golden crow touched the ground, it disappeared. Behind the curtain of fire, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen seated on that throne. Everyone within the great hall uniformly rose from their seats. Xianxia was also pulled up by Xianxia, after which, everyone present knelt on the ground. "We respectfully welcome the little demon empress." Every single person who had the privilege to be invited to the demon imperial hall were undoubtedly the strongest of the strong. The sound of 100,000 overlaying voices rising in reverence produced such a vastly powerful sound that it caused the ears of the weaker, profound practitioners to reverberate, while also causing their internal organs to churn. And if this was just some normal hall, the power of these voices could cause it to vibrate until it collapsed. "Everyone, you may rise." A severe voice rang out from behind the curtain of flames. Everyone returned to their seats, and when Xianxia returned to his seat, a look of suspicion crossed his face. "This voice, why does it seem so familiar to me? I've clearly never seen the little demon empress before." Following the descent of the little demon empress, the hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A heavy atmosphere seemed to envelope every corner of the hall. At this time, the figures of two tall women slowly surfaced from behind the curtain of flame. The two women had features that were both pretty and solemn. One of them was human, while the other was a demon, and both exuded the powerful aura of the tyrant profound realm. They extended their hands at the same time and took hold of the fire curtain. After which, they slowly pulled the burning curtain of flames to the left and the right, revealing the figure of the little demon empress. Xianxia had always held a deep curiosity regarding just what kind of person the little demon empress was. So after the curtain of flames had been parted, he steadily stared at the figure which was seated on the throne. Her appearance was exactly as Xiao had described. She was wearing gray clothing, and she was not adorned in the imperial splendor expected of a ruler. Moreover, her figure seemed exceptionally tiny, and at first glance, she seemed to have the body of a little girl. But once he could see her features clearly, Xianxia's eyes widened instantly, and his body swiftly withdrew to the back as he placed his body behind Xianxia. "Hey, big brother, what's up with you?" Xiao hurriedly asked as he noticed Xianxia's sudden strangeness. She's the little demon empress." Xianxia stammered as his tongue tied itself into a knot as his teeth started chattering. "That's right," Xiao automatically replied as he nodded his head. "Big brother, you seem to be really strange right now. Could it be that you've already seen the little demon empress before?" "But didn't you tell me that the little demon empress looked terrifying and that her face was fierce and forbidding? This little demon empress looks completely different from the way you described her." If this place was not the venue of the grand ceremony, Xianxia would have roared at Xiao until saliva sprayed his face. The little demon empress was swathed in gray clothes, but underneath all of that loose gray cloth lay an exquisite and delicate body. Both her eyes were as gloomy as the night sky, and they emitted a coldness that seemed like icy knives. However, her features were exquisite and beautiful, and they seemed to be carved from snow and ice. This was clearly the gray-robed little girl whom he had seen outside Demon Imperial City 3 nights ago. She was also the person who had nearly killed him. That little girl was actually the little demon empress. That she was the little demon empress was nothing much. What was more important was that on that night, in her ignorance, she showed her naked body to Xianxia, and Xianxia had observed every single part of her body. He had even continued to look for 15 minutes, and the most important thing was that after he got caught by her, even his face was recorded in her memory. Is this some kind of cruel and unusual joke the heavens are playing on me? Xiao had an innocent expression on his face. "I did say that the little demon empress was very scary. Oh, I also recall telling you that I didn't dare to look directly at her face. What I really meant was that the little demon empress aura, gaze, and temperament was extremely terrifying. Every time I saw her, My heart would start beating wildly, and a chill would run down my spine. But I never said that the little demon empress features were scary. After all, everyone recognizes her as the #1 beauty in the illusory demon realm. At number, Xianxia suddenly had the urge to throttle Xiao Yun to death. That last sentence, such an important piece of information. Why didn't you tell me that day? Xiao Yun's neck contracted, and his expression grew even more innocent. You didn't ask me what the little demon empress looked like. Moreover, I felt that this information was not really that important at all. Xianxia smacked his forehead as he choked on his words silently. But now that he thought back to that day, when Xiao Yun called the little demon empress terrifying and scary, he was referring to the feeling she gave off, and he definitely did not say that her features were scary. But the way he described it made it very easy for one to think of a sinister, fierce, and forbidding face that people would not dare to look at. Furthermore, since she was even older than his father Yun Qinghang, she should definitely be a middle-aged lady. So with the description provided by Xiao Yun, he definitely would not be able to connect the little demon empress to a little girl who did not look a day over 15. And even though she was also dressed all in gray, it did not tell you anything, because it was far too normal for those who worshipped the little demon empress to imitate her style of dressing. And even though she used the golden crow's flames, all of the illusory demon royal family could also use the flames of the golden crow. Right now, Xianxia was tangled into a complete mess. This scenario was simply too stimulating. Before this, he was calmly thinking of how he and his father could solve the crisis that the little demon empress would encounter during this grand ceremony. But now, the one who faced the greatest danger was actually himself. Whether he could walk out of this place alive today was totally an unknown quantity right now. He had actually seen the stately little demon empress naked. This kind of charge, perhaps, could not be cleared even if he had his head chopped off 10,000 times. After all, this was the little demon empress who had been officially wed to the little demon emperor, as it was witnessed by all. This was the ruler of the entire illusory demon realm. Yun Qinghang shot a glance at Xianxia. His face was filled with suspicion, but just as he was about to ask, the little demon empress slowly rose from her throne. From the time this empress had succeeded her husband's position in the blink of an eye, it has already been 100 years. In these 100 years, even though I have been unable to make any great contributions to our people, at the same time, I have not led our people into chaos and disaster. So it could be said that I have acquitted myself adequately in this task that my royal father and husband has entrusted to me. The 100-year reign ceremony is normally an occasion of great celebration, but this time it is different. This empress has reigned for 100 years, and it has been 100 years since my royal father and husband have passed away. Even though 100 years have passed, I have not yet been able to avenge my royal father, nor husband. Under this hatred and enmity, what joy is there? What is worth celebrating? Thus, during this grand ceremony, there will be no singing and dancing, no praise and acclamation, and no one will be allowed to present tribute. Today, we will only speak of the events that have happened over my 100-year reign and of our plans for next 100 years. If one observed the features of the little demon empress, one would discover that she was so beautiful, even the sun and the moon paled in comparison. But accompanying those beautiful features was a heavy oppressive aura which could overturn both heaven and earth. Even if she was a ruler, this kind of oppressive aura was simply too heavy. It was so heavy that it was sufficient to cause a powerhouse of the profound world to have difficulty breathing when they faced her. This kind of oppression, which was terrifying enough to cause one's heart to palpitate, was completely enough to cover up her breathtaking looks. She stood in front of the throne, coldly surveying the 100,000 experts of the illusory demon realm gathered here, and began to slowly speak. Every word that proceeded from her mouth was ear-splitting to the point where one might go deaf. Each word contained the power to completely shake one's heart and soul. Every large force in the hall did not only have great strength, they also held key responsibilities within the illusory demon realm, but every single one of them bent their heads and silently listened. No one dared to raise their head to look directly at her, and not a single disrespectful movement was made. A girl who only looked like she was 15 at most, and she was even recognized as the #1 beauty in the illusory demon realm, yet she was the ruler of the billions of citizens within the illusory demon realm. For the Xianxia who had seen the little demon empress for the first time, the impact it had on his spirit and eyes was undoubtedly extremely big. The little demon empress raised her right arm, and her broad gray sleeve hung down to expose her snowy and tender palm, while also revealing a part of her white jade arm. The maid who was standing to her right slowly stepped forward, bending her head as she presented a small scarlet wine cup. The little demon empress slowly picked up the wine cup, and the audience hurriedly scrambled to pick up the wine cups that were prepared for them. Once they had done so, they held the wine cup in clasped hands and held them out towards the little demon empress. Today's grand ceremony will begin with this cup of wine. The little demon empress raised her hand to the sky, and she wore an expression of such majesty on her young and girlish face that no one could despise her. This cup is to first salute our illusory demon realm, to secondly salute all the ancestors of the line of the demon emperor, and to thirdly salute all of you who are gathered here today. All of you are the cornerstones, pillars and walls of my illusory demon realm, and for the past 100 years, this empress has completely relied on your strength to assist me. This empress will make the first toast to show my respect. As the little demon empress' voice fell, she had already raised her head high to drink the wine in her cup. Thank you, little demon empress. All the people gathered were terrified without exception, and they hastily drank the wine in their cups in panic, not daring to leave even a single drop. There were some who were so excited that their hands began to shake, because in the 100-year reign ceremony, it has always been them who toasted the demon emperor first. But this time, it was the little demon empress who made the first toast, and this naturally filled them with extreme terror. The little demon empress set down her wine cup and surveyed the people once more. Those eyes, which were already filled with a heavy aura of death, suddenly released a bone-piercing coldness. She asked in a bland voice, "Who was it that planned today's seating arrangements?" Everyone in the great hall immediately held their breaths. Those who were not in the know looked at each other helplessly, while the faces of those who dwelt in the demon imperial city suddenly changed. The seating arrangements of the 12 families had been constant for 10,000 years, and everyone did not doubt that the little demon empress could tell the problem of this grand ceremony's seating arrangements with one glance. But no one had guessed that a mere second after she had toasted all the heroes and important ministers of the land, she would, in front of all who were present, suddenly inquire regarding this matter in the middle of this grand ceremony. This turnaround was so quick that it left everyone helpless and at a loss. Oh, Xianxia stretched his neck. Even he did not expect the little demon empress to suddenly make such an ill-timed action. The great hall descended into a dead silence for a few breaths, after which, a man slowly stood up from among the seats in the east wing. It was Duke Huo himself. He bowed in salute and said, "Reporting to the little demon empress, it was this humble duke who arranged the seats." "HMPH?" The little demon empress raised her eyebrows and coldly said, "It has already been 10,000 years from the time the 12 families followed the first demon emperor to conquer the realm till today. And in these 10,000 years, the seating arrangement during a demon emperor's grand ceremony has never changed. So why did you change the seats of the 12 families? You'd better give this empress a satisfactory explanation." This time, he had arranged the seats to give the little demon empress a show of his strength, to let her know that the power that should have belonged solely to the line of the demon emperor has now largely shifted towards him. But little did he expect that she would suddenly spring this difficult question on him during the grand ceremony. He replied in an unperturbed manner, "Reporting to the little demon empress, this humble duke participated in the arrangement of this grand ceremony, so I did not dare be careless. I had first asked the various patriarchs and dukes on where they would prefer to be seated, but I did not think that the majority of them wanted to sit in the east wing. So this humble duke independently decided to change the seating arrangements of the 12 families and the various duke palaces. I hope that the little demon empress will forgive me." The words that had just been uttered by Duke Huo did not mean much to the people who came from outside the demon imperial city. At most, they would only find it strange that Duke Huo would ask the various families where they wanted to sit when he was organizing this grand ceremony. But the powers within the demon imperial city naturally understood exactly what he was saying. That the so-called majority that wanted to sit in the east wing was clearly the majority who were willing to swear their allegiance to Duke Huo, independently decided. The little demon empress narrowed her eyes slightly, and even this slight change in expression caused the atmosphere within the entire great hall to abruptly turn cold. "And who gave you this power to make such a decision? The 12 families and the duke palaces are supposed to be placed on equal footing, and the only one who has the power to change the seats of the 12 families and the Duke palaces is only this Empress. When was it up to you to arrange the positions of the 12 families? In the next grand ceremony, do you also want to change the seat of this Empress as well? This humble Duke does not dare. Duke Huai hurriedly bowed and lowered his head. His face was filled with anxiety and panic as he secretly ground his teeth together. With all the heroes of the realm as witness, he naturally could not retort even if he received such a harsh rebuke from the little demon Empress. He could only earnestly endure it. The little demon Empress gaze swiveled, and she looked in the direction of the various guardian families and Duke palaces seated in the East Wing. Her tender lips curled up, and she slowly punctuated each and every word in an extremely bland voice. All of you like to sit in the East Wing. The East Wing held 7 of the great guardian families and 60 Duke palaces. But under the concentrated gaze of the little demon Empress, every single one of them felt their hearts tighten up in anxiety as their hands turned cold and clammy. It felt as if an icy cold blade had been placed at their throats. This feeling was exacerbated by the fact they all had harbored ulterior motives in their heart. Forget about talking, none of them even dared to raise their heads. Every single one of them held their breaths and did not even dare to gasp for air. And even Yun Qi, who was seated in the West Wing, could feel an incomparably heavy aura of oppression. He couldn't help but be silently amazed. This little demon Empress aura was simply too terrifying. But then again, it was not surprising. 100 years ago, she first lost her father and then lost the husband she had married not too long ago, who was also her younger brother. As the last person who bore the bloodline of the demon emperor, she had no choice but to bear this heavy burden. And despite that, all these years, certain people had been trying to snatch away the 10,000-year legacy of her ancestors. To be filled with hatred against both heaven and earth was not even enough to describe the feelings she held in her heart and soul. Moreover, she was simply too tiny and delicate, while her features were the crown of the mortal world. So if she did not have a sufficiently imposing aura, how could she then rule over all the heroes of the realm? The great hall was filled with a deathly stillness as the 7 guardian families and 60 Duke palaces didn't dare to reply. They had only thrown in with Duke Huai because they witnessed his strength growing stronger as the days passed. And if they didn't make such a choice, when the little demon Empress was forced to abdicate, even if they were not destroyed, they would definitely not be well off. So even if they were now inclined towards Duke Huai, it definitely did not mean that they did not fear the little demon Empress. Patriarch Helion, why don't you answer this Empress question? Why did you choose to sit in the East Wing? As the patriarch of the Helion family, Helion Quang had enough power and status to lord over the entire illusory demon realm, and his name fit his disposition, as he was famous for being fearlessly domineering and arrogant. But once his name was abruptly spoken by the little demon Empress, the entire Helion family felt their bodies fiercely quiver. He stood up and clasped his hands. But as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly met with the gloomy and chilly gaze of the little demon Empress, and his heart immediately froze in his chest as he felt a chill run through his entire body. His mouth flapped open quite a few times, yet he could not utter even a single word. No one had expected the atmosphere to suddenly become frozen right as the grand ceremony began. At this time, Yun Qinghang stood up and he spoke in a reverential tone. I beseech the little demon Empress to calm her anger. This Yun has something to say. The little demon Empress was unfazed and she blandly said, Speak. Yun Qinghang continued, Yes, today is the anniversary of the little demon Empress' 100-year reign. This ceremony is witnessed by all under heaven, and all the heroes of the realm have come from the length and breadth of the realm to celebrate this day with you. Even though the change in the seating arrangement is a little unseemly, but in the end, seats are merely seats. In the eyes of this Yun, it is not such a big deal. If the little demon Empress is not happy that Duke Hua has independently rearranged the seats, you can order him to change it back once the grand ceremony is over. There is simply no need to dampen the atmosphere over such a trivial matter. Yun Qinghang's intention was partly to advise the little demon Empress to remain calm, and partly as hidden mockery. The little demon Empress faintly arched her brows, and after that she slowly nodded her head. Patriarch Yun is indeed correct. This sort of trivial matter is simply not worthy of this Empress. Attention. Patriarch Yun, please be seated. Helion Quang, you may also withdraw. One was asked to please be seated. The other was ordered to withdraw. One was addressed as Patriarch Yun, while the other was directly addressed as Helion Quang. It was so blindingly obvious who the little demon Empress favored more. Even a fool could tell with a glance. The Hellion family had been suppressed by the Yun family for 10,000 years, but for the first time in history, they were the chief representatives. So not only were they unusually pleased with themselves, they also kept shooting taunting gazes over at the Yun family to provoke them and show their dominance. But now, they had been slapped on the mouth by no less than the little demon empress herself. And this was even done in front of all the heroes of the realm, as all their prestige went down the drain. As for the Duke Huai, who still stood there bowing, it was as if the little demon empress had forgotten about his existence. She did not continue to bother with him, and Duke Huai could only give a resentful laugh as he retook his seat. Yun Qi silently pondered to himself. The temperament of this little demon empress was simply too unyielding and overbearing. Duke Huai tried to use the seating arrangements to give the little demon empress a show of his strength, but she borrowed this little display to slap him across the face. This woman, I definitely cannot afford to provoke her. As Yun Qi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw the little demon empress gaze swivel in his direction. His heart was filled with shock, and he hurriedly ducked his head as he prattled on inwardly like a broken record. Please do not see me. Please do not see me. Please do not see me. The little demon empress tacitly nodded at Yun Qinghang, but all of a sudden, her eyes flashed fiercely, and they bored in on the person who stood by Yun Qinghang's side. The sudden change in the little demon empress' eyes startled Yun Qinghang, but he immediately realized that the person the little demon empress was scrutinizing was not him, but it was Yun Qi instead. Just as he was about to rise and take the initiative to ask, the little demon empress opened her lips and asked, "Patriarch Yun, this empress has heard that you have just taken in a godson. Is it that person who is beside you?" Yun Qi. At number dollar, as expected, I was still discovered. Yun Qinghang stood up and replied, "Reporting to the little demon empress, yes, it is as you say. My godson's surname is also Yun with the name Qi, and he has a great affinity with this Yun's family. 3 months ago, he saved my unworthy son's life, and he even becomes sworn brothers with my unworthy son. So this Yun simply went with the flow, and I took him in as a godson. Chair, what are you waiting for? Rise and greet the little demon empress." Yun Qi put on a brave face and rose while plastering an extremely honest smile on his face. Yun family's Yun Qi greets the little demon empress. Even though Yun Qi's head was bent, he could still clearly feel a killing gaze piercing into his body, as if it wanted to directly pierce all his internal organs. Yun Qi had never believed that a gaze could kill, but right now, the gaze of this little demon empress could definitely cause a timid person's courage to rupture, causing him to die on the spot. Fortunately, this killing gaze only endured for an instant. Following that, the little demon empress' cold and lifeless voice rang through the air, and she only said 3 words, "You may sit." Yun Qi's bottom hit the chair, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yuru gently pulled on Yun Qinghang's sleeve and whispered, "Our son, has he met the little demon empress before? I'm afraid that it's a lot more than met this time," Yun Qinghang said with a bitter laugh. "But in this period of time, Chair has hardly left the house. Moreover, the little demon empress is also not a figure that normal people can meet, so how is that possible?" Mu Yuru said in a mystified voice. Yun Qinghang lapsed into a momentary silence, but after that he slowly said, 3 days ago, in the dead of the night, I detected Chair concealing his own presence. After he had circled around the Yun family household, he left and headed north, and his presence concealment could be said to be perfect. If not for the fact that I occasionally saw a black shadow flitting about, even I would not be able to detect it. Not long after that, the aura of the Golden Crow's flames exploded from somewhere north of the city, and from the pureness of that aura, it could only be the little demon empress. And it was only a short period after that incident that Chair returned home. I didn't think too much of it back then, but now that I think about it, something big seems to have happened that night, and those Golden Crow flames might very well have been directly targeted at Chair. This! Mu Yuru had a face full of astonishment. The little demon empress returned to her throne, and her towering imperial majesty enveloped the entire demon imperial hall, causing the air to be so stifled that it stopped moving, while each and every one of her words struck directly at everyone's heart and soul. After the little demon empress had found out that he was not dead, and it had to be in this particular great hall, even though Yun Qi had been through extraordinary experiences, he was still scared witless. Among all the people he had seen in his 2 lives, whether it was tyrannical power, an astonishing manner, or a cutting gaze, no one could compare with this person, of course. This excluded the abnormal existence that was Jasmine. But if the emperor of the divine Phoenix nation, Feng Hengkang, was compared with her, one could simply say that he would not even have a single speck of an emperor's prestige or might in comparison. The little demon empress words reverberated in every corner of this great hall. But Yun Qi did not continue to listen to what she said. Instead, he faintly shut his eyes and began to sincerely organize all of the findings regarding the history of the 12 families that he had gathered over this 1 month. And he began to ponder on how he should go about dealing with the coming scenario. Even though this little demon empress had very nearly sent him on his way to the afterlife, he still had to repay this evil with kindness because he was a member of the Yun family. To think that there would actually come a day that I, Yun Qi, would have to repay evil with kindness. Since this is so, let us start with the Northern Ocean domain. The little demon empress gaze fell on someone who was seated in the back of the hall. Is the ruler of the Northern Ocean domain here? A tall and imposing man who was dressed fully in blue stood up, and he replied in an incomparably reverential and sincere voice. Reporting to the little demon empress, the Northern Ocean domain is under this humble Kong Jinkang's governance. The Northern Ocean domain currently has a population of 73 million people, and this population consists of 91 different races. Humans comprise 40%, while demons comprise 60%. 74 years ago, the Wild Wolf clan rebelled, and this rebellion was quelled in 4 years. 53 years ago, a natural disaster suddenly occurred as the Northern Sky Mountain erupted, and this calamity was only averted because the little demon empress had sent enough people to help. Currently, the Northern Ocean domain is at peace, with no disasters or rebellions. This humble one is the lord of the profound demon city, Feng Daesong. Profound Demon City and its surrounding regions have a total population of 53 million. The population consists of 227 races. The core of our economy is still the professions of crafting, profound formations, and blacksmithing. Currently, my Profound Demon City has 3 of the 10 greatest profound formation masters in the illusory demon realm. This humble one is the lord of the 5-way domain, Lan Tengwu, for the past 100 years. We have defended the border, not even letting down our guards for a single day, and we will definitely not allow the villains of the profound sky continent to even take a step into our realm. The various lords began to declare the prominent events that had happened to their territories one after the other. In the center of the East Wing, Duke Hua had a leisurely expression on his face, but his eyes betrayed his true unease. He kept looking in the direction of the Yun family, and finally he crossed gazes with Yun Qinghang. Both of their eyes narrowed at the same time, and Duke Hua gave a dull laugh. Yun Qinghang responded with a faint smile, but his smile carried an unmistakable clear disdain. Duke Hua's eyebrows furrowed fiercely. Even though the two of them only had their eyes and expressions cross for that short span of time, they had issued what could be said to be an ultimatum to each other. Duke Hua was asking, "Have you thought things through yet and decided to stand with this duke? This is your and the Yun family's final chance." But Yun Qinghang's reply was only a short 2 words, "Ha-ha." Duke Zhang, who was beside Duke Hua, saw his facial expression change, smiled lightly, and said, "I can see that you are truly being cautious about Yun Qinghang, and frankly, I can't really understand it. This duke will not deny it." Duke Hua said with a stony expression. This duke was most at ease during the years he was crippled. But when he healed without any warning, it was like a needle pierced through this duke's heart. This duke felt that Yun Qinghang sees through what this duke has prepared to do at this grand ceremony, and when that moment comes, he would certainly take action. If you fear Yun Qinghang that much, you must know his temper very well. Then, according to your understanding of him, do you think it's possible for him to fall on our side? Duke Zhang asked gradually. Duke Hua's breathing stuttered, then he shook his head. Impossible. If we already know that it's impossible, then why waste our emotions and hold on to this non-existent chance to try and rope him in? Duke Hua didn't say a word. If Duke Hua is really afraid of Yun Qinghang ruining the plan, there is a simple way to take care of the problem. Duke Zhang said with a sneer, "We could make it so he wouldn't even be qualified to speak later. Wouldn't that solve the problem?" The moment Duke Zhang said this, Duke Hua instantly knew what he wanted to do. After a brief silence, he gradually nodded his head. Duke Zhang smiled, glanced sideways, slightly moved his lips, and sent a profound energy sound conversion to a person sitting on the edge of the seats, and signaled the person. Yun-Chi wasn't interested in the things the lords had to report. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly asked Yun Qingheng, "Father, the people who joined together to provoke the public's opinion and pressured the little demon empress to punish our Yun family were the 7 guardian families across us, right?" Yun Qingheng didn't say a word and nodded slowly. Yun-Chi locked his eyebrows and said, "At the 100-year reign ceremony, the guardian families and each major duke palace would perform on stage. There's even a tradition of a sparring competition, and there would be no exception this time. If I'm not wrong, the dukes across us would definitely find an opportunity to bring this up, and the method of the sparring competition would very likely be the East Wing against the West Wing." "That's what Duke Huai would do," Yun Qingheng said calmly. "With the little demon empress who could take a great setback, and us who refused to join his faction, how could he not? Or else, he wouldn't have deliberately arranged the seats like this. It all comes down to what reason he uses." 2 hours had passed calmly at the grand ceremony. This grand ceremony, according to the original plan, would continue for at least 3 days and 3 nights. This was just the beginning. At this moment, King Zhenin, who was stationed in the southern border, had just finished reporting what had happened over the 100 years. As soon as he got down in the corner of the seats on the east, a young duke whose position was basically on the bottom rung suddenly stood up. The little demon empress glanced at him and said faintly, "Duke Chu, is there something you would like to report?" "Yes." The person who was called Duke Chu quickly moved to the front of the seats. When he spoke, his voice was obviously trembling. "There is an issue that has been bothering this humble duke for a long time. But this is an important issue, and it could possibly upset some of the superior figures here, so I don't know whether or not I should bring it to light." The little demon empress' dark eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "If you don't know whether or not you should speak, then don't speak. Step down." It was as if Duke Chu's throat was suddenly stabbed with a knife. He prepared for so long, but he couldn't utter the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and his face was bloated until it was all red. When he said he didn't know whether or not he should bring it to light, it was only something he said to slow down and foreshadow his next words. But he didn't expect the little demon empress to shoot him down with just 1 sentence before having the chance to continue to say it. His face twitched as he responded, "Yes," and stepped down awkwardly. "This idiot!" In the center of the East Wing, Duke Huai scoffed. At this moment, a person who was not far on the right from where Duke Chu was sitting stood up. From his appearance, he was one of the dukes as well. He cupped his hands and said in a loud voice, "Reporting to Little Demon Empress, this humble duke has something to say." This issue had been on this humble duke's mind for a long time. If it were said out loud, it might also upset some of the superior figures or even induce hatred. But this is an issue related to the illusory demon royal family's reputation, and even the future of the illusory demon realm. Even if people hold grudges against this humble duke, I have to say it no matter what. "Oh, is that so?" The eyes of the little demon empress were like stars dotted in the night sky. "Then this empress shall listen to what Duke Xiang has to say, and see exactly how serious this issue is." Duke Xiang slightly gnashed his teeth, and said with a serious expression, "This humble duke earnestly requests Little Demon Empress to remove the Yun family from the 12 guardian families, and replace them with a force that has the ability and the qualification." "Wahh?" The entire hall immediately went into an uproar with what Duke Xiang had said. No one had thought that the serious issue Duke Xiang was going to address would be this shocking. The 12 guardian families were the 12 families who followed the first demon emperor and ruled the illusory demon realm. Their existences were supreme like a sacred ground, and they were on the top of the illusory demon realm. The Yun family, in the past 10,000 years, had been the head of the 12 families, and had always been most valued by the demon emperor's clan. They had only been rapidly declining in the last century because of the profound Sky Continent incident. Even though this Duke Xiang was also a duke, his position was low in the royal clan. Their Duke Palace's force was not enough to compare with any of the 12 families. Now, in the presence of the little demon empress, the 12 families, and all those under heaven, he unexpectedly asked the Yun family to step down from the 12 guardian families. This was simply like dropping a clap of thunder from the sky. The little demon empress suddenly narrowed her eyes, and the top and bottom of the Yun family were all furious. Yun Qingheng didn't have much of a reaction, but not everyone was as calm as Yun Qingheng. Great Elder Yun Weishan suddenly stood up, not even caring that this was the grand ceremony, and cursed out loud. "You bold maniac, who do you think you are? How dare you speak of such nonsense?" That Duke Xiang was surprisingly calm as he said softly, "Great Elder Yun, please watch your manners. Don't let the world know that the Yun family's manners are like this." Yun Weishan sneered, "My manners are only for people who deserve it. An ungrateful dog who abandons its ancestors for profit and obey to someone else's orders doesn't deserve my manners." Yun Weishan's words were so vicious that they made Duke Xiang's calm face suddenly turn into the color of pig liver. As his lips trembled with rage, "Yun Weishan, you have gone too far. You were the one who went too far. Enough, the two of you don't go into a war of words." Duke Huai stood up at this moment. The Yun Mu, under Heaven, Yan, and Su family had already been suspicious of the shocking words this Duke Xiang suddenly stood up and said, thinking that it must be an order from Duke Huai. Now that he had stood up, it made it even more unmistakable. Duke Huai didn't wait for the little demon empress to speak first, and said while smiling, "Duke Xiang, the Yun family had been part of the 12 guardian families for all previous generations of demon emperors for 10,000 of years. They could be said to have had many contributions, but you suddenly report to ask the little demon empress to have the Yun family be removed from the guardian families. You should at least give us a reason for it." Duke Xiang quickly said, "If this humble duke doesn't have a sufficient reason, how would I dare to say something about an issue so serious? And removing the Yun family from the 12 guardian families is not something that was thought of only by this humble duke. Of the people this humble duke knows, 8 or 9 out of 10 agree. The reasons are naturally sufficient, and each and every one of them is known by all." Duke Huai stood up with his hands on his waist. It emboldened this Duke Xiang's confidence, as he said with composure, "As the Demon Emperor's 12 guardian families, a strong ability is the basic requirement. At least they should have an unbeatable late-stage monarch. Back in the days, the Yun family had the most late-stage monarchs among the 12 guardian families, and none of the families could compete with them. But 100 years ago, Yun family's 11 late-stage monarchs all died in the profound sky continent. The Yun family now doesn't even have a late-stage monarch. The strongest of the whole family, Grand Elder Yunjiang, is only at the 6th level of the sovereign profound realm. The whole world knows, having a late-stage monarch was the symbol of the highest force in the illusory demon realm, but the Yun family doesn't have one anymore. A Yun family like this doesn't even count as a top force. So how could it be qualified to be one of the 12 guardian families directly under the little demon empress? How could they have the ability to guard the demon emperor's bloodline? Poor remark. Duke Huai shook his head. 100 years ago, the Yun family faced incredible difficulties. These were the consequences caused the impulse of Yun Kanghai. Even if the Yun family doesn't have a late-stage monarch now, with Yun family's background, and given enough time, there might be one in the future. No, that's impossible. Duke Xiang shook his head assuredly. What decides a family's future is the ability of the young generation. But in Demon Imperial City, who doesn't know how weak the Yun family's young generations are? Of those under the age of 30, less than 5 are overlords, and the highest power they have now is at the 2nd level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. Oh, I heard that there was a Yun Xinyu who was passable, but unfortunately he had already passed away. With a Yun family like this, what kind of future do they still have? What qualifications do they have to hold on to the title of guardians? If a family like this can guard the Demon Emperor, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Demon Emperor's bloodline and be laughed at by the whole world? Shut up! It was as if Yun Weishan's heart was stabbed when the name Yun Xinyu was brought up. He trembled in anger. The reason the young generation of Yun family are weak was because we were plotted against and were forced to endure the heavy liability. Or else, with the background of the Yun family and the power of profound handle of the Yun family, we would never be weaker than anyone. Duke Xiang sneered. Great Elder Yun's words has just reminded this Duke. That's right, Great Elder Yun's words is the second reason. And that's the Yun family's misdeed. Duke Xiang pointed at where the Yun family was sitting and yelled loudly, "The little demon empress has been on the throne for a full 100 years, but still wasn't able to inherit the Golden Crow in Golden Crow Lightning Flame Valley. And why is that so? Could it be that your Yun family don't know why?" "You!" Yun Weishan's body shook violently. This was his Yun family's greatest weakness. Even though he was furious, he couldn't say anything about it. Because 100 years ago, the Demon Emperor's seal was lost because of the Yun family, and the Mirror of Samsara was also lost because of the Yun family. These were irrefutable facts. Your Yun family lost the Demon Emperor's seal, preventing the little Demon Empress from awakening the Golden Crow's bloodline. to achieve the highest of powers. It was all thanks to you Yun family. The Mirror of Samsara was a treasure passed down from the first Demon Emperor. The previous Demon Emperor trusted you Yun family fully and let the Yun family guard it, but you lost it, and even lost it in profound Sky Continent, the land of our sworn enemy. Not only should you be sorry to the previous Demon Emperor, sorry to the little Demon Empress, you should be even more sorry to all of the ancestors of the Demon Emperor's bloodline. With low ability and such heinous crimes that arouses great indignation, the little Demon Empress showed a lot of mercy by continuing to let you keep the title of Guardian Family for a full 100 years. But you Yun family should ask yourselves, what capability, what qualifications, and what dignity do you have to remain on the position of Guardian? This Duke Xiang's words were very sharp, and his tone was very furious and agitated. Each sentence was straight to the point. The people in the crowd were all moved by what he was saying and were agreeing to it. It was no wonder that Duke Huai let him come forward. Clap, 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 clap. A burst of applause sounded. Duke Zhang stood up while clapping and said with a serious expression, Duke Xiang, that was on point. The Yun family is sinful and their strength has weakened too much. These issues are well known by everyone, but they are still staying as one of the guardian families. At first, this Duke didn't think much about it, but hearing what Duke Xiang had said, this Duke felt enlightened by these facts. It's true that with the Yun family's strength now, and the other sins that they've committed, they should not continue to carry on the responsibility of guardian, or else they really would disgrace and drag down the reputation of the royal family and become a joke for everyone. Because of the Yun family's crime, it was too merciful for the little Demon Empress to only cut off their 100 years' resources. It wouldn't be too much to kick them out of Demon Imperial City right this moment. A load of rubbish. Old Man Mu stood up in rage, pointed towards Duke Zhang and Duke Xiang and roared. The Yun family has protected the Demon Emperor for 10,000 years, and everyone knows their accomplishments are greater higher than the heavens. They are the most deserving to be the leading family of the 12 families. Even if they have faulted, it cannot hide the accomplishments that they have done for 10,000 years. You all know fully well the reason why the Yun family's strengths have diminished. As for the future of the Yun family, you guys are even less worthy to criticize it. Instead, I want to ask, for what motive do you all have for ganging up together to force the Yun family out of the 12 guardian families? Mu Feiyan was the eldest among the 12 patriarchs. Along with his loud voice and dense, profound strength, he caused the ears of everyone in the great hall to buzz. Duke Zhang did not panic and merely laughed. Senior Mu, please calm down. What sort of motive could this duke have? This duke is just a small duke within the illusory demon royal family, whose blood originates from the first demon emperor. Naturally, all this duke does is for the sake of the demon emperor's bloodline. Even if this duke would invite hatred onto myself, for the sake of the demon emperor's bloodline, this duke has no choice but to say it. How righteous you sound! The Su family patriarch Su Xiangnan stood up, then looked intently at Duke Hua and Duke Zhang. Although my Su family has also existed to protect the demon emperor for generations, based on qualifications and accomplishments, we are far below the Yun family. If even the Yun family has to be expelled from the ranks of the guardian families, then which family would deserve to stay? Wouldn't this be disheartening for all the people out there who are loyal to the demon emperor's bloodline? What Patriarch Su said is completely wrong. The Hellion family patriarch Hellion Quang rose from his seat and loudly replied, the fact that the Yun family has vast accomplishments is something that cannot be denied. But they have also committed an unforgivable mistake that would cause all the demon emperor ancestors unrest. The Yun family's vast achievements have led to them obtaining their deserved glory and rewards. So shouldn't they receive their deserved punishment for the mistakes that they have done? If they're still allowed to stay in the guardian families after such an unforgivable mistake, wouldn't it be telling us, the other guardian families, that we don't have to worry about making mistakes and can act as we please? If it's like this, how could the souls of the generations of demon emperors rest? Where would the justice of the legislation of illusory demons lie? This is what would be truly disheartening for the people. I, Hellion Quang, represent the entire Hellion family to fully support Duke Xiang and Duke Zhang in kicking the Yun family out of the guardian families. We, the Jiufang family, also fully support the removal of the Yun family from the guardian families. We, the Nangong family, fully support as well. A large faction that supported kicking the Yun family out of the guardian families rose in support. Just like a hurricane sweeping past this ocean, a large commotion was created. Naturally, this commotion came from the East Wing seats. At the same, some people who weren't too sure were influenced by what was said and started to feel that the Yun family did not deserve to remain within the Guardian families. They shouted along as well, and as the commotion became louder, more and more people were influenced along. In the blink of an eye, the Yun family had become the target of the people, as the entire hall burst with shouts for the Yun family's removal from the Guardian families. The only ones who were completely clear about what happened were the top powers of Demon Imperial City, especially the Guardian families and those of the Duke Palaces sitting in the West Wing seats. As the jeers grew louder and louder, all of them trembled in rage. Duke Hui's faction was already frightening. If the Yun family were to be chased away, they would not have any power to resist them anymore. Looks like this is where the will of the people lie. Looks like the Yun family is no longer suitable to continue guarding the little demon empress. Duke Hui laughed. The Yan family patriarch, Yan Zijing, stood up agitatedly and raged. All of you who have ulterior motives, don't waste your efforts. We, the Guardian families, only serve the bloodline of the demon emperor. In this world, only the little demon empress is able to command the Guardian families and decide our fates. The little demon empress naturally has an opinion on whether the Yun family deserves to remain in the Guardian families. Other than the little demon empress, none of you have any right to decide. The little demon empress expression sunk. Just as she was about to speak, Duke Hui spoke before she could and said loudly, "Patriarch Yan's words are indeed correct. As the ruler of the illusory demon realm, the little demon empress is naturally the highest authority. But not only do we, the various dukes and the Guardian families, have to serve her loyally, we also have the duty to remonstrate her, especially concerning major matters that involve the prestige and pride of the demon emperor bloodline. The mistake that the Yun family made is undoubtedly a major one. Yet the little demon empress allowed the Yun family to remain within the Guardian families for the past 100 years, and only received small punishments. This is already great magnanimity that the little demon empress has shown the Yun family. However, if the Yun family remained in the Guardian families, it would be too soft-hearted of her. And how would such soft-heartedness be befitting of a ruler? A real ruler should be clear with rewards and punishment and even decisive when killing. Otherwise what? Even though the little demon empress looked calm, her gaze was icy cold. Looks like Duke Hui is more competent than this empress on how to be a ruler. This humble duke does not dare. Duke Hui replied calmly, "The Yun family and my Duke Palace have no grudges. Patriarch Yun and this humble duke could even be considered to be friends. All that this humble duke has said does not benefit me other than causing the Yun family patriarch to be unhappy with this humble duke, or even hate this humble duke. However, this is something that this humble duke has to say. This humble duke is absolutely sincere, and all that this humble duke has done is for the illusory demon royal family. I beg little demon empress to please consider." "This humble duke also begs little demon empress to please consider," Duke Zhang said in a righteous manner. "Little demon empress, the 12 Guardian families definitely cannot lose the Yun family, definitely cannot," Su Xiangnan shouted out respectfully. The arena was instantly chaotic. None of the rulers outside of the Demon Imperial City could have imagined that just one phrase from Duke Xiang would lead to such a huge commotion. At this point, the smarter ones were already able to see some things regarding the situation. Then, an elderly duke who was from the late Demon Emperor's generation stood up and said, "Since this matter is looked so heavily upon by the various dukes and Guardian families and has created such a conflict, it cannot be rashly decided. Otherwise, it would only be disheartening for the citizens. However, this old subject has a suggestion." The little demon empress looked on coldly without speaking. Since the old man was sat at the East Wing seats, he was obviously on the side of Duke Hui and would definitely not say anything that was beneficial to her. However, with so many people present, she obviously could not reprimand a 1,000-year-old subject. She only inwardly sneered. "Senior, please speak. I'm all open to ideas." Duke Hui looked on respectfully. The elderly duke sighed pretentiously and said, "The various dukes and guardian families are the cornerstones of illusory, the demon realm. Other than the little demon empress, the dukes and the guardian families do indeed have the most right to speak. It seems as though the decision of whether the Yun family is qualified to remain in the guardian families only concerns the Yun clan themselves. But in regards to such a major matter, It cannot be decided based on one person's private wishes. Since it's like this, why not let all the dukes and guardian families whose right to speak is only second to the little demon empress help the little demon empress decide? Since everyone is gathered here, we shall let them witness whether there are more people supporting the Yun family to remain within the guardian families, or whether there are more who support their removal from the guardian families. Whichever side has more people will be the side we shall abide by. Isn't this the fairest way? Little demon empress, how is this old subject's suggestion? What the old duke said was definitely reasonable, fair, and without loopholes. Under such conditions, even if the little demon empress's temperament was much tougher, she would still not be able to retort against his words. On the other hand, Duke Huai was already nodding in agreement. If the majority of the dukes and the guardian families who have been guarding the demon emperor along with the Yun family also think that the Yun family does not have any right to remain, yet they still remain, this duke would not be satisfied. The whole illusory demon royal family would not be satisfied, and even everyone in this world would not be satisfied. This is indeed the fairest method, and this duke would not have any complaints about the results obtained from such a method. Duke Zhang also said loudly. Good. Duke Huai raised a hand, righteous asking. All right. Then let this duke and everyone else clearly see whether the Yun family has the right to remain various illusory demon dukes, all the patriarchs of the guardian families, those who agree with this duke that the Yun family should be kicked out of the guardian families, please rise. Whoosh. Just when Duke Huai finished speaking, Hellion family's patriarch Hellion Quang, Chiang family's patriarch Chiang Bailey, Bai family's patriarch Bai Yi, Nangong family's patriarch Nangong Zhai, Lin family's patriarch Lin Guiyan, Jiufeng family's patriarch Jiufeng Qi, Zio family's patriarch Zio Zaifeng, and 60 various other duke palaces all stood up. The Yun family has long lost the right to remain, they must be removed. I, Hellion Quang, am the first to support this. What Duke Hua has said is what I, Chiang Bailey, has thought all these years. If the Yun family remains, my Bai family would not be satisfied. 7 guardian families, 60 duke palaces. In terms of numbers, this was sufficient to completely overwhelm the opposition. Within the shouts for the Yun family to leave the guardian families, Duke Zhang broke into a slight smile, whispering to Duke Huai. Now Duke Huai no longer has to worry about Yun Qingheng spoiling matters, right? Once they are kicked out of the guardian families, they won't have any rights to speak at this ceremony. Duke Huai squinted, then suddenly laughed coldly. Such a great occasion and atmosphere, it's such a waste to only beat down a Yun family. Duke Zhang's eyes flashed. Duke Huai, what do you mean? Of course it is to use this opportunity to embarrass those fellows who still remain obstinate, making them unable to raise their heads and straighten their back during this grand ceremony. Also, we can let little demon empress know just how easy it is for this duke to replace her. Heh. Looks Duke Huai is already well aware of what to do next. He, as expected of Duke Huai, to be able to follow you is the smartest decision this duke has made. Duke Zhang laughed heartily. Without question, no matter if it was the guardian families or the duke palaces, those who stood up were all from the east wing seats. Old man Mew laughed coldly and roared. All those who oppose to the Yun family leaving, stand up. Do you really think we're all herbivores? Old man Mew's words were deafening. Su family's patriarch Su Xiangnan, under Heaven family's patriarch greatest ambition under heaven, Yan family's patriarch Yan Chengkong, and the 40 duke palaces on the west wing seats all stood up neatly, each one of them with serious and angry expressions. One side had 7 guardian families and 60 duke palaces. Excluding the Yun family, the other side only had 4 guardian families and 40 duke palaces. It was obvious which side was stronger with just one glance. What was even more obvious was that all the families that wanted the Yun family to leave the guardian families were in the east wing seats, and those who opposed the Yun family leaving were all seated in the west wing seats. Even a fool could tell that now there was something was odd about this with such an obvious confrontation. This was obviously 2 entirely different factions. This was not a fight over the leaving or staying of the Yun family, but the confrontation between 2 factions that suddenly sprung up. What was even more evident was that Duke Huai's faction was far stronger than the faction the Yun family resided in. Author's note: because of some event a few days back, in order to earn milk powder money for my future daughter, this Mars withstood the pain and chopped of his arm. Due to slow regrowth speed, the speed of typing has been reduced drastically. That's right, this was the reason why I didn't release a chapter yesterday. I know you guys will completely believe me. It was instantly a scene of chaos. For those who supported the Yun family, or more accurately, the Guardian families and Duke palaces who were still loyal to the little demon empress. They were weaker in number, but the difference in strength was not overwhelming. Furthermore, those who stood on the side of the demon emperor's bloodline stood upright, and they seemed to be even stronger than those whose heart had ulterior motives. The Yun family, who was in the midst of all this chaos, remained calm, especially Patriarch Yun Qinghang, who sat there the whole time without saying anything. However, not saying anything did not mean he had not communicated with anyone. In the midst of the conflict between the two parties, he had already sent several profound energy sound transmissions to the little demon empress. Little demon empress, please control your emotions. Now is definitely not the best time for you to interfere. Also, you shouldn't unyieldingly protect our Yun family. Duke Hui's faction is hoping for you to do so. This matter, let my Yun family completely handle it. The little demon empress's temper was something Yun Qinghang knew best. Back then, he was beaten up by the little demon empress and had to lie in bed for a month to recuperate. Ever since she became the little demon empress, her temper only worsened. With this situation and her temper, if it weren't for Yun Qinghang sending a sound transmission to immediately to stop her, she would definitely have started killing already. Just when Yun Qinghang thought of the best solution to handle the situation and was about to stand up, Duke Hui suddenly laughed and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Regarding to whether or not the Yun family should remain as one of the Guardian families, it's obvious that more people support removing the Yun family from the Guardian families." "So what if there's more people?" Mu Yubai replied harshly. "Duke Hui, do you really think that by pulling enough people towards your side, you can hoodwink everyone? Heh, a bunch of ungrateful, unfilial people. Even if there were 10 times more people, they're all just a bunch of rubbish that everyone looks down upon." Mu Yubai's words instantly restarted the commotion in the Great Hall, turning it into an uproar yet again. Mu Feiyan nudged him with his elbow and threw him a mean look. Mu Yubai scoffed and looked away. Duke Hui's expression did not change as he spoke in a leisurely manner. Brother Mu's words are something this Duke does not understand. However, Brother Mu's first sentence was indeed true. A greater number of people doesn't mean anything. After all, in our illusory demon realm or any other world, what decides everything is not the number, but strength. "What are you trying to pull this time?" Yan Zijing asked in caution. They definitely would not naively believe that Duke Hui's, a greater number of people doesn't mean anything, was speaking up for them. He definitely had an even more sinister motive. What this Duke means is simple. Solely based on the number of people, we have 30% more than your side. However, you all would definitely not be satisfied based on numbers alone, and neither would the rulers who came from the other places. Therefore, this Duke shall represent all those in favor of removing the Yun family from the Guardian families, and propose a method much fairer and easier to convince you all. At the same time, treat this as an opportunity gifted to the Yun family from this Duke. During all the previous Demon Emperor's 100-year reign ceremonies, there has always been the tradition where the various Guardian families and Duke palaces would perform on stage, show off their skills, strengths, and might. This is the little Demon Empress's first 100-year reign ceremony, and it naturally cannot be excluded. So how about this? Duke Hui raised his hands up, grinned as he snapped his fingers. Each side select 12 people to compete. Of course, in the previous reign ceremony competitions, it has always been battles between the young generation. After all, the strength of the younger generation determines the position of a force for the next 100 years. There would be no exception this time. The range of the age for choosing would be those who are below the age of 35. If we luckily manage to win in the end, then you guys wouldn't have any more complaints, right? Duke Hui asked with all smiles. Good, Duke Hui's suggestion is great, Duke Zhang praised. In terms of numbers, we have already won, but by competing with strengths, the results would be more convincing. I have no objections. Helian Quang agreed loudly. Duke Hui's suggestion made everyone seated in the East Wing reveal a mocking smile, and darkened the expressions of the ones seated in the West Wing. They knew fully well that the West Wing did not lose only in terms of numbers, but they also had a huge disadvantage in terms of quality. The East Wing contained 7 of the Guardian families. If each family sent their #1 genius of the young generation, then 7 representatives would be the top 7 elites of illusory demon realm's young generation. Helian families Helian Ba, Qiang families Qiang Yanwu, Bai families Bai Jai, Nangong families Nangong Yan, Lin families Lin Hanchuan, Jiufeng families Jiufeng Yu, and Xiao families Xiao Donglai. Every one of them were figures whose reputation resounded within the entire illusory demon realm. As for the West Wing, the members of the young generation who were on the same level were only Su families Su Zhizhen, Yan families Yan Chengkang, Under Heaven family number 6 Under Heaven, and Mu families Mu Hengyi. Yun family did not have any disciples of the young generation at that level. The only one, Yun Xinyu, had already died tragically. Just based on strength alone, Su Zhizhen and Helian Ba were the joint strongest members of the young generation within the Guardian families. He was also the only person who could stand his ground from the West Wing seats. For the other three, number 6 Under Heaven was only in the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, while Yan Chengkang and Mu Hengyi were in the 3rd level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. As for the other side, among the favored children of the 7 families, the weakest was still a 4th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. This was even not the worst part. In the East Wing seats, there were 5 members of the illusory Demon 7 Scions, who signified the most pinnacle strength of the young generation within illusory demon realm. Adding them to the 7 geniuses of the 7 guardian families, there were 12 people. This was also the reason why Duke Huai suggested for each side to select 12 participants. In the West Wing seats, there were only 2 members of the illusory Demon 7 Scions, and these 2 were ranked 6th and 7th. In the West Wing, the various patriarchs and dukes all gnashed their teeth in anger. With such a disparity in strength, how could the West Wing win? The only possible result was not just an ordinary defeat, but an overwhelming one, even though Duke Huai denounced his advantage in terms of numbers, and seemed as though he gave the Yun family a chance. His true motive was to chase the Yun family out, while, at the same time, mercilessly defeat the families and dukes that did not stand on his side in front of everybody present. An extremely vicious thought. As for the rules, although it would be different from the usual spars held in the past, it should be fairly simple. While appreciating the faces of everyone from the West Wing seats, Duke Huai continued in all smiles. The 2 sides will fight 1 versus 1, and the loser is eliminated while the winner stays until he is defeated by his opponent. Therefore, the competition would naturally be decided when one side is completely defeated and the other still has people standing on stage. Not only would this be the fairest way to determine the victors, the differences in strength between the 2 parties can be easily seen. If both parties compete and only one person from each team remains on stage, then the strength of both parties would be similar. However, if one side is completely defeated and the other side still has numerous people who have not competed yet, Tusk, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Do you guys dare accept? The moment Duke Huai suggested this rule, the faces of the people from the West Wing seats darkened yet again, their hearts becoming bitter. If it was 1 versus 1, 12 people each battling only once with the other side for 12 matches in total, and the number of matches won was used to decide the winner. Then if their strength were extremely luckily malpositioned, the West Wing side would still have that tiny bit of hope to win or tie. However, even though Duke Huai was extremely confident that he would not lose, he still chose an elimination-style competition, so it must be noted that Duke Huai was an extremely cautious person, because such a method was indeed the fairest, and it also completely removed any hope of victory for the West Wing seats. The difference in strength could also be clearly seen by the number of people who did not participate, and from there, completely humiliate the other party. The faces of the patriarchs in the West Wing were sullen, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. This battle definitely could not be accepted. Accepting it would be certain defeat, and they would also be harshly disgraced. Even though not accepting would result in a great loss for them, it still could not be accepted. Greatest ambition under heaven, who usually did not participate in conflict, could not remain seated any longer. He stood up and asked with a sullen expression, "Duke Huai, do not forget your own identity. Your influence is still not big enough that you can decide the fate of us guardian families. So what if you win? Why must the Yun family leave the guardian families if you win?" Patriarch under heaven asked a good question. Duke Huai closed his eyes, which now seemed as narrow as swords. "Let this Duke give you a clear answer. If we win, it means we are stronger than you. In this world, strength is absolute. The amount of strength one possesses is equal to how much right they have to speak and how much authority they have. As for the stronger party, they naturally have the right to decide. In regards to the weaker party, they do not even have the right to refuse. No matter what world, what plane, this always holds true. Is Patriarch under heaven happy with my answer? Each word Duke Huey uttered showed the wild ambition he had. At this stage, many could already tell how unusual this was. Strength being absolute was indeed the most basic law in life. With so many people practicing profound cultivation, which one of them did not do it in order to pursue strength, and which one of them did not do it to be above others? Duke Huey's profound strength was not something to be looked down upon, and his followers possess enough strength to shake the world. These words of his were said with a confidence and haughtiness that caused greatest ambition under heaven to be left speechless for a while. Yun Kinghong, this matter happened because of your Yun family, and its results would impact the fate of your Yun family. Do you not even have the guts to make a decision? Duke Huey turned towards the silent Yun Kinghong. You can tell this Duke straight. This extremely fair competition, are you going to accept it or not? Brother-in-law, you can't accept this. The only person who can decide your fate is the little demon empress. You don't have to bother with those hoodlums, Mu Yubai said lowly. What Mu Yubai had said were also the words echoing within the hearts of everyone sitting in the West Wing seats. However, just as he finished speaking, Yun Qi stood up before Yun Kinghong and shouted loudly, "Accept, we must accept. Does our Yun family have anything to fear?" Preposterous. Mu Feiyin's beard had already curled up. This is a major matter of the Yun family. Why are you, a junior, speaking nonsense? Kinghong, Yubai is right. The Yun family does not need to bother with this matter. Let me see who dares to strip your Yun family off the guardian families. Ha 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 ha. Duke Huey threw back his head and laughed loudly. He shook his head, and his face expressed mockery. Tusk, 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 tusk. The Yun family, who was once the head of the guardian families and gloried for 10,000 years, doesn't even have the guts to accept the competition, and need other families to stand up for them now. So pathetic and pitiful. A Yun family like this really doesn't qualify to even look this Duke in the eye. If they could still be one of the guardian families, it would be the biggest joke in the world, and it would be our illusory demon realm's #1 laughingstock. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yun, don't listen to him. Su Xiangnan's eyebrows lowered as he said, "He was just provoking you. Everyone under heaven witnessed your Yun family's honor, and no one dares to erase it. I believe it more than anyone else that the Yun family being at low ebb is only a temporary thing. The Yun family has you, Yun Kinghong, and the protection of the heroic spirits of Yun family's ancestors. It will one day rise again. I completely agree with what Patriarch Su had said." Yan Zijing nodded heavily and directly sent Yun Kinghong a profound energy sound conversion. "You mustn't accept the challenge, or else there would be no coming back from this. Even our families and the Duke palaces would all suffer a setback." Under the gaze of the crowd, Yun Kinghong stood up slowly. He didn't panic and didn't seem to be expressing any anger. Instead, he looked directly at Duke Huey and smiled lightly. "I agree with what Chair had said. This battle our Yun family must accept." "What?" The three brothers, Mu Yubai, Mu Yukong, and Mu Yuking, all yelled at the same time. "Brother-in-law, have you gone crazy?" "Not crazy," Yun Kinghong said smilingly. Even though he was the one standing in the eye of the storm, he was the calmest out of everyone. "If someone wants to challenge, then our Yun family should naturally accept the battle, and this does not have to do with whether or not it determines our Yun family's destiny. For 10,000 of years, our Yun family had encountered countless of battles, won countless of times, and have also been defeated before, but we have never chickened out. If someone dares to challenge, then our Yun family would dare to accept. Our Yun family can lose, and we can afford to lose. But even if we suffered a crushing defeat, we would not lose our dignity." Yun Kinghong's words resounded and echoed in the hall. It pierced in people's hearts and made countless of people feel deep respect and admiration. Old man Mu raised his arms. He seemed to want to say something, shook his arms a little, and eventually put them down. He sighed and said, "Sai, I knew you would make such a decision. You Yun family are all stubborn. Yun Kanghai was so, and so are you, Sai. I guess that's that. Since you choose to accept the challenge, then we, the Mu family, will fight by your side." This momentum, sure enough, is still the same Yun Kinghong from 25 years ago. Su Xiangnan bursted into laughter after a moment of silence. "If so, our Su family will do everything to help. Count our Under Heaven family in." Greatest ambition under heaven said loudly. "Since Brother Yun had said so, then we shall advance and retreat together. Can't do it without us Yan family." Yan Zijing nodded heavily towards Yun Kinghong. The little demon empress who was on the throne didn't make a statement because of Yun Kinghong's strong persuasion. Her eyes were flickering as she looked towards the left side of Yun. Under heaven, Su, Mu, and Yan family, Duke Huey's ambitions. She had known long ago. As for how bad the situation was, she saw that even more clearly. Under this situation, these 5 families were still willing to, and insisted, on standing by her side. This kind of pure loyalty, as well as the collective burst of pride in this nearly hopeless situation, let the feeling of being moved appear for the first time in 100 years in her emotions that were sealed in ice with resentment and sadness. Hey, Yun Qinghang is Yun Qinghang after all. Duke Huai twisted his mouth. You really didn't let me down. Even though you know you would definitely lose, you are not willing to be a coward. But you let me down. Within Yun Qinghang's calm and indifferent tone, there was deep contempt. This calmness and contempt caused an incomparable discomfort to surface in Duke Huai's heart. He scoffed and immediately looked away. At this moment, Yun Qi stepped forward and used a voice loud enough so the people surrounding him could hear. Father, may I take your place and say a few words to this Duke Huai? Yun Qinghang gave him a look and nodded slowly. Good. Yun Qi's raised his head and faced Duke Huai directly. His question to Yun Qinghang and his actions immediately gathered everyone's attention towards him. Before, when the little demon empress asked Yun Qinghang of his identity, it let everyone here know that he wasn't one of the Yun family, and instead was Yun Qinghang's adopted son. Just now, when he yelled, "Accept the battle," before Yun Qinghang had even spoke, it made many people despise him, and now that he suddenly wanted to come out and speak to Duke Huai, they scoffed against this as well. Oh, you have something you want to say to this Duke? Duke Huai looked at him with a sideways glance and laughed softly. I just want to ask Duke Huai a few questions. Yun Qi smiled innocently. You asked for this battle. Does that mean if we lose, our Yun family would have to leave the guardian families? That's right. Duke Huai laughed mockingly. As for the reason, this Duke thinks that it had already been stated clearly enough. Oh, Yun Qi nodded and said, then what if we win? What good does it do for us? Win. Ha. Duke Huai looked to the side, threw his head back and laughed loudly. The East Wing also immediately fell down laughing, as if the whole group just heard a huge joke. Even the face of the people sitting in West Wing were twitching. Yun Qi said smilingly, What is the meaning of Duke Huai laughing loudly like this? If the 2 sides were competing with our strengths, then there will be winners and losers. And in this world, there are no competitions that one side will absolutely win. If there really were, then the match would be meaningless, and there would naturally be no need to continue this. Duke Huai, do you agree? Duke Huai's smile converged, and for the first time he looked at Yun Qi with some interest. The youngster in front of him was extremely calm and leisurely, even his gaze was unflinching. Duke Huai could vaguely see the shadow of Yun Qinghang within him. He smiled lightly and said, You are quite right. Since it's a duel, naturally, anyone can lose and anyone can win. But no matter who loses and who wins, the results will be pretty clear. If we win, then your Yun family will have to leave the guardian families. But if you win, then you can naturally stay within the guardian families, and the people who are against would have no complaints. Duke Huai, don't you think what you've said was ridiculous? Yun Qi's expression suddenly changed and revealed a mocking smile. Ridiculous? Duke Huai's eyebrows slanted. Not only is it ridiculous, it's extremely ridiculous. The expression in Yun Qi's eyes became full of aggression. Even facing this imposing Duke Huai, his face clearly showed an incredible amount of contempt. If we lose, the entire Yun family would have to leave the place where we have stayed for a whole 10,000 years. The lives and destinies of the top and bottom of the whole clan would be turned upside down, and the consequences would be extremely tragic. But if you lose, you don't suffer any consequences. Yun Qi scoffed. How in the world could there be something so unfair? This duel can be described as a gamble, and the bargaining chip on our side is the destiny of the Yun family. And you don't even have any bargaining chips. This kind of duel that doesn't even have the most basic fairness, what point is there for a duel? Duke Huai's eyes narrowed. Then he laughed loudly. Ha, Yun Qinghang, you really did adopt a good son. I'm surprised that he knows how to advance while stepping back. But attempting to get this Duke to give up with this kind of clumsy method, that's too ridiculous. You want this Duke to wager something? Very well. This Duke shall give you this opportunity. Just tell me what kind of leverage should our side give? Since Duke Huai had said so, then I will not hold back. Yun Qi steadily raised his arm, pointed at the 7 guardian families behind Duke Huai and said, If we win in the end, then of the families of Helian, Qiang, Bai, Nangong, Lin, Jiufang, and Xiao, each family must turn in 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals in a month. And you, Duke Huai, must gather 10 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals to our Yun family. As soon as Yun Qi said this, everyone in the hall was stunned. The expression of the 7 great guardian families in the East Wing suddenly changed. Even Yun Qinghang's facial muscle twitched violently. If defeated, every family would have to turn in 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals. 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals, not purple-veined heaven crystals, not even normal purple crystals. 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined heaven crystals were already priceless. As for purple-veined divine crystals, that was something that could be called as a worldly treasure. To more than 90% of the citizens in the illusory demon realm's worldview, it was a mythical item that only existed in legends. It was so precious that even the word precious couldn't describe it. A whole 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals. Even the guardian families who had the top strength, skill, and resources would have to take hundreds of years to accumulate 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals. With the power of 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals and the background of the guardian families, they could easily cultivate at least 5 overlords of the age under 30. This generation of Yun family's young disciples' strengths had fallen back greatly, and the main reason was because of the extreme limitation of resources, especially of the purple-veined divine crystals. In the past 100 years, they weren't able to receive any of it. If a guardian family really handed over 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals, then their strengths would definitely fall just like the Yun family in the following generations of the next 100 years. And the Yun family who received a large amount of purple-veined divine crystals from the 7 families would not find it hard to become strong. Moreover, with Duke Huai's full 10 kilograms, even if Duke Huai plundered everything from the 60 Duke palaces that were on his side, it might not even add up to 10 kilograms. And if he really did that, it would definitely induce the hatred of many of the Duke palaces. The bargaining chips, Yun Qi had shouted out, was far more than a lion opening its mouth wide. So even if they knew they would absolutely not lose, the expressions of the 7 great families and Duke palaces all changed. Several of the patriarchs' bodies just shivered, and they couldn't wait to point at Yun Qi's nose and yell and curse at him. Faced with this kind of wager, Duke Hua was also starting to become unnerved. He laughed in a disdainful manner and said, "This Duke didn't think that with your young age, your appetite would be so large. However, you are merely Yun Qinghang's adopted son. Even if Demon King Yun Kanghai were alive, he wouldn't have the right to order this Duke and the Duke palaces behind this Duke. Why must we listen to your words if we lost?" Amen, Duke Huai asked a good question. Duke Huai's words not only failed to make Yun Qi speechless, it in turn made his voice grow louder. Let me give Duke Huai a clear answer. If we win, it means we are stronger than you. In this world, strength is absolute. The amount of strength one possesses is equal to how much right they have to speak and how much authority they have. As for the stronger party, they naturally have the right to decide. In regards to the weaker party, they do not even have the right to refuse. No matter what world, what plane, this always holds true. Is Duke Huai satisfied with this answer? Duke Huai's face immediately became stiff, and everyone was stunned once again. The passionate, ambitious words that Duke Huai shouted out earlier when he faced greatest ambition under Heaven's questioning was used by Yun Qi without changing a word. Every single word was slapped back onto Duke Huai's face. These are Duke Huai's original words. I wonder if Duke Huai still remembers them, Yun Qi said smilingly. Oh, if Duke Huai treats his own words like fart, then just pretend I never said anything, pretend I never said anything. Many people in the West Wing were gnashing their teeth. Old Mu Feiyan revealed his grinning lips and said, Tusk, this brat. Even though we can't win at all, and it would be useless to ask 100 times more, being able to slap that guy on the face is also fantastic. Duke Huai's face darkened slightly, and he didn't make a sound. In this world, his own words were the hardest things to refute, because once he refuted them, then there was no doubt that he would be hitting his own face. Arrogant Junior, you are not qualified to speak. The Jiufang family's patriarch, Jiufang Qi, couldn't hold back anymore as he stood up and roared angrily. Facing a whole 2.5 kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals, no one in the whole illusory demon realm would be able to stay calm. Duke Huai, you don't have to acknowledge this, Junior, Helian Peng said in a deep voice. Yun Qi, who do you think you are? What qualification do you have to clamor in front of Duke Huai? Get down from there this instant. Ha. Yun Qi threw his head back and laughed loudly. He shook his head, looked at Duke Huai and the 7 guardian families with a face full of contempt and mockery. If we lose, the Yun family would lose 10,000 years' worth of mission, status, and honor. But our Yun family, even facing these cruel consequences, and in the situation with an absolute disadvantage, we still dare to fight. And if you lose, you merely lose 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals. Compared to the 10,000 years of Yun family's honor, let alone 2.5 kilograms, even 250 kilograms is not worth mentioning. Pity, what a pity when you were calling us out and trying to expel us. Each and every one of you were more thrilled than the other. And in the case when you have absolute advantage, facing a wager 10,000 times smaller than our Yun families, you chicken out like this. Tusk, 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 tusk. It really is ridiculous and pathetic. Lined up with a bunch of families like this as the 12 guardian families, even I am embarrassed for our Yun family. And you, Duke Huai. Yun Qi simply ignored the murderous gazes of the various patriarchs. He stared at Duke Hua and laughed coldly. If you are ready to gather a bunch of people to expel our Yun family, ready to arrange a battle, and ready to say it's for the whole illusory demon realm whenever you please, I thought you were bold and daring, but you are nothing more than this. I merely suggested a far smaller wager than our side. But you didn't even have the guts to accept, and even need the people behind you to clamor and protect you. He, compared to my father, oh, no, from what it seems like now, you don't even have the qualifications to be compared to my father. After saying that, Yun Qi didn't even bother to look at Duke Huoi. He directly turned to Yun Qinghong and said, Father, we should just not compete in this battle. The chickens across from us are ridiculous. If we treated them seriously, it would lower our Yun family's class. Duke Hua had always been as tranquil as water, as if he had everything in the palm of his hands, so this was the first time his face had turned green. Ha 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 ha. Good kid. Once old man Mew saw Duke Hua's expression turn ugly, he let out a completely unrestrained roar of laughter. Originally, their side had been suppressed by Duke Hua since the very beginning, and they were suppressed to the point until they could hardly even breathe. Now that Yun Qi had shown up, he forced the other 7 families to collectively lose their rags, and also made Duke Hua reveal a deflated expression. It simply felt way too refreshing. Everyone discovered that they had completely underestimated this young man. When he faced Duke Hua, his temperament was calm and collected from start to finish, and he did not back down an inch. Moreover, his words were extremely sharp and incisive. They rendered Duke Hua speechless and caused each of the 7 patriarchs to tremble in rage. And what caused the people to truly gasp in astonishment was the immense nerve Yun Qi showed. The person who was standing opposite him was Duke Hua, an individual who could strike a profound fear in the hearts of the patriarchs of the guardian families and even the little demon empress. Not only was Yun Qi vigorous towards him, he yelled at him freely and recklessly. The imposing Duke Hua was called out to be good for nothing, and a chicken that cannot even be compared to his father. That expression of disdain and his tone of despise was clearly seen and heard by everyone. Just based on what Yun Qi just said earlier, the thought of killing him had already emerged in Duke Hua's heart. His mind quickly calculated. He quickly confirmed the combat capabilities on his side and the strongest 12 people that the other party could send out. Then, he considered every possible uncertain factors, and the conclusion that he had reached was that it was absolutely impossible for his side to lose. Then the only explanation that he could think of was this. The Yun Qi before his eyes was obviously pretending to be strong, trying to make him afraid. So he would avoid the battle that could make the other party lose their dignity. That was the only possibility. Thinking of that, Duke Hua immediately calmed down. He faced Yun Qi's back and said, Yun Qi, your solo performance is too clumsy. Has this Duke ever said that we don't dare to accept? Oh. Yun Qi turned around, and an expression of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even though it was only a split second, Duke Hua's eyes were very sharp and he captured it crystal clear. He scoffed in his mind, I knew it. If so, that means Duke Hua accepts? Yun Qi asked seriously. He arched his eyebrow and said while laughing lightly, but it doesn't mean anything if only Duke Hua accepts. Can you represent the 7 guardian families behind you? Hey. Duke Hua had recovered the leisurely attitude from before and said smilingly, This Duke had never really been afraid of anyone all my life, and I will definitely not be afraid of this wager you suggested. It doesn't matter to this Duke what this so-called wager is because this Duke will absolutely not lose, ha ha ha. Duke Hua started laughing. Although the laughter was not too loud, it was filled with deep arrogance. He turned around, looked at the 7 guardian families, and asked, "Patriarchs, do you all have any objections?" If Duke Hua has no objections, we naturally would not have any either. All the patriarchs nodded in agreement. Looking at the confident Duke Hua, they all calmed down and thought, that's right. If the fight was carried out according to the rules Duke Hua had suggested, it would not be possible for their side to lose. The differences in combined strength of the young generation between the two sides was too overwhelming. There was no chance that they would lose. Even if they could only send 6 people, they still had absolute confidence in defeating the 12 opponents, let alone it being 12 against 12. Although the so-called wager that Xianxia had suggested sounded overwhelming, it was merely a thought that would never come true. Did you hear that? Duke Hua looked at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. We have agreed on the wager that you have requested. This competition will decide the Yun family's fate. Can we begin this competition yet? Or do you still want to find other reasons to delay it? Delay? Xianxia looked shocked. Why would we want to delay? From the start, I've agreed with holding the competition. I can't even wait for it to begin. However, since Duke Hua knows that this competition is going to decide my Yun family's fate, then the fairness and the conclusion of the competition is undoubted crucial. This competition requires the absolute authority to oversee it. After Xianxia finished speaking righteously, he faced the little demon empress, bowed and said, "Little demon empress, this competition, I request for you to please witness the whole process and the end results. Then announce the end results to everyone here, and even announce it to the whole world." The little demon empress looked at Xianxia steadily for a while, and her voice that was as cold as ice sounded. Whether or not your Yun family can continue to be part of the guardian families, the only person in this world who can decide that is this empress. Even if 10 times more people are against you Yun family, if this empress doesn't agree, no one can interfere with Yun family's destiny. However, if this competition begins and you lose in the end, then you will have to obey to the wager and not be able to continue your duty as one of the guardian families. At that time, even this empress will not be able to keep you. Even so, are you sure you want to battle? We must battle, Xianxia said without any hesitation. Our Yun family is incredibly thankful for the little demon empress' high regard, but this battle is not only about our family's destiny, but more importantly, our family's dignity. If we don't fight, even if the little demon empress gave mercy and let our Yun family continue staying on the position of one of the guardians, there would be even more voices that want the Yun family to leave, and everyone under the heaven will despise us. Our Yun family is bound to fight this battle and forever silence those dishonest people. Xianxia's words deeply moved the hearts of many Yun family members, made them clutch their fists and nod their heads. They no longer thought that he was impetuous and reckless. The little demon empress locked her brows and raised her head to look at Yun Qingheng. Yun Qingheng nodded slowly towards her. Very well. The little demon empress stood up, and a dominating force like the ocean instantly filled every corner. Her every word shocked people's hearts. Then this empress will witness this battle personally. This battle, if Duke Hua's side wins, the Yun family will lose their right to be one of the guardian families. If the Yun family's side wins, then Helian, Qiang, Bai, Nangong, Lin, Jiufeng, Zio, each of these 7 families will have to gather 2.5 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals in a month's time and turn it over to the Yun family. And Duke Hua, you will also have the same amount of time to gather 10 kilograms of purple vein divine crystals to the Yun family. These are the wagers that you have agreed to yourselves. No matter who loses, there is no going back on your words, or else this empress will be the first to not forgive this. I thank little demon empress, Xianxia loudly said right after the little demon empress's voice. He then turned around and faced everyone in the hall. And everyone from different regions, brothers and sisters of our illusory demon realm, seniors, may you all please witness this together. With all the heroes in the realm witnessing this together, if the losing side still goes back on their words, then it would truly be embarrassing. At least, our Yun family would never do something like that. With the witness of everyone, it was no question that these were the strongest witnesses. The result of this match would also be brought to every corner of the illusory demon realm because of the people here. If under a witness like this, the losing side wanted to go back on their word, then it would really be as Xianxia had said. Their entire family would be humiliated. Well said, that was very well said. With the little demon empress and everyone here as witnesses, that really couldn't be better. Duke Hua's eyes narrowed until it was only a small line. As calm and as passionate Xianxia's side acted, the more peaceful he felt. Because from how he saw it, this was obviously the other party using this method to try to earn some last pride for the Yun family, knowing that they would definitely lose. He used his lifetime's amount of wisdom and still could not think of any possible ways for the other party to win. No need to continue talking. The little demon empress waved her hand. Her eyes were like cold stars. I will give each side 300 breaths of time to prepare and decide who will represent them. 12 people on each side, and the age cannot surpass 35. This empress will personally select the location for the battle. We solemnly obey the little demon empress order. Duke Hua casually cupped his hands and didn't make any other movements so he could have time to look at Yun family's side. He had already decided who would to take part in this battle, so there was no need to waste more time to make a selection. Yun Qi went back to his seat, his expression serious. Xiao Yun's face was already so tense that it was sometimes red and sometimes pale. After all, the showdown that was about to take place was going to determine the whole Yun family's destiny. He was extremely nervous as he said, "Big brother, is everything really okay?" Yun Qi's brows twitched as he faced Yun Qinghong and said, "Father, do you trust me?" Yun Qinghong looked at him, then said smilingly, "You are my son. If I don't even trust you, who else would I trust in this world?" Yun Qi's heart warmed. He smiled. "Father, don't worry, I won't fail to live up to your trust." However, Yun Qinghong shook his head. "Chair, you don't need to pressure yourself this much, nor do you need to take this burden on yourself. Since we've been forced to such a state, no matter if we win or lose, we still have to fight this battle. So what if we lose? So what if we are banished from the guardian family position? As long as the whole family still exists, no matter where the Yun family ends up, there will be a day where we'll rise up again. If we win, that'll obviously be delightful. If we lose, we can afford to lose." Yun Qinghong's words caused the nervousness in Xiao Yun's heart to be blown away by a gust of cool wind. His expression eased as he gripped both his hands. "Father, you're so right. It's exactly like this. Even if the Yun family loses, father, mother, and big brother are still here. What is there to be afraid of?" He. Yun Qi began to laugh, then said with incomparable seriousness, "Father, mother, Xiao Yun, don't you ever worry. Even though I can't say with great certainty that we would be able to win this competition, I can promise you that even if we lose, we will still not be kicked out. Our Yun family's dignity also wouldn't receive the slightest bit of taint either, so much that when the time comes, even if we want to voluntarily leave, everyone in the world wouldn't be willing." "Ah!" Xiao Yun forcefully blinked his eyes, his face full of astonishment and bewilderment. In comparison, Su family, Yan family, Mu family, and the Under Heaven family were even more tense than the Yun family. "Zhizhen, our side's core fighting strength in this battle is you. You have to remember, this is not merely related to the Yun family's matter. You have to give it your all," Su Xiangnan gravely told his son. "Rest assured, father, I will do my very best," Su Zhizhen said with determination. "Chengkang, our Yan family will naturally take you out to battle. Remember, don't slack off just because you think we'll definitely lose. This is not only related to Yun family fate, it also concerns our Yan family's future and honor. Even if we lose, we still have to lose tragically after using all we have. Show our Yan family's heroic appearance in defeat," Yan Zijing said while grabbing Yan Chengkang's shoulder. "Yes, I definitely won't dishonor our Yan family," Yan Chengkang nodded heavily. "Old Six, it'll be your turn soon." Greatest ambition under heaven only spoke a few dull words, but his expression had already said everything. "Old Six, no matter who the opponent is, you must never hold back," Number 1 under heaven exclaimed. "Old Six, good luck," Number 7 under heaven said with a nervous expression. "Father and everyone else, don't worry. I know what this competition means. How could I dare slack off?" Number 6 under heaven said with a cautious expression. "Hengyi, you are the most outstanding person within our Mu family's young generation. This time you shall go out to represent our clan. The opponents are all far stronger than we are you scared?" Mu Feiyan asked personally. Mu Yubai, Mu Yukong, Mu Yuking were all unmarried and didn't have kids either. This Mu Hengyi was third Grand Elder's eldest grandson. "Rest assured, Patriarch, even though my cultivation is low, if they want to beat me, it wouldn't be that easy," Mu Hengyi said with complete vigor. After one person from Su, Yan, Under Heaven, Mu, and Yun family, there were still 7 remaining people that came from the Duke palaces. Among these 7, there were 2 illusory demon 7 scions that were naturally selected while the various Duke palaces had difficulty selecting the other 5. In this kind of tense and heavy atmosphere, 300 breaths went by very quickly. It's time. The little demon empress who was closing her eyes in silence opened her eyes. She got up and instantly teleported to the center of the hall. Underneath her gray robe, her white, delicate skin was burning with bright red fire. At that instant, a red ring with a diameter of 300 meters was deeply imprinted in the center of the jade floor, and the bright, red ring was made with many small, eternal flames. Being the most vital great hall of the entire illusory demon realm, every tile and pane present were extremely difficult to destroy, and a person who could imprint such a huge mark in an instant was scarce within the entire illusory demon realm. This was also why the battles between the 12 families and the Duke palaces were held within the Great Hall, with no need to search for another venue during all the previous Demon Emperor reign ceremonies. The area of this ring is the competition area. During the battle, if one side surrenders, falls for more than 10 breaths of time, or is hit out of the competition area, it would be counted as their loss. The arena that the little demon empress had drawn just happened to be at the center of the demon imperial hall. Duke Huai stood up and laughed. "You may enter first." The West Wing patriarchs and dukes all gathered at Yun Qinghang's side, with the 11 selected participants also standing behind them. As for the 12th participant, that was naturally to be chosen from the Yun family. But Yun Qinghang seemed to not have completely decided on who to select for battle. "Brother Yun, how we'll fight will be up to you to decide," Su Xiangnan said. With Yun Qinghang directing them, he believed that no one would object. Yun Qinghang slightly mumbled. "The outcome of this competition isn't really judged by the number of wins, rather, it's by an elimination system, so the order in which they go on stage isn't all that important. Thus, the order should just be up to the children to decide. However, with how much I know about Duke Huai, even though he moves flamboyantly, he is still an extremely meticulous, cautious person. Even if he is absolutely sure about the outcome, he still won't hold back. Therefore, he will dispatch all 5 of their illusory demon 7 scions, including Hui Ran. You all have to mentally prepare yourselves enough for this." The various patriarchs and dukes nodded, their expressions becoming even heavier. Even though Duke Hua would not outright send his first string which possessed absolute power, he still would not forget to give us an initial show of strength. Thus, even if the other party's number 1 is not their strongest, it still wouldn't be their weakest. So the one who chooses to go out first must not hold on to the hope that their first selection would be their weakest. Instead, you must be aware that you are going up against a powerful opponent. Yun Qinghang slowly analyzed. His brows condensed. "I only have one word of advice. Even if the other party's strength is enough to thoroughly crush you, you must never concede that easily. Under a situation in which you are bound to lose, try to make the opponent use up the greatest amount of energy possible, or even sustain injuries. That is how we'll be able to win this competition. Win with dignity, and also allow the teammate behind you to have a greater chance of winning." "Understood," the 11 participants at the rear voiced out, each of their expressions becoming unwaveringly determined. "In addition, you must be cautious to not be knocked out of the arena. With that kind of loss, the other party would use up the least amount of energy. Similarly, that is also the most desirable way for you to win against your opponent." "Then I'll go first," Mu family's Mu Hengyi deeply roared. As his voice fell, his entire person had already flown high in the air, then landed in the center of the arena. In the instant the tips of his feet landed, freezing cold, profound energy had already erupted from his body, as a current of ice-cold, violent wind swept toward his surroundings. With a wave of his arm, an ice crystal long whip lashed out. "Mu family's Mu Hengyi." It was only a short 4 words, but it was incredibly imposing. "Oh, so you are the Mu family's 3rd Grand Elder's young Master Hengyi." Duke Huai looked at Mu Hengyi with an admiring expression for a while, then turned to the side and said, "Who among you will come forward for the battle?" No one responded to Duke Huai's calling. The corner of his mouth slanted slightly and said, "If no one would willingly come forward on their own, then this Duke will make the selection. Zihuan, you will be the one to fight against the Mu family's young Master Hengyi." As soon as Duke Huai spoke of the name, Zihuan, the expression of everyone in the West Wing changed altogether. Duke Zihuan, a young duke from Duke Zhao's Duke Palace, but this wasn't his most notable title. His other identity was one of the illusory demon 7 scions that were prestigious in the illusory demon realm, and he was ranked 4th. Yun Qinghang's guess was right. The first person that Duke Hua had sent forward was someone who wasn't in the first tier, but was someone who definitely was not weak. Even though they had enough mental preparation, the faces of the dukes and patriarchs from each family still showed nervousness. Especially the people from the Mu family, half of them immediately stood up. Because Mu Hengyi was definitely not a match for this Duke Zihuan. Definitely not. Just in terms of profound strength, Mu Hengyi was at the third level of the Tyrant Profound realm, whereas Duke Zihuan was at the peak of the Tyrant Profound realm's fifth level. Among the many in the East Wing, his strength was placed in the middle, but in the West Wing, only Su Zhizhen could beat him. At the lower stages of profound strength, a difference of one stage wouldn't be too much, but once it reached the Tyrant Profound realm, a difference of one stage would amount to an enormous disparity in skill. Even with the Yun family's powerful Profound handle, it could only surpass one stage. Mu Hengyi and Duke Zihuan's difference of 2 stages was something that could not be compensated. Moreover, Zihuan was not a normal level 5 Tyrant Profound realm, he was at the peak of level 5. On top of that, Zihuan belonged to the illusory demon royal family. Even though his demon emperor's bloodline was thin, it was still the blood of a divine beast. In terms of physique, he already greatly exceeded normal humans and demons. So Mu Hengyi would definitely lose this battle. Duke Zihuan, whose name was called upon, was distracted for a second. Then he stood up, gave Mu Hengyi a glance, and responded with an "oh" in a feeble tone. He obviously looked unwilling to do so. He jumped up and entered the arena. He held his arms around his chest and gave Mu Hengyi a sideways glance. His eyes were filled with disdain. Even a fool could see it clearly. It was obvious that he didn't even take the competition in front of him seriously, and he was even somewhat upset at Duke Huai making him fight against someone who was this weak. Duke Huai said slowly, "Zihuan, Hengyi is the grandson of the Mu family's 3rd Grand Elder, and is the #1 in the Mu family's young generation. He is a strong opponent, you must not underestimate him. You must give him your best." "Oh, I got it." Duke Zihuan still responded with a feeble tone. A profound formation flashed in his hand, and a blood-red long blade instantly appeared in his grasp. With its blade tip pointing at the ground, he put his other hand behind his back, then gave Mu Hengyi a twisted smile. Oh, what was your name again? Let's hurry up and start this." "Oh, you can go first. Attack however you like." Even though Mu Hengyi's expression didn't change, his eyes almost shot out fire. He himself knew that his profound strength could not compare to this Duke Zihuan, but he was still #1 of the Mu family's young generation, and everyone in Demon Imperial City knew that he was the Mu family's 3rd young master. He had never endured such contempt before. His eyes showed disdain, his expression showed disdain, even what he said was filled with mockery and loathing. "Even if I can't beat you, I must leave a scar on your neck." It was as if a volcano exploded within Mu Hengyi's heart. He roared deeply as he swung his ice crystal long whip and created countless ice crystals that could pierce through bone. They flew towards Duke Zihuan like a swarm of locusts in the sky. At the same time, a blue light flashed on his body. A layer of ice crystals formed on the surface of his body, and as his shadow swayed, it created a freezing cold storm that headed straight towards Duke Zihuan, who hadn't entered his fighting stance. "Looks like Hengyi is completely enraged. He used frost crystal annihilation as soon as the fight started," someone from the Mu family said. Yun Qinghong's eyebrows fiercely jumped at this moment, and then he sighed helplessly. "Oh no!" Standing there, Duke Zihuan, whose face expressed laziness, suddenly flashed with a split-second sneer. The hand that was at his back grabbed onto the handle as quick as lightning. His body, that was originally not imposing at all, immediately burst with a strong aura of profound strength. The long blade in his hand shined with a bright, blood-red, profound light. The silence just now wasn't because of underestimation and arrogance. He was quietly building up his power, and it exploded at this very second. Because people from the illusory demon royal family possessed the Golden Crow's bloodline, they had an incomparable gift when it came to cultivating fire attribute profound arts. Therefore, even though the Dukes of Illusory Demon Royal family didn't have the right to cultivate the Golden Crow's record of the Burning World that was exclusive to demon emperors, they all cultivated fire attribute profound arts. It was no different for Duke Zihuan. The blade he wielded in his hand was named Scarlet Blood, and the skill he executed was the Blood Flame Strike, that all the illusory demon profound practitioners feared. The Duke Zihuan before his eyes, who was previously as calm as lake water, suddenly became as ferocious as an oncoming tsunami. Since Mu Hengyi's all-out attack was made in anger, added to the fact that he never expected the opponent, who was obviously looking down on him, to suddenly burst out with a fierce counterattack. There was no chance for him to avoid this strike, and he could only face the scarlet blood blade straight on. A scarlet blood-red radiance flashed past the sky, and the cool air became a vicious storm, as the ice crystals that filled the air quickly turned into the smallest of particles. Bang! Mu Hengyi's frost crystal annihilation, which bore great destructive powers, was instantly torn apart. After that, the ice layer on the surface of his body was also cut open. The red beam continued onwards and slashed onto his protective profound energy. A ball of red light burst mercilessly at that instant, and right now, a sneer appeared on Duke Zihuan's face. "Kid, what we want is not only to win, but to make you lose in the ugliest way possible." A low, mocking whisper resounded in Mu Hengyi's ears as he flew out of the battle arena with his body covered in shattered ice crystals and long streaks of bloodstains, crashing toward the Mu family's seats. "Hengyi!" a Mu family member cried out in alarm. Mu Yubai quickly flew over, catching Mu Hengyi, who had been sent flying while splattering blood. A deep cut went from Mu Hengyi's waist all the way to the position of his heart. It was a foot long, so deep that even his internal organs could be seen. "Hengyi! Hengyi, are you all right? Quick, quick, bring the medicine!" Mu family's members quickly gathered at Mu Hengyi's side. Several great elders evenly channeled profound energy, sealing his wound. Mu Hengyi unwaveringly gritted his teeth, not uttering the slightest of screams, but his complexion was as white as paper. He gasped heavily, looked at Mu Yubai and Mu Feiyan, and said in shame, "Patriarch, Hengyi is useless, lost, so unsightly, lost, our clan's face." Everyone knew that Mu Hengyi would lose, but no one would ever think that he would actually lose this fast. Instant defeat, a completely unexaggerated instant defeat. Even though there was a large disparity between the strengths of Mu Hengyi and Duke Zihuan, an all-out reaction should not have caused such a tragic defeat. However, the other party's strength was obviously an absolute advantage. Yet he still used such an act of contempt and ridicule to anger Mu Hengyi, causing him to lose his cautiousness. As for Duke Zihuan's disdainful appearance, he was actually already maneuvering the energy in his body in secret. In an all-out direct collision, how could a level 3 Tyrant Profound Realm defeat a peak level 5 Tyrant Profound Realm, moreover, against an illusory demon's Duke who held an absolute advantage in terms of innate talent? Not only was Mu Hengyi instantly defeated, he didn't even cause the other party the slightest bit of injury, and the amount of power the other party used was also very small. Number 1 under heaven flew to Mu Hengyi's side and injected his elven powers. Soon after, Mu Hengyi's cut stopped aching. Mu Feiyan's chest heavily heaved. He didn't blame Mu Hengyi and instead said with a heavy expression, "Your loss was indeed unsightly, and losing this match is of no value. However, to you, this match has great worth. Because luckily, you are not against your mortal enemy this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ended up just being simply injured and defeated. Properly reflect on why you have lost this shamefully. Once you realize it, you would be able to live longer next time." "Yes," Mu Hengyi closed his eyes and said in shame, "It was I who let my guard down because of the opponent's provocation. I will remember this lesson for my entire lifetime." "All right, close your eyes and rest now. If you have something to say it when you've recovered from your injuries." After Mu Yubai finished speaking, he turned around and icily gazed at Duke Zihuan. "Cough, didn't expect Brother Hengyi's body to be this weak. This humble Duke merely hit him once, and he was injured this seriously. If I knew beforehand, I would have only used half of the strength just now." Duke Zihuan acted as if he was blaming himself. "Senior Mu, during the competition, injuries cannot be avoided. You won't give this humble Duke a hard time because of this, right? No one could be held responsible for the wounds from a sparring competition. Moreover, it took place in Demon Imperial Hall with everyone watching. Mu Yubai knew for sure that even if he intentionally maimed Mu Hengyi, he couldn't say anything about it. He scoffed and didn't say half a word to Duke Zihuan, turning his gaze towards Yan Qinghong. They could already tell, not only did Duke Hui's side want to beat them, they wanted to make them lose in the most awful, miserable, ugly way possible, and step all over their dignity and pride. "Wenjia, you're up," Yan Qinghong said after he pondered in silence for a while. "Ah, me?" Behind Yan Qinghong, a callow youth dressed in the attire of the Duke Palaces pointed at himself as he wore a lost and panicked look on his face. Wenjia was the son of Duke Su, and his talent and strength were both uncommon. But taking account his profound strength at the second level of the Tyrant Profound Realm at the age of 29, He would be labeled as a bottom feeder among the creme de la creme of the illusory demon realm's young elites that were gathered here. Even among the West Wing, which was much weaker than the East Wing, he was still at the bottom. In the first round, Mu Hengyi had already suffered a crippling defeat at the hands of Zihuan. So for the second round, it stood to reason that a person who was sufficient to challenge Duke Zihuan should step up to the plate. Because even if that person could not win, that person would still be able to retain some dignity in defeat. And if Wen Jai were to face an opponent who had completely dominated Mu Hengyi, he would only lose in a more spectacular fashion. Yes, Wen Jai, you'll be the one taking the second round. Yun Qinghang turned to face him and declared with sunken brows, "The one you are about to face is indeed an opponent that is hard for you to fight. But as both of you are dukes of the illusory demon royal family, even if you lose in battle, you would have simply lost in power. However, you cannot lose your fighting spirit even before you have not even lost yet." Wen Jai ground his teeth together and quickly regained his equilibrium. He simply stated, "Understood. Even though you and Zihuan are separated by 3 levels, the two of you are still both overlords. Even if he wins, he will still have to exert himself. Your goal is to exhaust as much of his profound energy as you can. Remember, concentrate 30% of your power on offense and the rest on defense, and when you attack, only target his vitals when you are confident of delivering a critical strike. Also, no matter what he says, you must always maintain your cool. If you can do all of the above, then this match can be counted as a win." "I understand." Wen Jai nodded his head vigorously and flew into the air to land inside the arena. "Duke Su Palace's Wen Jai, please give me your guidance." "Ah, so it is brother Wen Jai," Duke Zihuan said as he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It really looks like your side can't find any proper candidates because they actually sent you out as well. Ah, even I am filled with pity for you right now. Wen Jai?" Duke Zihuan extended his finger towards him and beckoned him with an incomparably contemptuous crook of that finger. "Come, feel free to attack whenever you want. Because if I can't subdue an amateur like you in 10 moves, then I won't have any face to continue living in this demon imperial city." Any member of the illusory demon royal family were individuals exalted above all others, so they would never have faced such humiliation before. So when Jai clenched both his fists tightly, he almost lost himself to rage, but he quickly recalled Yun Qinghang's advice. There was a quick intake of breath as he sought to swiftly calm himself down, and after that, he did not speak as he planted both feet on the ground. A golden spear then appeared in his hands. As it pierced towards Duke Zihuan's chest, it produced a golden afterimage. At the same time, his domain was opened at full strength. Explosive flame domain. A deep red flame was concentrated at the tip of the golden spear, as the gigantic energy of the domain suddenly explosively swelled up like a tsunami, amplifying the power of the spear as it streaked towards Duke Zihuan's body. Scarlet flames might have been the lowest form of profound fire, but the scarlet flames used by the illusory demon royal family was the lowest form of the golden crow's flames, and its strength was far superior to even the regular deep purple profound flames. "See how this Duke will shatter your lousy spear?" Duke Zihuan roared out arrogantly as he swung his scarlet blood blade, instantly producing 7 blood-colored blade beams. These extremely sharp blades beams carried a scorching heat and easily tore Wen Jai's domain apart. The sound of the blades splitting air was akin to a blade being scratched over glass. It was extremely ear-piercing. At this time, the golden spear that was streaking towards Zihuan suddenly slowed down, and after a violent shudder, it was instantly displaced. 4 of Duke Zihuan's blade beams that shot out of his blood blade struck empty air, but the other 3 clashed with the tip of Wen Jai's spear. After a chaotic and ear-piercing shattering sound, the 3 energy blades were completely neutralized, and Wen Jai was pushed 10 steps back by the ensuing impact. "MN!" Zihuan's eyebrows twitched, then let out a cold laugh. His body blurred and his blade danced like a dragon as he instantly unleashed a lightning-quick slash at Wen Jai. "True Flame Shield!" Bang! The scarlet blood blade made contact with the flame vortex that suddenly materialized in front of Wen Jai, but it only took a breath for this flame vortex to be torn. With the flashing of 2 blood-colored flashes, the flame vortex completely disappeared. As the scarlet blood blade plunged straight through, it smashed into Wen Jai's golden spear with a resounding clash. A heavy ring resounded in the air, and Wen Jai's body swayed as blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. However, he stubbornly endured and did not retreat. The scarlet blood blade had cut half an inch into the golden spear he had infused all of his might into, but it was still very far from cutting it apart. Zihuan had arrogantly yelled that he wanted to shatter Wen Jai's spear, but after 5 strikes, Wen Jai still managed to hang on. Wen Jai initially looked as if he had poured all his strength into a fierce assault, but he suddenly switched positions, avoiding Zihuan's attacks, and reverted from defense to attack as quickly as he possibly could. Even though he had been injured, he had yet to retreat a single step. Zihuan's eyes narrowed and he yelled in a low voice, "You punk, collapse!" The flames on the scarlet blood blade suddenly flashed, and an enormous energy exploded outwards as Zihuan put all of his strength into this strike. Wen Jai's face paled and his body was blown backwards, but Zihuan's blade followed after like a striking viper. In a short space of time, 3 streaks of thick, eye-piercing, blood-colored blade beams flew out. Clang, clang, scree. After enduring the second blade beam, the golden spear finally flew out of Wen Jai's hand. The third blade beam slashed into his chest, cutting apart the profound energy shielding his body and the breastplate wrapped around his chest. But after it had cut through both the profound energy and the armor, the scarlet blood blade had no more power. Wen Jai flew through the air, but he managed to land solidly on his feet, and underneath the broken breastplate, his chest only had one thin red line drawn across it. Wen Jai made a gesture with his hand, and the golden spear was recalled into his hand. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. It has already been 8 moves. Even though he had been beaten like a dog and only had the power to defend and attack, he had managed to solidly resist the attacks of the Zihuan, who was 3 levels stronger than him in profound strength. And especially those last 3 blows, they were executed using Zihuan's full strength. And the boast that Wen Jai would be beaten down in 10 moves was yelled out for all to hear by Zihuan himself. So if he could not win in 10 moves, he would undoubtedly have slapped his own face. "This bastard!" Duke Zihuan ground his teeth silently, but gave off an air of disdain. "This Duke was merely showing you mercy just now because I did not want you to lose in too ugly a manner. Did you really think that you are worthy to grace this Duke's scarlet blood blade for so long?" Duke Zihuan's eyes gained a fierce focus. He suddenly let out a low roar as the bloody light on the blade suddenly exploded forth. In an instant, Wen Jai's already unstable domain was directly shorn into 2 halves. The profound art that Zihuan cultivated was the blood flame blade, and the weapon he used was also the blood-red scarlet blood blade. Even his energy blades were blood-colored, and it was to the extent that even the flames that he released materialized as blood flames. After his profound energy had suddenly flared up and exploded, the air within a 100-meter radius of him was covered in blood-colored ripples of energy, and the entire arena seemed to be covered with a layer of dull-colored blood. The complexion of Wen Jai, who was the closest to Zihuan, suddenly changed. He doggedly gritted his teeth and positioned the golden spear in front of him. Duke Zihuan let out a deep, low yell as he raised the scarlet blood blade horizontally across, and the aura of his blade was sufficient enough to manifest an astonishing power, so it definitely had exhausted a suitably large amount of energy. But in order to defeat Wen Jai in 2 moves, he had no choice but to pay the price. The big words had already been spoken, so he had to defeat Wen Jai with this attack, no matter what. "Nether flame strike!" Duke Zihuan yelled out as the scarlet blood blade lashed out, and in an instant energy blades crazily flew out as they enshrouded the entire area and rended it asunder. Facing the blade beams and blood flames which seemed to cover the sky, Wen Jai heightened his focus to the extreme. With a loud yell, he retreated as swiftly as he could while concentrating all the profound energy he could muster into the golden spear. The golden spear began rotating rapidly and formed a giant flame barrier. Bang! It was as if a blood lotus had bloomed in midair, and below the blood lotus, the scarlet blood blade fiercely clashed together with the golden spear. The power of both the overlords surged wildly as it erupted forth, and a 33-meter-wide curtain of flames spread at the center of the demon Imperial Hall. Wen Jai's flame domain had completely dissipated, and his entire body flew out from within the curtain of flames along with his golden spear, heavily falling onto the ground. It was only after he tumbled and rolled on the ground many times that he was able to force himself up to his feet. But blood was flowing rapidly from one of his arms, and he had ended up outside of the arena. "Wen Jai, you have lost. You may withdraw," the little demon empress declared expressionlessly. As her voice fell, the people from Duke Su Palace had already flown to Wen Jai's side, and they carried him back to their seats. At the same time, they excitedly praised him. "You actually forced Duke Zihuan to use the Nether Flame Strike. Young Duke, you put up a good fight." "Heh," Wen Jai managed to croak out a laugh, after which he closed his eyes and promptly fainted dead away. This punk actually wasted so much of this Duke's energy. After the Nether Flame Strike had been used, Duke Zihuan began to show faint signs of strain, but he could not blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for boasting too recklessly. And it was at this moment that a fierce sword wind suddenly descended from above. "Duke Xi Palace's Xi Feng, please give me your guidance." Duke Zihuan was about to reply, but Xi Feng did not even give him an opportunity to open his mouth. What came at him instead was a series of rapid attacks that consisted of fierce flames and sword shadows. Zihuan had just used a huge skill, so he suffered from a temporary deficit of profound energy. Under these series of rapid strikes, he hurriedly retreated from his opponent in a fluster. But in the end, he was still the one who was ranked fourth among the illusory demon 7 scions. Moreover, the other party only had a profound strength at the third level of the Tyrant Profound realm. His profound energy swiftly surged forward, and the bloody light of the Scarlet blood blade radiated out. "Trash like you wants to win against this Duke. Keep dreaming." Bang, 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 bang. He chained together 5 strokes of his blade, and a huge blood-colored wave of fire was blasted out. Xi Feng teetered on the edge of the arena as he was pushed all the way back, but he lifted his sword and charged forward once more as he fearlessly clashed swords with Zihuan. 20 clashes later, he was inevitably sent flying nearly 100 meters by Zihuan's blade and vomited 3 arrows of blood in succession. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword anew. He let out a wild yell and thrusted directly towards Zihuan as the howl of his sword caused the entire Demon Imperial Hall to vibrate. "Rainbow Rend!" It was as if a meteor had drawn itself across the space in the Imperial Demon Hall, and even the ones in the corners of the hall could feel a shocking sword intent. Facing Xi Feng's sword strike, Duke Zihuan let out a wild and arrogant shout. He did not dodge or duck and instead took it head-on. "Phantom Flame Strike Blade!" Bloody light and sword shadows clashed chaotically, but the bloody light suddenly flashed, passing through layers of sword shadows and cut across Xi Feng's body. Xi Feng gave out a low moan, and his long sword flew out of his hand, as his entire person flew out, as well as he landed in the seats, which were more than 650 meters away. "Xi Feng has lost. It is still Zihuan who is victorious," the little demon empress said with furrowed brows. Within the East Wing, Zihuan's ability was only in the middle of the pack, but the 3 people who had been sent forth from the West Wing had all fallen under his blade. The expressions of all the people who were seated in the West Wing had become uglier and uglier. And at this time, a person from the Duke Palaces flew up into the air and sent a blast of fierce fire towards Zihuan. "Duke Gu Palace's Cheng Yang, take this." The 4th representative presented himself thusly and greeted Duke Zihuan with a fierce assault. Flames clashed and profound energy rumbled, as the middle of the Great Hall was filled with endless explosions and roars of power. The 2 opponents clashed fiercely for tens of rounds, but following the explosion of a cluster of blood flames, Cheng Yang directly fainted due to his serious injuries. The 4th representative of the West Wing had lost yet again. The overall strength of the East Wing was far stronger than that of the West Wing. This was something that everyone knew, but no one thought that the West Wing would lose this badly as soon as they got on the stage. The 4 people that went up there all lost miserably, and the other side only sent out Duke Zihuan, who was still in the arena. He was sweating and panting deeply, but aside from that, only his armor was slightly damaged, and there was no trace of bloodstains on him at all. The 4 consecutive wins just now apparently wasn't too difficult, and in the entire East Wing, there were more people whose strengths were on par with that of Duke Zihuan, such as Qiang Yanwu, Bai Jai, Lin Hanchuan, and people who were even stronger than him, such as Helian Ba, the illusory Demon 7 Science 3rd rank Duke Hui Yi, 2nd rank Duke Yuan Kue, and the one who had already exceeded the others of the young generation, whose power was so terrifying it was abnormal. The head of the illusory Demon 7 Science, Hui Ran. This battle, how could it continue to proceed? Within the West Wing, those who originally held the attitude that losing was okay but would absolutely not yield, were heavily influenced at this moment in their heart and mind, and a deep sense of helplessness and desolation emerged. Who's next? Who's next to battle? Duke Zihuan swung his scarlet blood blade, faced the West Wing, and yelled insolently. He had really stolen the spotlight today after consecutively defeating the other party's guardian families, number 1 and 3 top-skilled dukes from the same generation as him. A 4-loss streak, that's pretty rough, Yun-Chi frowned and whispered. Mu Hengyi was instantly defeated because he was careless. There was too much difference between the strengths of the 3 young dukes just now and their opponent, so it was certain that they would lose. However, this Duke Zihuan's profound strength is already exhausted by over 60%. Hopefully we can win the next battle, Yun Qinghong said calmly. Patriarch Yun, let me fight this round, said Yan family's Yan Chengkong as he came forward. With 4 straight losses, there was no doubt that the 5th challenger would have to bear enormous pressure. Because if the West Wing lost again, then it would be extremely humiliating, and it would have a huge negative impact to their own reputation. But Yan Chengkong, who was also at the 3rd level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, requested to fight by his own will. Yun-Chi couldn't help but give him another look. The Yan family's strength was at the bottom of the 12 families, and Yan Chengkong's strength was also on the bottom of the geniuses in the 12 families. But in him, righteousness and assuredness that was inconsistent with his age was revealed. Yun Qinghong moved his brows and said, even though this Zihuan has defeated 4 of our people consecutively, his energy consumption wasn't that great. Be cautious. Amen. Yan Chengkong shook his head heavily and answered with a simple syllable. Then he flew up and landed in the arena. Yan family's Yan Chengkong, may Duke Zihuan enlighten me. Yan Chengkong didn't attack immediately and instead greeted him graciously. Oh, so it's the Yan family's young patriarch. Duke Zihuan won 4 battles consecutively, and the arrogance in his heart had been magnified countless times. He took a look at Yan Chengkong and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This Duke thought a decent competitor has finally shown up. But I didn't expect it would be the Yan family's young patriarch, and he's only a pitiful Tyrant Profound level 3. Tusk, the Yan family has been at the bottom of the 12 families for 10,000 years, but didn't seem to be too far behind. How come, with your generation, it became this miserable? Looks like the Yan family is doomed as well. Presumptuous? As soon as Duke Zihuan finished speaking, a shout as loud as a clap of thunder rung, and it shocked Duke Zihuan, making his whole body shudder. His sight went dark and he almost spat blood. The little demon empress slammed on the armrest of her throne heavily. Her eyebrows, which were shaped like new moons, slanted, and her freezing cold eyes stared directly at Duke Zihuan. It made his whole body come to a stop. It was as if he was frozen, and he didn't dare to move at all. The Yan family has guarded my demon emperor's bloodline for 10,000 years. They are loyal, devoted, and achieved numerous meritorious contributions. The generations of previous demon emperors all respected and valued the Yan family. You are merely a tiny junior from one of the Duke palaces. How dare you speak such nonsensical words towards the Yan family? Who gave you the courage? Duke Zihuan was one of the illusory Demon 7 scions, and he had the power enough to look down upon all of the others in his generation. But how could he withstand the anger and momentum of the little demon empress? He was frightened and his face immediately paled. His body was shaky, and he almost knelt down on the spot. Within the East Wing, Duke Zihuan's father, Duke Zhao, hurriedly stood up, bowed, and said, "May the little demon empress's rage subside. My son was merely trying to lower his opponent's morale and made an indiscreet remark. He absolutely did not have the intention of disrespecting the Yan family. Zihuan, hurry up and apologize to the little demon empress and the Yan family." Duke Zihuan promptly said, "Zihuan made an indiscreet remark and said something I shouldn't have said. May the little demon empress and everyone from the Yan family forgive me." With 4 straight losses for the West Wing, the little demon empress' mood naturally wasn't good. She scoffed softly, and her rage finally settled a little. But she didn't say anything in response as she sat back to her throne and gazed at the center of the arena coldly. That burst of pressure that was heavy as a mountain finally disappeared. Duke Zihuan was secretly relieved. It was just then that he realized his whole body was covered in cold, wet sweat. However, Yan Chengkong obviously couldn't forgive him so easily. He looked calm and peaceful, but his eyes were full of anger. He grabbed his heavy, profound spear, pointed the tip at Zihuan's throat, and said slowly, "Solely based on what you have just said, I bet my, Yan Chengkong's, lifetime of dignity and honor. Today I must defeat you under my Yan family's imperious spear." "You," Duke Zihuan sneered and said in an extremely deep voice, "Even though I only have 40% of my strength right now, even if I only had 20% left, I could easily step all over you. I will not mention what will happen to your Yan family, but you, Yan Chenkang, the so-called Yan family's #1 genius of this generation in the eyes of this duke, you have always been complete trash. Yan Chenkang was not angry at all. Instead, he sneered and said, "Looks like you have never fought against people from our Yan family. Even though the level of profound energy of our Yan family has always been the lowest of the 12 families, that is because for generations, our family cultivated our profound energy second and focused cultivating spears first. Our Yan family's greatest pride and wealth is not our family's profound art, but our imperious spear. You will soon know how you'll end up if you underestimate our Yan family. We're not called the #1 divine spear clan of the illusory demon realm for nothing." Yan Chenkang's glare became as sharp as the tip of his spear. He swung his arms, and his silver, heavy, profound spear burst out with lightning speed, like thorns. At that instant, a wave of violent wind swirled up with a sharp, roaring sound. Facing Yan Chenkang's spear, Duke Zihuan gave a face of disdain. The profound energy of his scarlet blood blade rippled, and he let out a fierce slash accompanied by a blood-red light. Clang! The weapons collided, and the deafening sound of metal rang in the hall. Although Duke Zihuan had exhausted half of his strength, in terms of profound energy density, his was still largely above that of Yan Chenkang. Yan Chenkang's heavy, profound spear was reflected off directly and slightly bent by his scarlet blood blade. The corner of Duke Zihuan's mouth slanted, but before he could make a sneer, the heavy, profound spear that was bounced out of the way and bent became like a boneless snake, then pierced directly towards his heart at an unusual angle. What? Duke Zihuan's heart stuttered as he quickly withdrew. His avoidance was extremely swift, but he was still grazed by the heavy, profound spear. He could clearly feel his protective, profound energy being severely torn, and it made an extremely harsh, ripping sound. Yan Chenkang's dominating momentum burst completely at this moment. The heavy, profound spear in his hand became like a flexible demon snake. It danced in the sky, filling it with multiple spear shadows, and trapped Duke Zihuan within them. Every prick, smash, thrust, and slash was all flawlessly on the spot, aimed directly at Duke Zihuan's weak points and vital spots. "Good spear technique," Yun Qi exclaimed as he leaned forward. He couldn't help but be impressed. Yun Qinghong nodded slowly and said, "It is said, months for staves, years for punches, yet decades to learn spears. The art of the spear is difficult to train and master. If you don't put in enough hard work, it would be hard to have even a small achievement." The Yan family is hailed as illusory demon realm's #1 divine spear clan. Their clan's spear tactics are unpredictable. It could be said that they exerted the power of the spear to the max. Once they are able to handle it effortlessly, they could sweep through everyone under heaven, and even 10,000 soldiers cannot compare to them. They absolutely live up to the name of #1 divine spear clan. Even though Yan Chenkang's profound strength is weaker in comparison, in terms of his skill in the imperious spear arts, he has already entered the highest mastery. Among others of the same level, it is hard for him to meet a worthy foe. With Zihuan's current state, he can easily win against another peak-level tyrant profound realm, but it is extremely hard for him to win against Yan Chenkang, who is only a mid-stage third-level tyrant profound realm. The whizzing sound of the spear and the sound of the wind from the spear were piercingly sharp. Duke Zihuan kept increasing his profound energy. The bones in his entire body were making cracking sounds from him using his full power as he deflected Yan Chenkang's attacks one after another, but it was only deflecting. He didn't have a chance to fight back, and the tip of the spear had already roared towards him once again. Just based on the weapon's characteristics, the spear's power and range of attack was better than a blade, but the flexibility, speed, and maneuverability were inferior to that of a blade. However, at this moment, the spear shrouding over Duke Zihuan was swift as lightning and as flexible as a living thing. It forced him several times into a frenzied state. One had the advantage in profound strength, the other had skills in draconic divine spear techniques. The two of them originally had a large level difference in profound strength, but now they were stalemated in the arena. The weapons collided countless times. Space was disturbed for an extended time, and it continuously rippled. As the audience in the Great Hall looked upon this scene, the fight was distorted the whole time. Duke Zihuan couldn't get rid of Yan Chenkang's spear shadows throughout the fight, and for the time being, Yan Chenkang also couldn't really hurt Duke Zihuan. Among all the Duke palaces, there were also many who used spears, and Duke Zihuan had gone against many who used a spear as a weapon. but he hadn't fought against anyone from the Yan family. He'd never thought the power of the Yan family's imperious spear was this astonishing. The heavy, profound spear in Yan Chenkang's hands attacked and defended freely according to his will. When he attacked, his spear sprung like the wind and clouds, with its momentum able to swallow mountains and rivers. It made the Duke's movements all seem sluggish, as it suppressed both his blade and flame. When Yan Chenkang defended, it was like placing an iron chain across the river. It was impervious. The two of them exchanged over 100 blows, but none of them could do anything to the other. Yan Chenkang was calm and steady throughout, but Duke Zihuan was getting impatient. Before the battle, he mocked Yan Chenkang harshly, even insulted the whole Yan family, got scolded seriously by the little demon empress, and was humiliated hard. Now, after 100 exchanges, he still wasn't able to defeat this person whom he had ridiculed in front of everyone. Instead, he was being suppressed, and he was extremely aggrieved and furious. Duke Zihuan gritted his teeth and suddenly roared deeply. The light on his scarlet blood blade intensified, making a fierce ripping sound, tearing up the space. This strike was exactly the same blood flame strike that defeated Mu Hengyi before, but because he had already exhausted much of his profound strength, the power of the blood flame strike was far weaker than when it defeated Mu Hengyi. A terrifying force headed towards Yan Chenkang, as he positioned his spear horizontally and entered a defensive stance, causing the power of the blood flame strike to be decreased by 70%. At this moment, his eyes were flickering in the attack's brilliance, but he didn't retreat and disarm the 30% power left of the blood flame strike. Instead, he turned the body of his spear, let the blood-colored reflection of the blade graze his waist, and the heavy, profound spear became like a dragon flying out of the seas. It created an unstoppable, profound energy storm that passed through the blood flame blade and stabbed Duke Zihuan viciously on the shoulder. The instant the tip of the spear touched his shoulder, all of the power immediately collected at the spear tip and passed straight through Duke Zihuan's protective, profound energy and armor. A splash of blood splattered out from Yan Chenkang's waist, and the tip of the heavy, profound spear was stabbed deep into Duke Zihuan's shoulder, stuck in between his shoulder blades. A sense of pain came from his left shoulder, and it, along with the feeling of humiliation, stimulated Duke Zihuan's ferocious personality. His eyes widened and emitted a radiance of craziness. "Go to hell!" Duke Zihuan's whole body instantly started burning in blood-red flames, as if he just walked out of a pool of blood watching his movements. The Yan family's patriarch, Yan Zijing, was shocked and became pale. He yelled loudly, "Conger, dodge it, quick! Blood cage nether flame!" The blood-red flames suddenly burst open, and a terrifying aura shrouded Yan Chenkang as his pupils shrank, but he didn't choose to abandon his spear and retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and poured all the profound energy he had into the heavy, profound spear the next second. It was as if his chest had been slammed with 10,000 sledgehammers, as he instantly lost consciousness. Boom! The blood flame exploded, and Yan Chenkang was thrown out backwards into the distance. When he was caught by Yan Zijing in the air, his chest was already torn and bloody. But Yan Chenkang wasn't the only one who was thrown out backwards in the blood flame. In the instant that the blood flame exploded, the heavy, profound spear that Yan Chenkang poured the last of his powers into pierced directly through Duke Zihuan's shoulder and poked open a real, transparent hole. The rest of his power pounded Duke Zihuan high up in the air, causing him to crash into the east wing with his blood sprinkling all over. That heavy, profound spear fiercely pierced the seats in the east wing, without any hint of blood on its surface. Chenkang, Zihuan, both sides were extremely shocked. None of them thought that the two of them who were originally at stalemate would meet such a tragic outcome in a single instant. To ignite those streaks of blood flames, Duke Zihuan did not hesitate to exhaust his entire body's profound strength, and his body was pierced through with a transparent hole. It was impossible for him to continue fighting, but Yan Chenkang was no better than him. The front of his flesh was all torn, and his internal organs were all shifted. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have been unconscious already. However, it was impossible for him to continue fighting. This battle, Yan Chenkang and Duke Zihuan had achieved mutual destruction. "Brothers of the Under Heaven clan, thank you for your help." Facing the heavily injured Yan Chenkang, Yan Zijing was fairly calm. "Don't worry, with us here, your son will definitely be all right," two elders from the Under Heaven clan said as they nodded. They reached out their palms, and a dark green light shrouded Yan Chenkang's wounds. Under the natural healing power of the elven race, Even though Yan Chengkang's injuries were serious, they quickly stabilized. He took a deep breath and said with shame, "Father, your child's cultivation was too immature. I let you down. Don't blame yourself." Yan Zijing said reassuringly, "After all, Zihuan is ranked 4th in the illusory Demon 7 Science. There's a huge gap between you and him. To have such a result, Father is already very proud of you. Concentrate and calm down now, don't talk anymore." Duke Zihuan was finally defeated, but none of the expressions on anyone from the West Wing eased up in the slightest, because it took 5 people for them just to beat Duke Zihuan. Sigh, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Many in the hall were sighing. Yes, I don't understand why the Yun family accepted the challenge, even though they would rather lose the battle than lose their dignity. When losing this miserably, what dignity is left? There's also a Su family. I heard that Su Zhizhen from the Su family is one of the best in the 12 family's young generations. He should be able to recover some disadvantages. Come on, Hellion Ba from the Hellion family, 2nd and 3rd rankers of the illusory Demon 7 Science Duke Hui Yi and Duke Yuan Kue. None of them are weaker than Su Zhizhen. And 1st rank Duke Hui Ran. It's not exaggerated at all to say that just his strength alone is enough to beat the 12 people from the other party single-handedly. A citizen of Demon Imperial City stated while he shook his head. Clap, clap, clap. Duke Huai stood up as he clapped, and he said while laughing, "Marvelous, that was truly a marvelous battle. I would never have thought that in this series of contests there would actually be a scenario where both contestants would defeat each other. It is truly exciting to the point where this Duke simply could not have imagined it. However," Duke Huai looked directly at Yun Qinghang and laughed, "Are you sure your side still wants to continue? You have gone through roughly half of your representatives just to take down one of ours. This result is truly regrettable, and this Duke simply does not feel at ease continuing this contest any longer. However, from this Duke's understanding of Patriarch Yun, no matter how ugly Patriarch Yun's loss turns out to be, he will still resolutely soldier on, correct?" "Ha ha ha ha." Yun Qinghang also started laughing. "Duke Huai, you truly understand this Yun well. However, your words are seriously puerile and ridiculous. Our contest has merely just begun, but you have already asserted that we have lost. Isn't it a bit too early to say that?" "Ha ha ha." Duke Huai let out 3 great laughs. "Ah, this truly sounds like the words that you, Yun Qinghang, would say. Then let this Duke clearly see where your confidence comes from, Yun Qinghang. But what this Duke really wants to see is how much longer your arrogance can last. Wenbo, you are our side's 2nd representative, so you're up next." The words, 2nd representative, was heavily emphasized by Duke Hua, and the mockery in his tone could be heard by all. As his voice fell, a tall and big young man flew up in the air and landed in the arena. Illusory Demon 7 Science Rank 5, Duke Wenbo. And just like Duke Zihuan before him, he was also at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 5. And from the West Wing, another person immediately took the air as well, and he landed in front of Duke Wenbo. This person was also the strongest person sent out by the West Wing so far, also amongst the illusory Demon 7 Science, the 6th-ranked Duke Yang Yi. Both people belonged to the illusory Demon Royal family, and both of them were also part of the illusory Demon 7 Science, so their strengths were not far apart. This was in addition to the fact that they had often dueled many times and had also gotten used to each other's Golden Crow flames and profound arts. So the battle between the two of them was exceptionally ferocious, as they fell into a stalemate, and it was only after 30 minutes of battle that the winner was finally decided. Duke Wenbo barely scraped a victory, while Duke Yang Yi fell in defeat. The West Wing lost once again, and they were caught in the miserable scenario where they were at 5 losses and 1 draw. Even though Duke Wenbo had won, all of his moves and hidden cards had been played. He had sustained many wounds in battle, and his profound energy had been greatly exhausted. So in the 7th contest that followed, he fell to a young Duke from the West Wing who still found him rather challenging. The 8th match. West Wing's Duke Song versus the Lin family's Lin Hanchuan. It was Lin Hanchuan's complete victory. The 9th match. West Wing's Duke Jia Rong versus the Lin family's Lin Hanchuan. Lin Hanchuan wins yet again. At this point, the West Wing where the Yun family was at had a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 7 losses. And there were only 4 people left who were still eligible for battle. The 10th match. Illusory Demon 7 Science Rank 7. Duke Yu Palace's Duke Yingnan versus Lin Hanchuan. Duke Yingnan wins. The 11th match. Duke Yingnan versus Nangong family's Nangong Yan. Duke Yingnan achieved a Pyrrhic victory. And while the West Wing had finally won 2 consecutive victories for the first time after their last 2 fights, not a single person from the West Wing had an expression of joy on their face. Even though Ying Nan had won, he had completely exhausted his strength, so he was bound to lose the following match. And at that time, the West Wing would be down to 3 people, while the other side would still have 8. Moreover, the other side's Elite Four had not even shown their faces yet. The 12th match, Duke Ying Nan versus Bai Family's Bai Jai. It was undoubtedly Bai Jai's complete victory. The West Wing was only left with 3 competitors: Su Zhizhen, number 6 under Heaven, and the Yun family's unknown representative. In the 13th match, number 6 under Heaven took the stage. The elven race possessed the strong ability to use profound bows while having abundant innate talent. But the nature of their profound energy determined that their attack power would not be too high. Moreover, as contests of this nature took place within a confined boundary of an arena, the strength of their profound bows would also be greatly restricted. So once it was number 6 under Heaven's turn, he would be subject to an immediate and irreversible disadvantage, and despite struggling bitterly, the miracle of the weaker triumphing over the stronger did not occur. He was defeated by Bai Jai. So far, the 2 sides had fought 13 matches, and the West Wing had lost 10 representatives, while the East side had lost a mere 4. And besides Bai Jai, who was currently representing the East, they still had 7 other young elites who had yet to battle. Among these young elites were the Xiao families Xiao Donglai, and the Jiufang families Jiufang Yu, who were at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 4. The Qiang families Qiang Yanwu, who was at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 5. The Hellion families Hellion Ba, who was at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 6. And the ones ranked number 2 and number 3 among the illusory Demon 7 Scions, Duke Yuan Kaio and Duke Huiyi, who were also at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 6. There was still even the head of the illusory Demon 7 Scions, Hui Ran, whose profound strength had actually reached the astonishing level of Tyrant Profound Realm Level 8. The other side was only left with Su Zhizhen, who was at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 6. As for the Yun family, they did not even have any proper candidates to send out because among their young generation, the strongest was only at the Tyrant Profound Realm Level 2. This contest between both sides did not have any suspense even from the start, and no one felt that the current scenario was the least bit odd. In fact, everyone felt that the side the Yun family was on had just lost in a much too miserable fashion. The various great powers within Demon Imperial City gave silent sigh. This was only a competition between the young generation of both factions, and even though it could not be indicative of their true strength, it was clearly sufficient to demonstrate just how dominant Duke Huai's faction was. And his faction possessed a strength that completely suppressed their opposition. And this contest, which was deliberately arranged by Duke Huai, was arranged with 2 goals in mind. The first goal was to drive out the Yun family. The second goal was to use pure strength to oppress and cruelly destroy the other faction's presence, to grind the dignity and prestige of the other faction, the little demon empress included, completely under their heel. And once the Yun family had been expelled, the little demon empress would not have the ability to contend with Duke Huai anymore. Once that happened, Duke Huai would only need an opportunity, whether natural or manufactured, to usurp this illusory demon world. Demon emperors throne. The faces of all the people on the West Wing were shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Once number 6 under Heaven had lost to Bai Jai, they only had 2 people left that were eligible to do battle, and realistically in their hearts, it was akin to only having 1 person left. This was because the Yun family really did not have a single person among their young generation who was up to task. Ah! Su Xiangnan slowly let out a sigh. He patted Su Zhizhen on the shoulder as he said, "Zhizhen, the conclusion has already been reached and our defeat has already been determined. In fact, it has been determined from the very start. It's your turn now. Whether we can get back any of our dignity is now up to you and you alone." "I understand, but not matter the result. I will definitely give it my best shot." After he had finished speaking, Su Zhizhen grabbed his weapon and soared into the sky, landing in front of Bai Jai, who had just won over number 6 under Heaven. He pointed his sword straight, and the aura that radiated out from him was incomparably rich and strong. He did not even show one hint of weaknesses in regards to the great failure of his own faction as he declared, "Su family's Su Zhizhen presents himself. I have never been willing to cross swords with a woman, so it would be better if you simply surrendered and got off this stage." He faced Bai Jai, who was clothed in white and had a figure that was taller than most women. Her face was flushed red, and she faintly showed signs of tiredness, as it was made clear that her recent battle with number 6 under heaven was not easy at all. But upon hearing Su Zhizhen's words, she let out a cold laugh and said mockingly, "Your side has lost in a completely miserable manner, so I don't really know where you are getting the nerve to speak so arrogantly from. And right now you especially don't have the right to look down on us women." "Ah, no, I think you're mistaken there," Su Zhizhen said softly as he gave an extremely contemptuous laugh. "I, Su Zhizhen, will definitely never look down on women. I only look down on ungrateful and traitorous women who are no better than mongrels." "You're courting death." Those venomous words caused Bai Jai to erupt in fury, and her jade sword exploded forward. In an instant, the shadow of an enormous white tiger appeared behind her. The image of this white tiger roared at the heavens, and the sound of its roar spread through all 4 corners of the great hall, causing it to tremble. And in that instant, a strong gale rose up and surged violently. This howling gale was sufficient enough to suppress the roar of the white tiger, and the arena seemed to be engulfed in thousands upon thousands of windstorms. "It's the Bai family's tiger roar domain." Bai Jai's domain instantly radiated outwards to envelop the entire arena. Su Zhizhen's hair and clothes were flying wildly as the wind howled all around him. However, his body was nailed to the ground, unmoving. Then he raised the longsword in his hand and attacked, his sword sweeping forward. Within Bai Jai's domain, besides herself, the strength and speed of every other person would be heavily restricted, but the speed of Su Zhizhen's sword was still as swift as a bolt of lightning. The might of his sword swept away all of the violent hurricanes around him, as a huge tear was immediately formed in Bai Jai's domain. Su Zhizhen sprang forward, and every step he took tore a rip in Bai Jai's domain. The Bai family and Su family both use the sword as their weapon, and they both cultivate wind attribute profound strength. Bai Jai's and Su Zhizhen's profound strength is not too far apart, but in terms of their understanding of the laws and nature of wind profound energy, Su Zhizhen is vastly superior to Bai Jai, so her domain does not pose any threat to him at all. Yun Qinghang said in an admiring voice. At this time, Su Zhizhen had already reached Bai Jai's side, and the body of his sword surged with a dull green wind spiral. This wind spiral may have been infinitesimally small compared to the huge domain of howling winds, but nevertheless, it was strong enough to push aside all of the howling winds surrounding it. Riep, Su Zhizhen's straight thrust violently tore apart the domain in front of him. Bai Jai also raised her jade sword and blocked Su Zhizhen's sword with a loud clank. Immediately, she felt her arm go numb, and an acute pain lanced through the flesh, joining her thumb and her forefinger. Her body swiftly flew backwards, and her jade sword almost flew out of her hand. Even if she was at full strength, she would not be Su Zhizhen's match, much less right now, when she had already exhausted a good portion of her profound strength. Su Zhizhen did not give her any breathing room. His body flicked as he instantly pressed forward. His body was like a howling gale, and his sword was like a thunderbolt. Every slash was accompanied by a howling noise that practically tore the eardrums. The wind spiral on his sword was also expanding rapidly, and after Bai Jai had crossed swords with him continuously, her arm was completely numbed. Her tightly gripped right hand was already stained with blood from the torn webbing between her finger and thumb. Even her cheeks were scored with several long wounds that were inflicted by his sword wind. "You dare to harm my face? I will definitely not let you off." Bai Jai only noticed the pain on her face once she felt it, and this caused her to react like a tiger who had its tail stepped on. She instantly went berserk and roared in fury. The huge figure of a white tiger once again appeared behind her as a whirlwind that was more than 30 meters tall surged up all around her. Su Zhizhen's eyes flashed, and he unexpectedly jumped into the midst of Bai Jai's whirlwind. He did not wait for her to unleash her all-out attack, but instead slapped his sword across her waist. This whip of his sword produced an incomparably loud and extremely clear ring. The whirlwind that was still forming around Bai Jai's body vanished in an instant. Her entire body spun wildly about like a violently spinning top, and she flew directly out of the arena. Ah, women, no matter how strong they still can't accomplish anything big. Su Zhizhen stood where he originally was and somberly shook his head as he muttered to himself. Bai Jai collapsed to the ground as she had been turned topsy-turvy. Her jade sword had also flown off to some unknown location. "Su Zhizhen, I'm going to have it out with you." In front of all the heroes of the realm, a slap of her opponent's sword had sent her flying. As the strongest member of the Bai family in her generation, and one of the most prominent talented women in the entire illusory demon realm. She had never suffered such humiliation before. She hefted her sword once more, and with a yell, gathered herself as she prepared to rush Su Zhizhen. "That is enough!" Bai Jai's charging figure suddenly stopped as an invisible energy barrier appeared before her, not letting her move an inch forward. The Bai family's patriarch Bai Yi stood up and restrained Bai Jai, saying, "You have already lost in front of all who are present. What kind of behavior is this?" It was only then that Bai Jai realized she had already fallen outside the arena limits. She grit her teeth and shot Su Zhizhen a fierce look, but she could only obediently return to her seat after that. Su Zhizhen had defeated Bai Jai. This conclusion was not unexpected in the least. He had cleanly defeated Bai Jai without stretching the fight out, and he clearly managed to preserve most of his profound strength. He stood in the middle of the arena and looked at the east wing seats. Without waiting for a representative to come forth, he raised his sword, pointed it directly at someone who was sitting among the Hellion clan, and said in a clear and haughty voice, "Hellion Ba, do you dare to come out for a match?" This was the first time since this contest had begun that someone had directly challenged an opponent. And the one whom Su Zhizhen challenged was actually the other person who was also termed as the strongest of 12 families' young generation, Hellion Ba. Su Zhizhen was extremely clear that in this contest, the side he represented was undoubtedly going to suffer a crushing defeat. And in order to get back some of their pride, the best method was to defeat the one who was vying with him for dominance at the top, Hellion Ba, and clearly stake his claim on the title of number one, under the expectant gazes of all who were present, and being challenged by a rival who was equal to him in both fame and ability. It was only natural for Hellion Ba to rise to the occasion, because even if he did not want to, he would have to, or else the whole world would think that he was scared of Su Zhizhen. He stood up without a hint of hesitation, flew to the spot in front of Su Zhizhen, and graced him with a cold smile. "Su Zhizhen, it looks like you want to bring this contest to a swift conclusion so you can scram back to your seat with your tail between your legs. If that's the case, I definitely will not disappoint you. The one who's going to scram is you," Su Zhizhen interjected coldly. "Ha ha!" Hellion Ba grinned from ear to ear. "The only thing that's impressive are your words, you pitiful loser. Ah, to think that you are actually as famous as me, Hellion Ba. Woe is me. You have just fought a match with Bai Jai, so you have definitely exerted yourself, even if it is just a little bit. Tusk, don't worry, I, Hellion Ba, will not take advantage of you in any way. I will give you 15 minutes to recover because I do not want anyone to doubt my victory over you, because there can only be one true number one. There is no need." Su Zhizhen's gaze grew cold and he gave a contemptuous bark. "Equals. Perhaps I could still accept that in the past, but right now you are not worthy. To compare me, Su Zhizhen, to an ungrateful and traitorous mongrel like you, it's simply the greatest form of humiliation. Why would I need any rest to beat down a mere lackey like you?" Su Xianxia had always been upright and principled. Even though his son was filled with arrogance, he had inherited his father's traits completely in this point. He was filled with an extreme revulsion and disgust at the betrayal of the 7 great families and the various duke palaces. Hellion Ba's face instantly grew dark and he said, "I had originally wanted to give you some leeway, but you asked for it." "HMPH?" Su Zhizhen gave a cold snort and couldn't be bothered to speak any further. He tightened the grip on his sword and slowly advanced forward with a gaze as cold as ice. His body began to emit a strong sword force as squalls of wind started to quickly circulate around him. With every step he took, the howling winds increasingly raged, as his sword force grew more and more boundless. After he had taken 10 steps, countless of sword shadows danced amidst the great storm. "This is the Su family's stellar wind sword domain," Yun Qinghang explained to Yun Qi. "It is the final form of the Su family's divine wind sword domain. It combines strong winds with sword force, and its killing power is extremely strong. Once the weak are pulled into this domain, they will be broken into tiny pieces. If Su Zhizhen is going to display his stellar wind sword domain right off the bat, it means that he has resolved to go all out." With a roar of thunder, a jet-black sword had appeared in Hellion Ba's hand. Lightning crackled all over the black blade as a domain of jet-black lightning began to slowly radiate forth from his body. But before this domain could fully form, a gust of wind hissed in his face, and Su Zhizhen dashed forward, quick as a flash of lightning. Both swords clashed in the air as both domains also instantly collided together and intersected. Bang, bang, boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, both people had already exchanged tens of blows. Su Zhizhen's sword strokes filled the air, and it looked like an entire galaxy of stars was falling to the earth, while Helion Ba's black sword thrashed about like a raging flood dragon. The two powerful domains tore at each other like a pair of mad beasts, struggling to tear and devour the other. The match between Su Zhizhen and Helion Ba had quickly reached the boiling point. The profound strength of both contestants also began to swiftly rise as they engaged in fierce combat, gradually rising to peak levels after they had finished their initial probing strikes. As wind howled and thunder roared, the match had already gone through hundreds of rounds as both Su Zhizhen and Helion Ba were locked together in a crazy and frenetic battle. But neither could overpower the other. Their domains kept shrinking and expanding crazily at the same time, while the sword energy, wild gales, and galloping lightning had even extended beyond the arena. If it wasn't for the powerful families and duke palaces who used their profound strength to form a barrier around the arena, the entire Great Hall would have been swallowed up by the mass of sword energy, wind, and lightning. How powerful are they really a part of the young generation? A few of the youths who were visiting Demon Imperial City for the first time had long become stunned into insensibility. Being able to qualify to attend this 100-year reign ceremony naturally meant they were the best of the best within their own territories. But the fight before them completely and utterly demolished any arrogance or self-confidence they had possessed before. Even though they had always known Demon Imperial City possessed the highest level of profound strength within the entire illusory demon realm, they had never dreamed that the difference was actually this huge. These two were clearly around the same age as the rest of them. But when they all compared their own ability to the two, it was literally the difference between heaven and earth. Even their most respected and admired seniors did not nearly possess this kind of strength. This is the true strength of the 12 guardian families, an old practitioner said as he sighed deeply in admiration. Within the guardian families, becoming an overlord before 30 is the bare minimum standard. From where we come from, to be able to have a monarch is something that will garner the admiration of everyone around us, and is worthy of 1,000 years of glory. But in the 12 guardian families, a monarch is merely one of the qualifications required to be an elder. Especially the Yun family of 100 years ago, just counting the high-level monarchs who were at least at the 7th level of the sovereign profound realm, there were already a whole 11 people. At these words, all these youths were simply struck dumb, and no one uttered a single word for a long time. Su Zhizhen's sword was as fast as flowing light, and the howling wind sword beams fell like torrential rain. In comparison, Helion Ba's sword was slower, but it was extremely strong and ferocious. Every stroke of Helion Ba's sword was enough to shatter several sword beams that Su Zhizhen shot out. Su Zhizhen's face had been calm and frozen from start to finish, but Helion Ba's face became more and more twisted, because the Su Zhizhen that was before him was practically a madman. Every move and every stroke he made seemed to be directed at a bitter enemy who owed him a huge debt of blood. 90% of his profound energy was focused on offense, and only 10% was used for defense. Under this kind of reckless and life-endangering fighting style, even though none of the combatants had suffered serious injuries, as they were caught in the midst of the crisscrossing and devastating stellar wind sword domain and exploding lightning domain, Su Zhizhen's body had already been charred black, while sword winds carved more than 100 bloody wounds into Helion Ba's body, turning his breastplate into a beehive since long ago. Boom, after a heavy attack, both combatants' domains collapsed simultaneously. Su Zhizhen and Helion Ba shot out like two cannonballs, then landed in two separate corners of the arena. Helion Ba landed on the ground, his profound energy leaking, as the 100 wounds on his body immediately started gushed blood, dyeing his clothes and most of his body red. Even though they were all small wounds, such a large amount of blood was enough to cause him to go berserk. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his hands to viciously tear off the clothes on his body, and roared, "Su Zhizhen, are you really looking for a quick death?" Similarly, Su Zhizhen's body was covered with wounds. While both of them had battled fiercely in the intermingled wind and lightning domains, it was only after they had separated that the audience noticed their wound-covered bodies, and realized that the two were not engaged in a fierce battle. It would be better termed as a bitter struggle. Even though neither of the two had suffered any serious injuries, their crazy fight had struck fear into the hearts of the audience. Su Zhizhen didn't seem like he was in a competition. It looked as if he was putting his life on the line. because this was a fight he definitely could not lose. "Why? Are you scared of death?" Su Zhizhen asked as he coldly laughed. Frankly speaking, Helion Ba was indeed a little bit scared because any sensible person would be scared of a maniac who was putting his life on the line. His face became dark and sinister as his heart became patient no longer. He roared in a low voice, "Since you want to die, let me fulfill your heart's desire." As his voice fell, Helion Ba gripped his sword in both hands. The black sword immediately buzzed as lightning began to revolve around it. In an instant, the space surrounding the black sword suddenly began to distort, and even Helion Ba himself was caught in this fiercely distorted space, as the ghastly ripples of distorted space surged in every direction. The aura emitted by this sword caused the complexion of every person within the Great Hall to faintly change. "Su Zhizhen, did you really think that you had the right to be called the strongest along with me?" Helion Ba's body had also distorted as space rippled all around him. An oppressive aura which seemed to overturn the heavens engulfed the arena and the Great Hall. Even the surrounding sources of light seemed to go dim. He didn't release his lightning domain. Only a mild halo of lightning covered the body of his sword. But the deafening sound of thunder which seemed to come out from nowhere rang through the entire Great Hall. "The heavens have bestowed upon our nine-headed demon snake clan a strong, profound lighting, and a rock-solid body that you humans can never compare with. And under this sword you are only fit to bend your head and kneel. Scram!" Helion Ba's voice exploded as he leaped high into the air. In midair, his body shimmered and the image of huge snake suddenly materialized. The huge snake had 9 heads, and all 9 heads howled at the sky. Then, the mouths of all the heads opened wide, as they rushed down to bite Su Zhizhen at the same time. In the next instant, these 9 snake heads suddenly disappeared and morphed into 9 Helion Bas that simultaneously slashed their swords towards Su Zhizhen. Netherworld Lightning Emperor Slash. Helion Ba could actually use this move, and to top it all off, it is the complete Netherworld Lightning Emperor Slash. The Yan family's patriarch Yan Zijing stood up abruptly as he said in an alarmed voice, "This was not an attack that can be executed at the 6th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm. Su Zhizhen is in real danger now." He turned his head to look at Su Zhizhen, but he discovered that he was still seated in his seat. While the look on his face was grave, it seemed to not be anxious. As a boundless aura descended from above, everyone in the Great Hall felt a deep feeling of suffocation. Those who had a comparatively weaker, profound strength paled, as they felt like their chest was about to crack open. If the effect that this attack had on the audience who were on the fringes of the battlefield was already this horrifying, the power that this sword held was simply unfathomable. Su Zhizhen raised his head and looked at the 9 swiftly descending figures with apathetic eyes. The stellar wind sword domain soundlessly rose up, then swiftly spread out. What the heck is Su Zhizhen doing? Shouldn't he be preparing to either defend or dodge? What is he opening that stellar wind sword domain for? Su Zhizhen turned a deaf ear to all of the yelling around him. Right when the stellar wind sword domain had made contact with Helion Ba's descending figure and was promptly torn asunder by his black sword, both of Su Zhizhen's eyes emitted a cold flash of light. The sword in his hand abruptly flew out of his hand, floated in front of him, and then began to spin at a great speed. A huge vortex of wind swiftly formed as the sword continued to spin rapidly, growing bigger and bigger. "Divine Wind Sword." These 3 words were slowly and deliberately spoken by Su Zhizhen in a deep and low voice. Just when Helion Ba's black sword was only 5 meters away from the top of his head, both his hands abruptly pushed forward. The longsword brought the huge vortex of wind along with it as it suddenly flew out, and it aimed directly for one of the 9 figures that Helion Ba had manifested. What? Helion Ba's heart leaped in fear. The 9 figures he had manifested were naturally not all real, because even though his original body was that of a 9-headed demon snake, with his original body having 9 heads, it definitely did not mean that he could manifest 9 bodies. And of these 9 images, only one was real. The other 8 were just there to disrupt his opponent's senses and state of mind. Yet Su Zhizhen's sword was flying in the direction of his real body. Ah, that's how it is. He used the stellar wind sword domain to probe which was one of the images was Helion Ba's true body. Yun Qi said in understanding, "This sword domain is very different from normal domains. Not only does it need the support of profound energy, it also needs the infusion of strong sword intent. And from the feedback he obtained when all 9 Helion Bas made contact with the sword intent infused within this sword domain." Su Zhizhen instantly figured out which one was the true body. HMPH. After Helion Ba overcame his brief moment of shock, he began to laugh wildly. So what if you know where my real body is? This sword of mine, even if you have 10 more years, you still won't be able to meet it. Helion Ba had not finished speaking when his face suddenly changed color, because the sword that was shooting towards him did not slow down in the slightest despite the oppressive aura being emitted by his netherworld lightning emperor slash. The sword sliced through the layers of profound energy around him like a hot knife through butter, bringing a whirlwind that seemed to beckon the end of days as it stabbed directly towards his body. Boom! Sword met sword in a mid-air collision, and the power of wind and lightning erupted at the same time. In that instant, it was as though two mountains had collided together. The world shook as violent winds howled. It was as if all the air currents in the area had been cleaved apart by a boundlessly tyrannical, profound energy stream, and the entire demon Imperial Hall had become a complete vacuum in the span of 5 breaths. In the center of the crazy and unrestrained vortex of wind and lightning profound energy, two swords clashed together like two flood dragons attempting to tear each other apart amidst the ocean waves, letting out a series of extremely ear-piercing rings as metal crashed against metal. Su Zhizhen stood below, and both of his hands were raised rigidly above his head. Even though his sword had left his hand, it was still entirely under his control. Meanwhile, Helion Ba's body stopped in midair, and his black sword had been completely stonewalled by Su Zhizhen's blade. He actually could not force it to descend another inch. Helion Ba's eyes widened as he struggled, not believing the scene that was unfolding before his eyes. This isn't possible, it isn't possible, this sword, how were you able to block it? Heh, heh. Su Zhizhen laughed, because at this moment he had already seen the conclusion of this fight. Helion Ba, did you think you were the only one who had an ace up his sleeve? The many times I had sparred with you before, I had never used my full strength once, because you are not worthy. Both of Su Zhizhen's hands fiercely thrust upwards, and in a split second, Helion Ba felt the power which was rushing towards him suddenly spike. His black sword was viciously pushed aside, and the profound energy protecting him was easily cleaved apart as an unbelievably huge force smashed into his chest. Scram! Boom! A piercing cry split the air as the black sword in Helion Ba's hand broke in two and flew out of his hand in 2 different directions. Meanwhile, Helion Ba's body fell like a kite which had its string cut and flew towards the west wing. Despite this, the sword carrying the terrifying whirlwind did not continue chasing after him. Instead, it shot upwards, making a giant arc in the air before descending and falling in front of Su Zhizhen. The wind around the sword had almost completely dissipated as well. Helion Quang flew out and caught Helion Ba in midair. Helion Ba's breastplate was shattered, and a bloody hole that was half a foot long was carved into his chest. Helion Quang took a glance at Helion Ba's wounds and coldly eyed Su Xianxia as he declared in an icy voice, Su Xianxia, you have indeed raised an exceptional son. He has managed to learn the divine wind sword at such a tender age. Haha, as everyone has plainly seen, he is indeed quite a bit better than Brother Helion's son, and it would simply be impolite for this Su to refuse the compliment given by Brother Helion. Su Xianxia said in a bemused voice as he chuckled. You! Helion Quang's face grew dark, and he suppressed the urge to let loose a torrent of abuse with much difficulty. Meanwhile, Helion Ba, who was still in his father's arms, began to struggle, and he said, How could I lose to him? This is not possible. I want to compete with him again. That is enough, Helion Quang yelled in a low voice. Your technique was not up to par, so your loss was not the least bit unjustified. It has been made clear that Su Zhizhen has always been concealing a part of his strength, so even if you fought him another 10 times, you would still lose. HMPH, let's just let them grow complacent with this win. This is the last thing they will be able to be pleased with after all. For the first time, the West Wing rang out in applause. The West Wing, which had been completely suppressed, had finally been able to catch a break following the victory Su Zhizhen achieved over Helion Ba. But how could Su Zhizhen attain an easy victory when he was matched against the person who was deemed his equal? He was not only covered in wounds, he had also exhausted close to 90% of his profound energy. As the cheers rang out from the rest, he half knelt to the ground, and it was only after the cheers began to die down that he slowly got up and lifted his beloved sword once more. Who's next? The sword gripped in Su Zhizhen's hand faintly trembled. This was the reaction of muscles which had undergone an extremely heavy strain. However, Su Zhizhen's voice still rang out steadily, and his imposing aura did not weaken in the slightest. Helian Ba covered the wound on his chest, and his gaze directly sought out Jiufang Yu, who was seated in the middle of the Jiufang family. After noticing his gaze, Jiufang Yu immediately shot a look back at him, because once he had met Helian Ba's eyes, he had come to a complete understanding. Helian Ba's extreme rage and bitterness had clearly conveyed a single message to him: avenge me by crippling him. Jiufang Yu stood up and leaped into the arena. He stood in front of Su Zhizhen and said in a merry voice, "Jiufang family's Jiufang Yu is here. I hope Brother Su will give me a few tips." Duke Huai was in the midst of contemplating who he would send out to clear away the spent force Su Zhizhen, when he suddenly saw Jiufang Yu take the initiative to get on stage. His eyes narrowed as a mirthful chuckle rose silently in his throat. Upon seeing Jiufang Yu take the stage, Su Xiangnan, who had been completely calm when Su Zhizhen was battling Helian Ba, abruptly stood up as his eyebrows tightened fiercely. He swiftly transmitted a message: "Zhizhen, be careful." Jiufang Yu's profound strength was not too high, as he was only at the Tyrant Profound Realm level 4. But the truly terrifying thing about the Jiufang clan was that their family's profound art was a horrifying poison art, and their original form was that of a 9-headed poison dragon. This Jiufang Yu also possessed an extremely rare form of dragon poison from birth, the 9 Emperor Venom body, that only appeared in the Jiufang clan once every 4,000 years. If one was poisoned by the venom he carried in his body, even a low-level monarch would have some difficulty expunging it from their body. This point was something everyone in Demon Imperial City knew. Within the entire Demon Imperial City, there were extremely few people who dared to cross fists with a member of the Jiufang family. "Brother Su, you were truly magnificent just now." Jiufang Yu spoke in a whisper that only Su Zhizhen could hear. "However, I would advise you to immediately surrender right now. You should know what outcome awaits you if you end up in my hands." "Cut the crap!" Su Zhizhen slashed his sword. "I, Su Zhizhen, have never been afraid of anyone in this life, and you are definitely not worthy." The corner of Jiufang Yu's mouth crooked upwards. Su Zhizhen was famous for having a contemptuous and haughty personality, so he would definitely never take the initiative to do such a thing like surrendering. He took out his weapon, a dark green longsword, and he said in a voice that was not fast nor slow, "Then you mustn't blame me for not giving you a chance." "Shut your mouth!" Su Zhizhen flung his arm out, and his longsword abruptly flew out with a howl. Shockingly, the tip of the sword was directed at Jiufang Yu's throat. An icy aura flew straight at his throat. This caused Jiufang Yu to immediately break out in cold sweat as he panikedly dodged and swung his dark green longsword, batting Su Zhizhen's blade aside. He cursed silently in his heart. This madman! If it was Su Zhizhen at the peak of his strength, Jiufang Yu would not have been able to send his sword flying with such ease. But right now, Jiufang Yu had not even used 60% of his power, and he had almost caused Su Zhizhen's to lose control of his sword. Su Zhizhen gritted his teeth silently and recalled the sword to his hand. As he leapt forward, wild wind and sword energy gathered around him. All the profound energy in his body rushed out unreservedly, and he stabbed straight towards Jiufang Yu. After he had tasted Su Zhizhen's most recent sword strike, most of Jiufang Yu's worries were put to rest. He advanced a step, and his sword smashed forward. He firmly believed that given Su Zhizhen's present condition, he would definitely not be his match in a direct clash of strength. Bang, both swords clashed together, and profound energy ripples began to spread out to the surrounding area. Su Zhizhen's upper body swayed back and forth, and the sword in his hand bent substantially. It was clear for all to see that he had clearly lost out in this clash of swords. He originally had the profound strength of Tyrant Profound Realm level 6. But right now, in the first clash of arms with Jiufang Yu, who was merely at the Tyrant Profound Realm level 4, he was clearly at a disadvantage. This clearly indicated just how much the battle with Helian Ba had exhausted him. But even his present condition would not cause Su Zhizhen to retreat half a step. The bones in his arms made crisp sounds, but instead of advancing, he moved backwards, and tens of sword shadows filled the air in an instant as they thrust straight towards Jiufang Yu's vital points. Jiufang Yu's eyes were dazzled, but he also did not retreat. Instead, he didn't even look up and simply swept his sword forward. The level of Su Zhizhen's wind sword had reached the pinnacle of perfection, but without strong, profound energy to support them, they had all the menace of a little kitten. Clang, a huge force accompanied his sword stroke, and Su Zhizhen's sword and hands were viciously smashed aside as his body reeled backwards. Jiu Fengyu's eyes flashed, and a sinister smile flashed across his face as well. His body suddenly surged forward, carrying a moss-green smoke that swept past Su Zhizhen's side. Within this moss-green smoke, the figure of a jade-green nine-headed flood dragon also flashed by. Not only was the protective layer of profound energy around Su Zhizhen exceptionally weak, he was also wounded all over. So this green smoke easily penetrated the protective layer of profound energy around him and passed through his wounds to invade his bloodstream. A groan of intense pain escaped Su Zhizhen's throat as his entire body froze and he knelt on the ground, his sword falling to the ground with a crash. His entire body shivered violently as all the wounds on his body began to slowly turn a deep shade of green. Zhizhen, the scenario that he had feared the most, had still happened. Su Xiangnan's face paled with shock. He flew out to land beside Su Zhizhen and swiftly picked him up. Su Xiangnan, the outcome of the battle has not yet been decided. What is the meaning behind your intrusion? Duke Huai thundered. In this battle we admit defeat, Su Xiangnan yelled with gritted teeth. He swiftly examined Su Zhizhen's present condition, and his heart filled with alarm. Su Zhizhen's profound strength had greatly waned, and it was hard for him to resist the poison. What was even harder to restrain was the spread and the outbreak of this poison. This was worsened by the fact that he was covered in wounds, and the deadly poison had entered his body in large amounts from various locations on his body. And for the current Su Zhizhen, this poison would kill him in a short period of time. Su Xiangnan swiftly channeled his profound energy and used all his strength to restrain the virulent poison in Su Zhizhen's body. He fiercely turned his head and fiercely stared at Jiu Fengyu. Hand me the antidote right now. Antidote? Jiu Fengyu asked with an innocent expression. In regards to that, this junior has the 9 Emperor Venom body, so it is somewhat different from the other members of my family. And it is very hard to concoct the antidote for this kind of 9 Emperor Dragon poison, so this junior only has a few pills altogether. Today I left the house in quite a hurry, so I forgot to bring it. However, with the deep and resounding profound strength of Patriarch Su and the other seniors of the Su family, I believe that cleansing this junior's lowly 9 Emperor Dragon poison should be a simple matter. The various great elders of the Su family had all flown to Su Zhizhen's side, but after examining his condition, all of their expressions abruptly changed. You bastard! Su Xiangnan raged in fury. You clearly knew that my son's body was covered in wounds and his profound energy had greatly weakened, but you still deliberately used such a heavy poison. He has no strength to resist the poison at the moment, and if we use external energy, it is extremely easy to injure his internal organs. Hand me the antidote immediately. If not, do not blame me for being impolite. Su Xiangnan, what do you mean by that? The Jiufeng family's patriarch Jiufeng Kui stood up and coldly eyed him while he said, Poison arts are our Jiufeng family's clan profound art. It is a matter that is open and above board. My son defeated him with our family's profound art, honestly and in a straightforward manner. Given your son's attitude, he can only blame himself for his own inferiority. Don't tell me that in the midst of battle, when you are battling your mortal enemy, you would actually hope that he would bequeath an antidote to you. Jiufeng Kui, you... Su Xiangnan was filled with indignant anger, but the antidote was in the hands of the other party, so even he was extremely furious. He did not dare be too fierce with his words. He took in a large breath, and he turned to the little demon empress. If the little demon empress intervened, the Jiufeng family will definitely not dare to withhold the antidote. But this would also lead to his own side becoming mired in passivity. At this time, Yun Qi rushed over and he arrived at Su Zhizhen's side. He quickly took out a dull yellow medicine pill and placed it in Su Zhizhen's mouth. Swallow this pill immediately, hurry. As he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Zhizhen to respond. He directly used his profound energy to push the yellow pill into Su Zhizhen's stomach. It was only then that the elders by Su Zhizhen's side reacted and yelled in alarm. What did you feed the young patriarch? As their voices fell, they sensed that the poison in Su Zhizhen's body had suddenly weakened. The poison began to lessen at a shocking speed, and in the span of a few breaths, the green on Su Zhizhen's body gradually dimmed, until the green tinge disappeared altogether. Yun Qi's hand stealthily moved away from Su Zhizhen's chest. The medical pill he had fed him was only an ordinary profound recovering pellet. It was a sleight of hand performed by Yun Qi, because what truly cleansed the dragon poison was naturally the sky poison pearl. The 9 Emperor Dragon poison was indeed scary, but in front of the Sky Poison Pearl, it was no different from any ordinary poison. It was completely purged from Su Zhizhen's system in the blink of an eye. The terrifying feeling of the deadly poison eating away at Su Zhizhen's body miraculously disappeared. Not only had the poison in his body completely disappeared, the moans had also stopped coming from his mouth, and under everyone's surprised gaze, he even slowly stood up all by himself. This, Su Xianxia, who had his palm pressing on Su Zhizhen this whole time, and all the elders from Su family, clearly felt the 9 Emperor Dragon poison completely disappear from Su Zhizhen's body. It completely disappeared, rather than being suppressed. They were one of the guardian families aside the Jiufang clan for a full 10,000 years, so they naturally knew very clearly how strong the Jiufang clan's poison art was, and knew how scary the 9 Emperor Dragon poison was. Even if someone was as strong as them, it would still take quite a while to completely neutralize the 9 Emperor Dragon poison from Jiufang Yu, a mere tyrant profound realm level 4 if they got hit. The yellow pill that Yun-Chi fed Su Zhizhen dissolved all of the 9 Emperor Dragon poison in the time of only a few short breaths. Even with their experience, it was hard for them to believe it. Su Zhizhen naturally knew best about the status of his own body. He looked at Yun-Chi with astonished eyes for a while, then he cupped his hands and said sincerely, "Brother Yun, thank you for saving me. Father, all the gathered elders, I am okay now." Under the supervision of everyone present, the Jiufang clan naturally wouldn't really kill Su Zhizhen with poison. But if the 9 Emperor Dragon poison was dragged out long enough, there was a very likely chance that it would deal permanent, irreparable damage to Su Zhizhen's body, or even to his profound veins. If the Su family wanted to get the antidote sooner, they would have had to lower their heads to the Jiufang clan. So, not only did Yun-Chi dissolve the poison in Su Zhizhen's body, he also saved the Su family from lowering their dignity. With Su Zhizhen's personality, if his clan had to kneel down to the Jiufang clan because of him, it would be harder to endure than simply killing him. So towards Yun-Chi, whom he hadn't paid much attention to before, his heart was now filled with gratitude. It really was a miracle medicine. A few of the elders from the Su family gasped in a low voice. If it weren't in consideration for their location, they would definitely do everything to find out what miracle medicine Yun-Chi fed Su Zhizhen. Within the time of a few breaths, it completely dissolved the 9 Emperor Dragon poison that was spreading within his body. With this medicine, they would be invulnerable to tens of thousands of poisons. Su Xianxia nodded heavily towards Yun-Chi. Even though he hadn't spoken, his gratitude was already shown all over his face. What happened? With the presence of the venom disappearing from Su Zhizhen's body, he stood up as if nothing had happened. Jiufang Yu and the people of the Jiufang clan were all stunned. Even though they only saw Yun-Chi feeding Su Zhizhen a single pill, the same word appeared in all of their minds: impossible. In this world, how could there possibly exist a medicine that could dissolve the 9 Emperor Dragon poison that easily? That's absolutely impossible. It must be only temporarily suppressing the poison. That must be it. Everyone in the Jiufang clan was shocked. They absolutely would not believe, and absolutely could not accept that the poison in Su Zhizhen's body was really cleansed that easily by a single pill. If there really was a pill like that, then wouldn't the poison art of their clan become a joke, become nonsense? That poison just now, Su Zhizhen will remember it. Su Zhizhen gave Jiufang Yu a vicious look, and with the help of Su Xianxia, he sat back into the seats of the Su family. But Yun-Chi didn't leave right away. He faced Jiufang Yu and said without expression, "Jiufang Yu, when Su Zhizhen fought you hand to hand, his entire body was already wounded, and his profound strength had dropped drastically. You could have beaten him easily, so why did you use poison? Does your entire Jiufang clan consist of insidious, sinister people?" Towards Yun-Chi, whose body only released a sky-profound aura, Jiufang Yu was completely uninterested to even look at him. He was a renowned top genius of illusory demon realm, and the #1 of the Jiufang clan. In his eyes, a mere sky-profound realm didn't even deserve the word trash. He tilted his head and asked lazily, "What kind of a thing are you? When did a useless thing like you have the right to question how I fought against Su Zhizhen?" "Oh, I finally remembered, weren't you the one who talked back to Duke Huoi, the useless godson that Patriarch Yun had adopted, MN? What, is it possible that you are the person representing the Yun family for the next round? Ha 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 ha." After saying that last sentence, Jiufang Yu immediately burst into laughter. Yun-Chi laughed as well. "You are correct. I am the one representing the Yun family, who is also your opponent now. Ahem. Jiu Feng Yu's laughing stopped abruptly, and then he started laughing once again. He laughed until he was staggering back and forth and was almost out of breath. You, a sky-profound realm piece of trash representing the Yun family, be my opponent. Ahaha, ha ha ha. The words Jiu Feng Yu said before were just pure mockery. He didn't think that the Yun family would send someone who was only in the sky-profound realm, because this realm couldn't even be qualified to serve as a stopgap. He didn't expect Yun Qi to give him a confident answer. It was as if he heard the most hilarious joke in the world. People in the East Wing instantly fell on the ground laughing, and the same laughter came from every corner in the hall. The West Wing had lost miserably, and the competition was a foregone conclusion. After Su Zhizhen lost, they only had one last contestant left. This competition was started because of the Yun family, and the result also determined the fate of the Yun family. Therefore, the Yun family would have to send someone out no matter what. Even though the Yun family's young generation had fallen, and even though it would be a loss for sure, the Yun family made the claim that they could lose the competition, but they absolutely could not lose their morality and momentum. They should have sent the strongest of their young generation to battle with all their might against Jiu Feng Yu. Even if they lost, they would not yield no matter what. They shouldn't let someone who was only in sky-profound realm, someone who didn't even qualify to serve as a stopgap into the arena. If they really did so, wouldn't the Yun family be humiliating themselves? So, aside from everyone laughing, they all thought that it was Yun Qi making the decision on his own. Everyone still vividly remembered all of his shocking impulses, actions, and words from before. This boy is here doing comedy, right? When he spoke against Duke Huai before, I thought he was courageous. Turns out he was just a hothead after all. He is merely in the sky-profound realm. He can't even be compared to me, yet he still wants to represent the Yun family. Doesn't he know that this is stripping off the Yun family's face? Even I can't watch this. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to face anyone ever again. The dignified Yun family patriarch, how could he adopt such a son, Sai? The whole audience fell over laughing. The little demon empress crescent brows locked tightly. A soft laugh sounded as Duke Huai stood up and said smilingly, Yun Qi, you are representing the Yun family. Is this your decision or Yun Qinghong's decision? Yun Qi didn't answer. Yun Qinghong slowly stood up and looked at Duke Huai. Just as everyone thought he was going to overrule it, he softly said, Of course this is my decision. The last person from our side, and the person who is representing our Yun family, is Yun Qi. Does Duke Huai have any objections? Whoa. It was no surprise that as soon as Yun Qinghong spoke his words, the whole hall was surprised. Almost everyone was staring in bewilderment, followed with even more noise coming from all directions. Yun Qinghong didn't even have to listen to know exactly what they were saying. It was definitely things like, Yun Qinghong must have gone mad. But not everyone was like this. Some were gaping, some were laughing loudly, but Duke Huai wasn't laughing, and many people from the 12 families were also deep in thought. Many people from the 12 families knew Yun Qi saved Xiao Yun and number 7 under heaven when they were assaulted outside the city 3 months ago. Especially the Under Heaven clan, the Hellion clan, and Duke Huai's people. They even knew that Yun Qi had not only saved them from 3 first-level Tyrant Profound realms, he even instantly killed a level 1 overlord. His powers were absolutely not as simple as they looked on the surface. Yun Qinghong's decision displayed this fact even more clearly, because Yun Qinghong was absolutely not a fool. 7th treasure, when Yun Qi saved you that day, did he really only use one move to slay a level 1 overlord? At the seats of the Under Heaven clan, unparalleled Under Heaven confirmed with number 7 Under Heaven. Of course it's true. Number 7 Under Heaven nodded with certainty. Third uncle, I was there when it happened. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. I tested out his strength that day. Number 1 Under Heaven gazed at Yun Qi and said, when he attacked, his profound energy aura was still at the 10th level of the sky profound realm. It was unmistakable. But his combat capabilities were at least at the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. Jiu Feng, you might not win for sure in this battle. Wait and prepare to be surprised. Number 1 Under Heaven pronounced, at least, articulately, even though the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound realm was the resulting strength of his test that day. He also felt that it was possible that Yun Qi had not used all of his powers. A person who was smart enough would definitely not reveal all of his strengths that easily. If that really was the case, then we've got a show to watch. A Sky Profound Realm Level 10, holds the strength of a mid-stage overlord. How was this cultivated? In the history of the whole illusory demon realm, there absolutely hasn't been such a jump in levels of strength, said Unparalleled Under Heaven as he lowered his eyebrows. But then he followed it with a sigh to himself. Sigh, even if his strength really exceeds the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, what good will it do if he won against Jiufang Yu? This miserable losing situation is impossible to fix. Even if Jiufang Yu lost, they still have the kid from the Xiao family, the last from the Qiang family, and the 3 sons of Duke Huo and Duke Zhang, Sai. At least he could win back a large amount of momentum. Greatest Ambition Under Heaven gave a sideways glance and said, I'd like to see if he could surprise us. If this kid could really win this fight, then it would be a ruthless slap in their faces. And even if we lost, our hearts would be more at ease. Yun Qinghang's decision to put him last must have been for this purpose. But Yun Qi is only Yun Qinghang's adopted son after all, not someone from the Yun family. Usually, he wouldn't be qualified to represent the Yun family. Number 5 Under Heaven opened his mouth and said, If no one from either side opposes, then why are you worrying about it? Greatest Ambition Under Heaven said as he waved his hand. Even if they were aware of this, they definitely won't say anything about it. They can't wait to use this opportunity to brutally humiliate the Yun family. Sai, I hope this kid can actually win. No objections, of course no objections. Duke Huo said smilingly and said, Since Patriarch Yun trusts your adopted son so much, your adopted son must be extraordinary. Then this Duke will wait quietly for the exciting showdown next. Hey, Patriarch, this is a serious matter. Please think clearly about this. None of the elders of the Yun family could sit tight any longer, and they all spoke up in agitation. A younger disciple from the Yun family speedily stood in front of Yun Qinghang and said, Patriarch, this disciple requests to take Yun Qi's place. Even though this disciple is not as gifted, I will fight until death and will definitely not shame our clan. Say no more. Yun Qinghang waved his hand firmly. Go back to your seats. If there's anything you want to say, save it for after this competition. Yun Qinghang's voice was strict and determined. The elders and disciples all looked at one another and didn't dare to say another word. Yun Qinghang sat down and looked at the Yun Qi on the stage. In his mind, he thought about the speed and concealing skill that deeply impressed him 3 days ago, and the golden crow's exploding flames that night outside of Demon Imperial City, even though he never really tested Yun Qi's strength. Simply based on that night when Yun Qi enraged the little demon empress and still came back alive. It was enough for him to believe that his son's strength was absolutely stronger than he had predicted. Chair, let father see what performance you would present. Not everyone in Demon Imperial City knew about Yun Qi saving Xiao Yun and number 7 Under Heaven from the 3 overlords. Even if they heard about it, they wouldn't take an unfamiliar name to heart. Jiufang Yu was one of those people. For someone at the 10th level of the Sky Profound Realm, even if he was incredibly gifted, his strength would at most be half a step into the Emperor Profound Realm. Jiufang Yu felt humiliated that he was faced with an opponent of a garbage level, in a location like the Demon Imperial Hall, with all the heroes of the realm gathered here. To lessen the mortification as much as possible, he felt like he couldn't just defeat him immediately even if he could crush his opponent with only one fingertip. He had to humiliate him as much as possible, or else he would feel like he couldn't show his face anywhere in the future. He stood there in a crooked posture, signaled Yun Qi with his finger, and said in a lazy tone, Then let's fight. Come, grab your weapon and attack me all you want. I will stand right here and let you slash me 30 times. If I flinch at all, then consider it my loss. How about that? Heh, Yun Qi laughed slightly. That's okay, I don't think I'll need a weapon to deal with you. Jiufang Yu got so angry he burst into laughter. He now believed that what he encountered wasn't a weak chicken, but a complete idiot. He felt like his class level, and even his IQ had all been smacked down just from standing face to face with him. Indeed, you don't have to use your weapon because the result would be the same whether you use it or not, Jiufang Yu said as the corners of his lips twitched. Are you sure you want to stand there without moving and let me attack you 30 times? Yun Qi rolled his wrist for a moment and revealed a provocative gaze. Enough of your rubbish. Jiufang Yu started to become impatient. For trash like you, not only 30 moves, even if I stood here and let you attack me 300 times, you wouldn't even damage a single hair. Really? Yun Qi's face looked completely amazed and rolled his wrist even more fiercely. Then I'm going to try. Jiufang Yu's words were not carelessness due to ignorance. There was, after all, a huge gap between the Sky Profound Realm and the Emperor Profound Realm, and the difference between Tyrant Profound Realm and Emperor Profound Realm could be thought of as a natural chasm. Hence, the comparison between the Sky Profound Realm with the Tyrant Profound Realm would be like the difference between Earth and Heaven. If an overlord were to casually release a little profound energy for defense, even if a profound practitioner in the Sky Profound Realm attacked with all his might, he would not be able to injure the overlord even one bit. Sky Profound Realm and Tyrant Profound Realm could no longer be likened to a difference in levels. It was simply two different worlds. Therefore, even though everyone thought that Jiufeng Yu was reckless and haughty, other than those who knew of Yun Qi's actual battle prowess, no one thought that Jiufeng Yu was acting carelessly. Yun Qi walked forward leisurely to the front of Jiufeng Yu, and when he was 3 steps in front of Jiufeng Yu, he slowly raised up his right arm. As he swung his fist threateningly at Jiufeng Yu, he confirmed once again, "When I hit you, are you sure you're not going to block?" HMPH. Jiufeng Yu laughed coldly. "Are you deaf? I've already said that I'm not going to block. If I even move one bit, consider it your victory. This is my magnanimity towards you, bestowing rubbish like you such a chance. If you waste my time any longer, I'm going to knock you down." "All right," Yun Qi nodded, raising his fist. "Since that's the case, I'm going to attack. You must receive it pro per lie." When he said his last word, Yun Qi stepped forward quickly and swung a punch, which landed straight on Jiufeng Yu's chest. Yun Qi's punch was not quick, and the profound strength released by it was indeed only at the peak of the Sky Profound Realm. However, the fluctuation of profound energy was not strong, and anyone could tell that Yun Qi did not use his full strength when he threw the punch. In the hall, many looked on with contempt. They thought, not using weapons, nor using his full strength, this soft-looking punch was something even I could receive, let alone Jiufeng Yu. Truly a fool who was unaware of consequences. Jiufeng Yu laughed coldly as he saw Yun Qi's fist approach. Even though he did indeed not move, it didn't mean that he was not going to retaliate. From how he saw it, facing someone as low-level as Yun Qi, he just needed to use profound energy to cause a backlash that would be enough to cripple Yun Qi's arm. From Jiufeng Yu's gaze, Yun Qi could guess what he was thinking and laughed coldly in his heart. Suddenly, the right fist that he swung started to accelerate and landed onto Jiufeng Yu's chest. The punch looked neither hard nor gentle, and the bang sound it produced was neither soft nor loud, only a little abnormally dull. As everyone had expected after being punched by Yun Qi, Jiufeng Yu did not retreat one bit, nor did his body sway even a little. Within the hall, roars of laughter immediately erupted, but the laughter did not last very long. It subsided as everyone suddenly felt that something was a little amiss. After being punched by Yun Qi, Jiufeng Yu indeed did not retreat one bit, nor did his body sway, even his expression remained the same. As Yun Qi leisurely pulled back his fist, Jiufeng Yu's expression still had not changed. He didn't utter any insults and mocking words that he should had. Yun Qi stepped back and looked at Jiufeng Yu with a smile. What happened?" Finally, Jiufeng Yu groaned with a hoarse voice. His eyes opened wide and his eyeballs bulged exaggeratingly, nearly coming out of his eyes. Following that, his body slowly collapsed like a pile of clay, and in an instant, he laid on the floor with his hands clutching his chest in misery, curled up just like a cooked prawn. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain, after which, he vomited a huge mouthful of blood mixed with white foam. Following that, his nose, eyes, and ears all started to bleed. "Wah, what?" Everyone in the hall had their mouth agape in shock. Nearly everyone was stunned, and a few patriarchs, dukes, and elders suddenly stood up with a face of complete shock. After being stunned for a while, Jiufeng Qiu was instantly horrified and flew from his seat, landing beside Jiufeng Yu. He immediately picked him up and scanned his body with his profound energy. Instantly, his face darkened as he stared viciously at Yun Qi. "You!" Upon his inspection, all of Jiufeng Yu's internal organs had been displaced, and more than 10 of his ribs were deformed. Even though they did not break, it was much scarier than breaking. It was as though they had been forcefully reshaped. Other than his vitals, his chest had nearly turned into a blob of goo, and countless meridians were destroyed. His injuries could only be described as extremely serious, much worse than what Jiufeng Qiu had expected. "He has already fallen for 10 breaths of time. Patriarch Jiufeng, you have lost." Facing Jiufeng Qiu's murderous look, Yun Qi was not one bit afraid as he calmly stated. Yun Qi did indeed not use his full strength in his previous punch. However, it still packed the strength of at least several thousand kilograms. If Jiufang Yu had blocked with all his strength, he might have been able to resist it. However, facing Yun Qi, who was only in the sky profound realm, he didn't bother to even use 1% of his strength. Although Yun Qi's punch did not cause him to retreat, when the extremely frightening destructive power came in contact with his body, it converted into countless streaks of energies, easily shattered his protective profound energy and spread all over his body, severely injuring him. What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Yun, like most of the others present, was completely stunned. He actually crippled Jiufang Yu in one strike? Yun Qinghang muttered in a low voice. As he and Mu Yuru looked at each other, they could see the deep shock present in each other's eyes. In the hall, everyone was stunned. All the patriarchs were shocked, and even Duke Huai's face remained stiff for quite some time. He naturally knew that Yun Qi had defeated a level 1 overlord 3 months ago. When Jiufang Yu was acting insolently, he already predicted that Jiufang Yu would be at a huge disadvantage, but did not inform him, as he wanted to see whether Yun Qi, who was clearly in the sky profound realm, really had the same strength he had heard of. The end result was that even he, who was extremely scheming, was deeply shocked. One strike, just one strike, and he caused Jiufang Yu, who was in the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, to collapse to the ground, severely injured and bleeding from all the orifices of his head. The gaze in which Duke Huai, as well as everyone present, looked at Yun Qi instantly changed drastically. Until now, there were still a large majority of people who did not believe what they had seen. Yun Qi boyo. The severity of Jiufang Yu's injuries sharpened Jiufang Qi's mind, and all the anger within him started to boil as he glared viciously at Yun Qi. How dare you be so ruthless towards my child? So, what does Patriarch Jiufang want? As the patriarch of the Jiufang family, Jiufang Qi emitted an undoubtedly heavy pressure out of his anger and profound strength. But in Yun Qi's eyes, it was like a mere fart. If not 10,000 times, he had experienced such a scene at least 8,000 times, and he leisurely said, "It was your son who wanted to stand there without moving and let me hit him 30 times. I had never made such a request at all, and I was still afraid your son could not take it. Hence, I did not use my full strength." In the end, who would have expected his body to be so trashy, to have collapsed in just one light punch? Patriarch Jiufang, instead of thanking me for acting magnanimously, you still want to blame me. Just now, when Yun Qi was confronting Duke Huai, Jiufang Qi already experienced Yun Qi's glib tongue. He didn't even lose his composure when he faced Duke Huai, let alone now, when he faced Jiufang Qi. Jiufang Yu's injuries were severe, and there was a chance that he might be paralyzed in the future. Now that he was also being rebutted by this kid who injured his son, Jiufang Qi was so angry his muscles twitched. He howled, "This was only a sparring competition, yet you acted so viciously. If anything happens to my son, I will take your life." Me acting viciously? Yun Qi narrowed his eyes and laughed. Just now, when Jiufang Yu maliciously caused Su Zhizhen to be poisoned, what did you say? How can you blame someone else for your own lack of skills? During battle, are you perhaps hoping for your enemy to treat you more gently? You! Jiufang Qi's face instantly darkened to the color of a pig's liver. Jiufang Qi, your son has already lost, and instead of quickly bringing him away, you are acting mightily in front of a junior. Su Xiangnans shouted with a voice that was filled with mocking intent. Your own son was lacking, yet acted so arrogantly. Losing in such an unsightly manner was his own fault. As a father, not only are you not going to discipline him more strictly and treat this with shame, you also plan to exact revenge on a junior. Is the Jiufang family just a bunch of worthless and laughable people who cannot afford to lose? Just now, when Su Zhizhen was poisoned, the arrogant face that Jiufang Qi displayed was something that he remembered in his heart. However, he did not expect to be able to take revenge so quickly. On one hand, he was defending Yun Qi, but it was more so to take this opportunity to add insult to injury, saying all that caused his heart to feel extremely satisfied and comfortable. The anger and resentment he held due to Su Zhizhen's poisoning was released with that shout. Just you wait. Jiufang Yu's injuries were too severe, and treatment could no longer be delayed. Jiufang Qi glared at Yun Qi and Su Xiangnan viciously, then brought Jiufang Yu out of the arena. In his heart, he was deeply shocked that Yun Qi could severely injure Jiufang Yu in one strike, and at the same time, fully knew that Yun Qi had intentionally attacked so heavily. If this were any other occasion, he would not care about his status and would definitely personally cripple Yun Qi, however. because the little demon empress was overseeing matters and everyone present was watching intently. He had not choice but to endure. The entire hall still had a strange atmosphere as everyone who was previously mocking, laughing at, looking down on, jeering and scoffing at Xianxia, now looked at him in a completely differently light. Su Zhizhen looked surprised as well, the shock causing him to forget the pain of his injuries as he startledly mumbled, What is going on? Looks like we have completely underestimated this Xianxia." Su Xiangnan looked at Xianxia with an abnormal gaze, saying, Jiufang Yu was careless, that was why he did not defend, but even so, to severely injure him in one strike, Zhizhen, his strength is probably not below yours. Su Zhizhen. Could he be using some treasure to hide the level of his profound strength? No. Su Xiangnan shook his head confidently. When not using your profound strength, you can indeed rely on treasures to hide or suppress the aura of your profound energy. But once you release your profound energy, there's no way of hiding it anymore. The profound energy aura of the attack he used on Jiufang Yu was indeed still in the peak of the sky profound realm. It can't be wrong. All the elders who were puzzled as to why Yun Qinghang had sent Xianxia to participate now stared dumbfoundedly. All the disciples of the young generation also stared widely as they were struck dumb. They had finally started to understand why Yun Qinghang had sent Xianxia to represent the Yun family. Just what is with this kid's strength? Helion Ba bitterly said as he supported his chest, with gritted teeth. He had originally wanted to see Jiufang Yu torture Su Zhizhen with his poison to alleviate his hatred, but it was cured by a mysterious medicine Xianxia gave him. Also, despite his clearly rubbish strength, he defeated Jiufang Yu in one strike. HMPH, Jiufang Yu was just too careless and did not defend with any profound energy at all. That must be why he was so badly injured with just one hit. Although this kid's strength is a little abnormal, if Jiufang Yu were to fight seriously against him, it's not possible that Xianxia would be his match, Helion Peng said with a gloomy look. This duke thought that the competition was about to end and did not expect you to actually beat Jiufang Yu. That has given this duke a pleasant surprise. Duke Huai looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, Your profound strength is only at the sky profound realm, but your abilities are comparable to that of a mid-stage overlord. Such an unbelievable leap between levels and strength is something unheard of. It's no wonder the Yun family patriarch made you his godson. Pleasant surprise? Xianxia laughed. I'm afraid this pleasant surprise might soon turn into fright for you. Ha 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 ha. Duke Huai laughed heartily. Things that are able to frighten this duke do not exist in this world. Ha! The corners of Xianxia's lips slowly hooked upwards. Duke Huai, don't be too sure of what you said because things that will frighten you might suddenly pop out. If I haven't remembered wrongly, there should be 5 more people from your side that have not fought yet. Who's next? The word haughty was clearly written all over Xianxia's face, and the target he was haughty towards was none other than the dignified Duke Huai. Duke Huai laughed intriguingly. This duke understands that youths with some talent are often arrogant. Looks like defeating the young master of the Jiufang family has caused your confidence to grow. Do you really think that if it were not because Jiufang Yu had underestimated you due to the difference in profound strength, that you would be able to defeat him so easily? Xianxia's expression did not change. It was still an expression that was too lazy to argue. He looked straight at the east wing seats and casually said, Who's coming next? After Xianxia shouted, no one from the east wing seats reacted. Xiao Donglai, Qiang Yanwu, Hui Yi, Yuan Kue, Hui Ran, these 5 were the powerhouses of the east wing seats who had not battled yet, but they did not appear to move. Especially Hui Yi, Yuan Kue, and Hui Ran, the 3 of them only glanced at him lazily, obviously looking down on him, despite him crippling Jiufang Yu in one move. Xianxia laughed. Duke Huai, looks like your side only has a bunch of cowards. Since that's the case, why not surrender now? Our Yun family is very interested in those few kilograms of purple-veined divine crystals. Once Xianxia finished, numerous people in the hall burst out laughing. Even an idiot could clearly tell that among the remaining 5 people, none of them was willing to fight with Xianxia. Hui Yi, Yuan Kue, and Hui Ran were the top 3 members of the illusory Demon 7 scions that shook the world. If possible, they would rather not fight Xianxia. As for Xiao Donglai and Qiang Yanwu, even if they beat Xianxia, defeating someone in the sky profound realm was not something to be proud of, and if they were to enter a stalemate or even lose, they would become the laughingstock of the entire demon imperial city. Based on the fact that he had crippled Jiufang Yu with one move earlier, the latter was not completely impossible. There were 5 powerhouses remaining, including the transcendent existence of the top 3 members of the illusory Demon 7 Scions. But only Xianxia was left for the East Wing seats. Yet he was so arrogant that he asked the other side to surrender. Even a respected elder almost could not help it and nearly burst out laughing. From the Xiao family seats, someone stood up suddenly, pointed towards Xianxia and laughed. Xianxia, do you know how much of a clown you are right now? Heh, is it because you just beat Jiufang Yu, and you suddenly now think you're invincible and can act so insolently? It's so laughable. Do you really think you defeated Jiufang Yu because of your own abilities? Jiufang Yu's defeat was something that he himself was seeking. If he was a bit more serious, any casual attack might have been able to take your life. Fundamentally, he did not lose to you and instead lost to himself. The person who stood up was the young patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Donglai. When he finished speaking, a violent gust was raised. Wind sounds resounded, and then a figure abruptly flashed, appearing in front of Xianxia at the speed of which caused many people in the hall to gasp. Xiao family, Xiao Donglai. Xiao Donglai stretched out his hand, and a spiraling lump of profound light appeared in the palm of his hand. Among the 12 people here, my strength is probably the weakest, but to beat a ridiculous, wild kid like you, 2 fingers is more than enough. Xianxia glanced at him and uttered lifelessly, "Such rubbish." Xiao Donglai's eyes narrowed as he laughed coldly. "Be obedient and take out your weapon. Let me shatter it along with your dreams? No need." Xianxia folded his arms in front of his chest as he said with disdain, "You look weaker than that Jiufang Yu. Since he was not qualified for me to use my weapon, for you there's even less need for me to." Everyone clearly saw Xianxia's insolence when he spoke to Duke Hua and knew that he was a master of lawless insolence. However, now that he was experiencing it firsthand, Xiao Donglai nearly exploded in rage. His voice started to tremble. "Good, very good, this is what you asked for." Whoosh. The cries of the raging wind resounded from every corner of the hall as a heavy gust suddenly brewed. On Xiao Donglai, jade-green profound glow flickered, and the figure of a Pegasus loomed behind him. Then Duke Huai sent him a profound energy sound transmission. "Use all your strength to fight, don't underestimate him." Xiao Donglai's breathing slowed down a little as the profound glow on him surged. Around him, a storm that almost seemed real brewed. When facing Xianxia, who did not use his weapon, he naturally would not use his either. With his palm facing Xianxia, he said with disdain, "Come, let me see how long you can struggle within my stellar storm." At the same time, Yun Qinghang's voice rang beside Xianxia. "The Xiao family is a clan of the Pegasus race, and although their wind-profound energy is not really strong in attack, their speed is best among the 12 families. Whether it's their displacement, instantaneous movement, or shadow clone technique, they are all extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Be careful." Rip. Just as Yun Qinghang had finished his sound transmission, the howling of a savage storm resounded intensely, and the Xiao Donglai who was before him disappeared, replaced by no less than 10 afterimages that seemed neither real nor fake, yet somewhat real and fake. Around each afterimage was a spiral of violent wind that could shatter rocks into smithereens. "Wah, what kind of move is this?" "This is the Xiao family's stellar shadow clones. In some respects, the Xiao family's profound movement skill can be said to be the best in the world. In terms of speed and movement skills, there are no forces within the entire illusory demon realm that can compare with the Xiao family." Xiao Donglai used stellar shadow clones immediately after coming up. Does he want to defeat Xianxia instantly? More than 10 afterimages, and all of them look the same. How can one handle this? Xianxia stood rooted to the ground and didn't move at all, as though he had been struck dumb with shock. As the afterimages approached, just when they were less than 3 meters away from Xianxia, the most outer right afterimage suddenly accelerated, swiftly approaching Xianxia with lightning speed. Rip. Even though the air was being ripped apart violently, the afterimage did not disappear, however. What Xiao Donglai managed to rip was merely the air and an afterimage. After a short moment, he swiftly used an instantaneous movement technique as his heart twitched at the same time. His Xiao family was the best in illusory demon realm when using afterimages, but the afterimage attack that he used immediately after coming on stage, which shocked the whole hall, had only hit his opponent's afterimage. This was simply the greatest humiliation. When he turned around, he saw Xianxia rushing towards him. As he approached, his body suddenly shook and Xiao Donglai's vision blurred for an instant. Then he saw that there were now 4 images of Xianxia in front of him. They rushed towards him from the front, top, left, and right respectively. Seeing this, his eyes sunk and he laughed coldly to himself. Previously, when I let you pass me using your afterimage, that was because I wasn't prepared. Yet you still dare to flaunt your afterimage in front our Xiao family. You're courting death. Being the family that was focused on movement skills, the Xiao family was naturally adept at countering other movement skills. Among them, they were the most adept at countering shadow clone techniques. With the violent gust blowing within the entire arena, he could rely on the wind profound energy to differentiate the real and fake afterimages. However, in the next instant, Xiao Donglai's eyes widened because based on the feedback of his wind profound energy, all four figures of Xianxia were his real body. How was this possible? Xiao Donglai was at a loss and didn't dare to defend haphazardly. Instead, he retreated with great speed. In terms of speed, he strongly believed that among the young generation, no one could possibly match him. However, as he retreated, he found that Xianxia's figure was coming closer and closer. And as Xianxia neared, three of his other figures disappeared, and his actual body was now not even 3 feet from him. The Xiao family's speed and profound movement skills were indeed the best within illusory demon realm. But in terms of instantaneous movement and afterimages, how could they compare to Star God's broken shadow? As for speed, how could they compare to extreme mirage lightning? When placed in front of Xianxia, the Xiao family's biggest advantage was like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Seeing Xianxia approaching closer and closer, Xiao Donglai's eyes widened again, as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Luckily, he reacted quickly, utilizing all of the profound energy within him and pushed his palms out intensely, shooting out 2 gigantic whirlwinds, which looked like 2 gigantic dragons dancing in midair, straight at Xianxia. Xianxia threw his palms out at nearly the same time as his entire body shined with an ethereal ice-blue, profound radiance. Following his advancement into the sky profound realm, his initial restriction on the frozen end divine arts due to his lack of profound strength had naturally been overcome as well. He broke through the stage of frozen end profound seal and was only half a step away from the 6th stage, frozen end heart seal. Crack, 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 crack. When the violent windstorm came in contact with the glow of the frozen end, the clear sounds of something freezing was instantly heard. One breath later, the pale green wind spirals turned pale blue, and after 2 breaths of time, the wind spirals were completely sealed by ice and just remained in place, turning into 2 tornado-shaped ice sculptures. Within the hall, the audience's eyes either stared widely or seemed as though they were about to pop out from seeing the most unbelievable scene in this world. This kid actually practices ice profound skills? But what type of profound skill is this? It's actually able to seal even wind profound energy. This? Mu Yubai had already stood up and was shocked into incoherence. The Mu family profound skill was an ice profound skill that had been passed down for 10 of thousands of years. Being the young patriarch of the Mu family, he was naturally an expert regarding ice profound skills and had practiced them to the extreme. He could seal many objects in this world in ice. However, this was the first time he had seen someone using ice to seal the profound energy released by another person. If he had seen the day when Xia Qingyu used the frozen end divine arts to seal phoenix flames, his jaw would probably have dropped out of amazement. Everyone gathered within the Demon Imperial Hall was broadly knowledgeable as they were the top experts from all of Demon Illusory Realm. However, not one of them had seen profound skills being sealed in ice, and they were shocked, stupefied. Some people even stood up in surprise and repeatedly checked to ensure that what they were seeing was not an illusion. Bang, bang, bang. Following Xianxia's aggression, the ice-sealed storm shattered as though it were normal ice. Xiao Donglai was so shocked that he had lost any form of composure and stared blankly at the quickly approaching Xianxia. As his arms shook, a long spear appeared in his hands, then swept up a huge whirlwind. With a loud roar, he shot the spear viciously at Xianxia, and the figure of a mighty Pegasus, spreading its wings and howling, emerged at the tip of the spear. Rip! The long spear shot straight through Xianxia's figure, but all it tore apart was an afterimage. Xiao Donglai was instantly stunned, given that his senses and perception had been thoroughly trained by his wind profound skill. He still did not detect when Xianxia had used his instantaneous movement. Luckily, his reaction speed was fast. He withdrew his profound energy at top speed, then guarded his entire body. Boom! As though an extremely heavy sledgehammer had been mercilessly smashed onto his back, Xiao Donglai's back instantly concaved deeply, and the profound energy that he had gathered to defend his body shook violently, almost completely dissipating. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiufang Yu had been knocked out and bled from every orifice on his head in just one blow. If he had not guarded his body with all his profound energy, such a frightening blow would definitely severely injure him. Even more so, Jiufang Yu, who did not bother to defend, had received such a blow directly to his chest. In the midst of the deafening noise, Xiao Donglai flew away like a bullet, spinning around several times in midair before he barely stabilized his body using wind profound energy, and landed at the edges of the arena. As he landed, he staggered and directly half-knelt onto the ground. His face had become exceptionally pale. Following a gulping sound, he forcefully swallowed the blood that had already rushed to his throat. And before he had the chance to stand up, he heard the howling of the wind in front of him. As he raised his head, he saw Yun Qi's ice-cold look, which was not more than 30 meters away from him. Facing Yun Qi now, how would Xiao Donglai dare to have any more scorn and arrogance? He gritted his teeth, ignoring the internal injuries he suffered, and condensed his profound energy. He grabbed his long spear tightly, but before he could completely stand up, profound light flashed under his feet, and a huge tree of frozen ends sprouted from the ground. Growing quickly, and within one breath of time, it had towered into the sky until it reached the top of the hall. Frozen End's fourth stage, Tree of Frozen End. The branches of ice and leaves of snow of the huge Tree of Frozen End wrapped around Xiao Donglai densely, and he could only struggle for a short while before being completely sealed in ice. Even though he had quickly utilized all the profound energy within him, he could no longer move one bit. It was as though cold energy that came from an icy hell had entered his body as he felt all the blood in his body rapidly freezing over. Goodbye. The corners of Yun Qi's lips hooked up in his mutter, and he gradually opened his outstretched hands. Ping! The Tree of Frozen End suddenly exploded, and the skies were filled with ice crystals which caused the temperature in the hall to drop drastically. Even those who sat at the corners of the hall shivered intensely due to the cold. Among the dreamlike ice crystals, the completely frozen Xiao Donglai flew out without struggling, just like a lifeless corpse, and even when he had landed onto the ground, he still did not move. The hall was now silent once again. The audience that was previously struck dumb by Yun Qi, who had crippled Jiufang Yu with one blow, was stunned yet again. It could even be said that they had been shocked senseless. When he severely injured Jiufang Yu in one move before, they could acknowledge it as Jiufang Yu's carelessness in not preparing and defending while also assuming that Yun Qi's specialty was strength. 99% of the audience believed that if they were to fight head-on, Yun Qi would never be Jiufang Yu's match. After all, Jiufang Yu was from the guardian families that had a 10,000-year heritage. In terms of foundation and profound arts, Yun Qi could not possibly compare with him. However, Yun Qi's fight with Xiao Donglai was a true and honest confrontation. Furthermore, once Xiao Donglai had entered the arena, he had used the Xiao family's most dangerous afterimage attack, but that was countered by Yun Qi's own afterimage attack. The full-force storm attack that he had executed was sealed in ice by Yun Qi. In his panic, he had used his weapon, but it was still easily defeated by Yun Qi. Even the speed that the Xiao family boasted to be the fastest within the illusory demon realm was quickly obliterated by Yun Qi. Not only was this round an honest confrontation, Xiao Donglai had used all the advantages he possessed, yet was still defeated by Yun Qi, and it was a tragic defeat. Numerous people were shocked, numerous people were baffled, numerous people were dumbfounded, and even more people could not believe their eyes. In the Mu family seats, even Mu Feiyan had stood up, and he himself did not know when he had done so. Seeing Yun Qi, who was walking leisurely back to the edge of the arena, his beard trembled intensely as he said in a daze, "This kid is unbelievable, unbelievable. What kind of profound art is he using? There's actually such a frightening ice profound art that I have actually never heard of in this world." Mu Yuking exclaimed in shock. Mu Yubai shook his head. Our Mu family have always boasted that our ice profound skills are unrivaled in this world, but compared to this kid, just based on the fact that he could encase profound energy in ice, our family's profound skill already cannot be compared to his. To someone in the sky profound realm that can match a mid-stage overlord, such speed, such a movement skill, such an overbearing ice profound art, and he even cured. This kid simply has too many secrets on him. No, even if it costs my life, I must make him my sworn brother. Big brother is actually so powerful. Xiao Yun had his mouth agape in shock. Husband, is he really our son? Mu Yuru grabbed Yun Qinghang's hand as her emotions went from nervousness to shock to being so agitated that she had nearly lost control and spoke incoherently. This child that heavens had returned to this couple gave them far too many surprises. She felt that she was still in a dream, and the deep relief and pride caused her tears to well up uncontrollably. Yes, he is our son. Yun Qinghang nodded strongly as his quivering eyes revealed a deep sense of emotion and pride. The various Yun family elders were all flushed, and even the three grand elders, Yun Jiang, Yun Zai, and Yun He, couldn't help but nod. The Yun family disciples who previously snorted surreptitiously and normally looked down on Yun Qi in secret were now so ashamed that they wanted to hide their heads. Xiao Donglai was carried back to the Xiao family seats by the Xiao family members, and at this point, everyone from the Xiao family was staring at Yun Qi. However, those were not looks of anger, but looks of shock and disbelief. Yun Qi had completely overwhelmed Xiao Donglai in terms of speed and movement skills, which were what the Xiao family had always been the most proud of. They were so shocked that they could not even shout a phrase back in anger or retaliation. The members of the Jiufeng family who were voicing out their discontent and unhappiness over Jiufeng Yu's defeat had all shut up as well, no longer able to say that Jiufeng Yu had only lost due to his carelessness. Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai's strength were around the same level, so since Yun Qi had defeated Xiao Donglai in a mere 5 rounds of exchanges, even if Jiufeng Yu had fought with his all, the result would have also been a huge loss under Yun Qi's hands. They had completely predicted Yun Qi's strength wrongly. No, it was just that Yun Qi's strength had completely defied their logic. If one could defeat someone who was 1 level higher in the Tyrant Profound realm, he would have had to be an unparalleled genius. The ultimate profound handle of the Yun family could, at its limits, allow them to release strength 2 Tyrant Profound levels higher than their own. There was a huge gap between the strength of each level of the Tyrant Profound realm, and the massiveness of this gap was something that talent could not easily overcome. Unlike in the Spirit, Earth and Sky Profound realms. An early-stage overlord being on par with a mid-stage overlord was already like a legend that had been actualized by no more than 5 people throughout the entire history of the illusory demon realm. As for a throne being on par with an overlord that had never been seen or heard before. Something like a person in the Sky Profound realm being on par with someone in the Tyrant Profound realm, and it was the middle levels of the Tyrant Profound realm, was something that had never occurred before in all of history. If it were not for them seeing it for themselves today, even if it were told that by the most respectable person in the world, they would never have believed it. But such a person was standing in front of them now, with a profound strength at only the 10th level of the Sky Profound realm. He had beaten Xiao Donglai, who was in the 4th level of the Tyrant Profound realm. Furthermore, it had only been 5 exchanges. No one could imagine just how Yun Qi could release such frightening strength when he was only in the Sky Profound realm. Such a bizarre leap in strength was something that could only be described as heaven-defying. At the very least, one must possess immeasurable talent to become capable of fighting across levels. Could one's talent truly be this great, to such an extent? Duke Huai's expression stiffened. Defeating Xiao Donglai head-on and severely injuring the defenseless Jiu Fangyu were 2 completely different concepts. His profound strength could not be faked, and his strength was made clear in everyone's eyes. At this point, even Duke Huai's heart was completely filled with shock. Hui Ran, who had always been looking down, uninterested, finally looked up and glanced at Yun Qi. He snorted. HMPH, seems a bit interesting now. This brat's strength is indeed a bit exaggerated. It seems like Qiang Yanwu might not necessarily be his match. The number 2 of the illusory Demon 7 Scions, Duke Yuan Kue, commented with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Behind him, Duke Huiyi looked sullen as he stared at Yun Qi for a while before laughing coldly. This Duke also hopes that Qiang Yanwu loses to him as well. If that happens, this Duke can personally cripple him. Oh, Duke Yuan Kue turned his head around and said, "Speaking of which, this Yun Qi brat seemed to have spoiled your grand plans a month ago. This is indeed a great chance. This Duke originally thought that we wouldn't have to appear on stage, but it looks like this game has suddenly become very interesting. I hope that this brat won't be burnt into ashes by Qiang Yanwu's flames, otherwise it would spoil your fun." "Don't worry." Duke Huiyi laughed eerily. "Falling into Qiang Yanwu's hands is probably not much more comfortable than falling into my hands. That woman is extremely vicious. Even though this duke would lose the joy of doing it personally, I can at least save my energy and wouldn't have to dirty my hands. If nothing goes wrong, Chair's next opponent is probably the Qiang family's daughter, Mu Yuru softly said, her face revealing some worry. No need to worry. Yun Qinghang placed his hands on Mu Yuru's hands and consoled. Although the strength of the Qiang family lass is far superior to that of Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai, Chair has not used his full strength yet. Even now, he has not used his weapon. Dad, do you know what weapon Big Brother uses? I have never seen Big Brother use his weapon and always thought that he wasn't proficient in using them, Xiao Yun asked. Yun Qinghang shook his head, recalling the heavy whistling sound that came from when Yun Qi was in the practice room. He replied softly, "It's not that your big brother is not proficient in weapons. If I haven't guessed wrongly, he probably specializes in some sort of heavy weapon." Heavy weapon? Xiao Yun stared widely. It is not because your big brother is careless that he has not utilized his weapon until now. It is probably because the weapon he specializes in is very taxing to use. Yun Qinghang looked at Yun Qi, who was on stage, and calmly said, "It's obvious that he is considering the circumstances ahead and is trying to minimize his energy consumption. Naturally, only when he feels his opponent is strong enough to threaten him would he take out his weapon." At this point, a fiery red figure was now standing in front of Yun Qi. It was the figure of a gorgeous, tall young woman. She had scarlet hair and even her beige-colored skin had a hidden tint of red. She was Qiang Yanwu of the Qiang family. When Qiang Yanwu went onto the stage, all the boys in the hall instantly cheered. Although her looks were considered pretty, they were not divine. However, she dressed wildly and seductively. Her top was a short, tight-fitting leather shirt, and her bottom was a pair of short and tight, high-waisted leather pants. The outline of her breasts, arms, stomach, and thighs were completely revealed, and many young men's eyes sparkled as they salivated upon seeing them. Qiang Yanwu was obviously very used to such attention and noises as she held her head high, acting noble like a cat and arrogant like a peacock. Being from a race of true dragons, the Qiang family had always possessed the nobility and arrogance of their bloodline. Among the 12 families, the Qiang family's strength was ranked third and only paled in comparison to the Hellion and the Su family. As Qiang family's strongest within the young generation, Qiang Yanwu was even a female, and the only daughter of the patriarch Qiang Bailey. No matter her identity, race, or strength, she naturally had the rights to be arrogant. Even when facing Yun Qi, who had easily defeated Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai, her arrogance, or perhaps more accurately insolence, did not lessen even one bit. Two useless men simply lost our guardian family's face. Qiang Yanwu's scarlet eyebrows were upturned, and although she was muttering to herself, her voice was not soft. Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai could clearly hear what she had just said. She removed the scarlet whip from her waist and swung it, which caused sparks to fly and invoked a deafening "pa" sound. "You are called Yun Qi. If you do not want to lose too repulsively, honestly take out your weapon. This princess does not want to be bothered with bullying an unarmed man." Every word Qiang Yanwu uttered was filled with deep arrogance, and Yun Qi could detect the aura of a true dragon from her body. The dragon was the king of all beasts, and no matter human or demon, under such an aura, it did not matter how strong someone was. They would instinctively feel a sense of fear, however. Yun Qi naturally would not, because in him was the bloodline of the primordial azure dragon. Simply comparing the dragon breath, the scorching sunfire dragon was not even fit to compare with the primordial azure dragon. Facing the arrogant Qiang Yanwu, Yun Qi did not take out his weapon. Instead, he folded his arms in front of his chest and leisurely said, "I'm the opposite. I like to bully girls holding weapons while barehanded." Hey. Yun Qi's posture caused Qiang Yanwu to laugh. Her laughter was clear and ear-piercing. She swung her whip and said with contempt, "Yun Qi, do you think that just by simply defeating two male trash, you can act so insolently in front of me, Qiang Yanwu? In my Qiang Yanwu's entire life, no one of the same level has ever been able to beat me. When you die miserably later, don't say that I didn't warn you." Yun Qi crooked his mouth and said, "You're a lady, and yet you're born so arrogant that you've barely looked at anyone without conceit. Looks like your family never disciplined you properly. Never mind today, let me help your family discipline you a little. At least next time when you talk to people, you'll be more reserved." "Discipline me. In the entire illusory demon realm, there is not a man capable of disciplining me." Qiang Yanwu's eyes narrowed as she said, "As for you, you dare speak in such a manner towards me. I shall make you kneel down and beg for forgiveness today. This Qiang last temper is really as the rumors say, Yun Qinghong plainly said. She is the sole daughter of Qiang Bailey and also the strongest from the current generation of the Qiang family. Within the entire Demon Imperial City, there is no one of the same age, male or female, who is her match. Furthermore, with the temperament of a teenage girl, her behaving superciliously was only a natural thing. With such temperament, she would suffer losses sooner or later, Yun Qinghong calmly said. After he spoke, he frowned slightly and sent a sound transmission to Yun Qi. Chair, don't underestimate your opponent. Your opponent, Qiang Yanwu, possesses the bloodline of a true dragon and was thus innately born with a strong physique and the power of dragon flames. The whip in her hand is known as the Fiend Dragon Solar Whip. Although it looks simple, it is actually a tyrant profound artifact and one of the greatest artifacts the Qiang family possesses. Even without injecting profound energy into it, it can move mountains, crack boulders, and even fill the skies with dragon flame. You must be careful not to get hit by it. Yun Qi nodded slightly in reply to Yun Qinghong's sound transmission, and when he looked, Qiang Yanwu had already flown into the air. Her body ignited a deep, purple dragon flame which soared into the air, and in an instant, completely covered the entire ceiling of the hall. It was as though a curtain of purple flames had been pulled down from the ceiling. Although Qiang Yanwu acted and spoke arrogantly when she attacked, she already used nearly all her strength. It seemed that she didn't dare to act too carelessly and look down on Yun Qi, who had defeated Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai. Seeing how she attacked, members of the Qiang family heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Qiang Yanwu was usually very arrogant, she did indeed have the strength to be so. Since she had used her full strength, there was no reason why she would lose to Yun Qi. Furthermore, she still wielded the Fiend Dragon Solar Whip that even a high-level overlord would be worried about. Yun Qi, open your doggy eyes and let me show you the difference between us. Whoosh. When Qiang Yanwu swung the Fiend Dragon Solar Whip in her hand, numerous flames shot out, which turned into swift, purple-colored flame dragons. Along with the dragon flame that filled the sky, her whip rushed towards Yun Qi, with her figure followed swiftly behind the dragon flame. An extremely deep purple flame was ignited on the entire Fiend Dragon Solar Whip. The air around the flame dragons distorted severely, and the tens of thousands of people behind Yun Qi all felt a scorching heat wave approaching them, which nearly burnt their organs, causing them to scream in shock. Although they were so far away, the effects were still so obvious. It was not hard to imagine just how frightening the dragon flame was. Yun Qi's hair and shirt were swept up by the scorching heat waves, yet he did not retreat one step. Swinging his hands, his entire body shined with a blue glow as he released the frozen end divine arts with full strength. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of the ice materializing was extremely ear-piercing, and the 20-odd flame dragons all froze over quickly when they were within 15 meters from Yun Qi. Following the spread of the blue glow, the solidifying of the ice spread at a frightening pace, turning each purple-colored flame dragon into blue-colored ice dragons. Damn, even dragon flame can be frozen. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Yubai directly jumped up. If even he had such a reaction, one could only imagine the level of shock the other members of the Mu family were experiencing. This was also the first time Qiang Yanwu had experienced such a scene in her life. She was slightly stunned, and her expression changed faintly. With a shout, the dragon flame once again ignited, and the figure of a scarlet dragon appeared prominently behind her. Then among the dragon flame in the air, 3 of the flame dragons forcefully broke out of the ice seal and rushed straight at Yun Qi. Boom! The hall shook, as though 3 meteors had fallen from the sky. Flames soared upwards, and among the exploding flames, Yun Qi jumped to a great height. Just as he stabilized himself, a scarlet figure flashed in front of him, and the Fiend Dragon Solar Whip filled the sky with whip shadows. The whip shadows brought along scattering purple flames that covered Yun Qi as though it were pouring rain. Yun Qi focused his gaze, and he used Star God's broken shadow to move instantly, causing all of the whip shadows to hit nothing but thin air. Yun Qi attacked with one hand, sending out a frozen lotus that instantly passed through the dense dragon flame and whip shadows, then exploded in front of Qiang Yanwu's chest. Ping! Qiang Yan backflipped and lost balance, but she still forcefully swung the Fiend Dragon Solar Whip in her hands. The whip itself was 3 meters long, but at that instant, it suddenly grew to 30 meters long and lashed out viciously onto the body of a shocked Yun Qi. The whip in Qiang Yanwu's hands was the fiend dragon solar whip. It could even a mountain in one lash. The sound produced when the whip lashed onto Yun Qi was so deafening that everyone's hearts pounded violently. Yun Qi was also, without a doubt, sent flying by this lash. "Chair!" Mu Yuru stood up instantly and anxiously shouted. Regarding the Qiang family's fiendish dragon solar whip, she was very clear on how frightening a lash was. Yun Qingheng quickly held her hand as he gradually frowned. Seeing Yun Qi being sent flying by the lash, the entire hall cried with shock and members of the Qiang family smiled slightly. Previously, when the scorching sun dragon flame was being largely encased in ice by Yun Qi, they were shocked. However, no matter how eerie his ice-profound skill was, this lash would cause him to at least lose half his life. During this competition, Yun Qi had indeed caused a small commotion, but now it was time for everything to end. However, just as their smiles appeared, their faces had become serious once more. Yun Qi, who had been sent flying by the lash, did not roll on the floor pathetically like they had expected. Instead, he spun in midair and landed casually. The lash landed on the right side of his back, and the clothing there was completely torn, revealing a foot-long red mark on his skin, which was more white and tender than a woman's. His hand stretched to his back and touched the red mark as he continuously hissed, "SSS? Ow, oh wow, it's really painful." The previous cries of surprise instantly disappeared as everyone had been dumbfounded, especially the Qiang family, whose members stared with mouths agape, their chins about to hit the floor. Not only was the fiend dragon solar whip's name was well known within Demon Imperial City, it was also reputed in the whole illusory demon realm. An overlord wielding the fiend dragon solar whip could guide the power of the fiend dragon and the strength of the sun, and could easily sweep mountains flat, even break fine iron into pieces. If it were used to whip the body of a mid-stage overlord, even with the lightest strength, it would cause a deep bloody scar or break a large surface of bone and take half their life away. But on Yun Qi's body, there was only an extra red mark on the red mark. Not a single drop of blood was seen. Everyone who had heard the great name, Fiend Dragon Solar Whip, was thinking the same 5 words in their mind. How could this be possible? Was it possible that Yun Qi's body was even stiffer than 10,000-year-old fine iron? Or did Qiang Yanwu fail to use enough strength just now? This was perhaps the only explanation. They never would have thought that not only did Yun Qi's body have the dragon god's bloodline, he also had the protection of the strength of heaven and earth, and had been through a tempering thousands of times scarier than hell. Those 18 months on the primordial profound arche, even though 18 months were short to a strong, powerful, profound practitioner, those 18 months of tempering for Yun Qi's body were still incomparable to thousands of years for ordinary profound practitioners. Within those 18 months, Yun Qi's profound strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his body was refined until he was almost to the extent of abnormal. At the moment, his profound strength was far from the realm of monarch, but even if his body withstood an all-out attack from an early-stage monarch, it would be impossible to take his life, and it would even be unknown whether or not he would be seriously injured from it. His healing ability was so strong that even late-stage monarchs would find it difficult to attain. Besides, this was only a tyrant profound weapon in the hands of a mid-stage overlord. It surprised him a little that this fiend dragon solar whip was able to leave a red mark on him. Of course, what he was surprised about was different than what everyone else was surprised about. "You little hussy, I had been merciful to you, but you dare to lash me. If today I don't lash you back, my last name will not be Yun." Yun Qi gritted his teeth, flew up, and initiated an attack on Qiang Yanwu. Dozens of frozen end lotuses bloomed in the air, spinning as they pounded toward Qiang Yanwu. As the master of the fiend dragon solar whip, Qiang Yanwu knew best about the power of the tyrant profound weapon in her hand. When she saw Yun Qi, who had merely complained that it hurt without bleeding a single drop after getting struck by the whip, it was the first time in her life that she felt so unsettled and worried. Usually, she would drag her father Qiang Bailey to fight and exchange pointers. This whip on Qiang Bailey's body was a similar red mark like that. His body, for it to be comparable to father's, that's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was only about 20 years old, and he seemed to be younger than herself, and her own father was a monarch who could look down on the heavens. How could they be compared with each other? It must be because that lash wasn't solid enough out of hurry. That must be it. Qiang Yanwu raised her head up high, held tightly onto her fiend dragon solar whip, as flames rose from her entire body. Following her deep roar, red scales appeared clearly on the back of both of her hands and above her forehead. Even her hair grew out speedily. In a blink of an eye, it was 3 times longer than before and danced freely in the rising dragon flames. The dragon aura around her, along with the flame aura, was completely doubled from before. At the same time, the flames on her body quickly spread. Within the time of one short breath, it radiated all over the range of the arena and turned the arena a deep purple. It was as if they fell into a purple flame purgatory, and in this purgatory, hundreds of red flame dragons quickly formed and danced carelessly. This is the Qiang family's scorching sun domain. Qiang Yanwu is going to use all her strength. Someone shouted with surprise from the sidelines. I have already completely mastered my scorching sun domain. You are not even a small throne, so it's impossible for you to use your domain arts to cancel out my domain. In this limited arena area, if you leave the domain, you will lose, but if you stay in it, you will die. Qiang Yanwu yelled as she laughed coldly while the scorching sun domain built up. Yunqi's ice lotuses all melted before they could touch her body. Fire attribute domains were mostly attack-type domains, and the scorching sun domain was no exception. The high temperature within the domain alone was enough to melt profound iron, and the fire dragons dancing chaotically in the domain could directly take the enemy into the deep abyss of death. But forget about Qiang Yanwu, who was only a mid-stage overlord. Even if a high-level monarch who could look down upon all of illusory demon realm had cast this domain, it couldn't hurt a single hair on Yunqi's head. Yunqi stood in the same spot, silently watching Qiang Yanwu waste her energy. He reached out his palm, and a blue light suddenly flashed in the center of his palm. Tree of Frozen End. In the center of the arena, which was also the center of Scorching Sun domain, a large, sturdy, and strong tree of Frozen End rose from the ground, growing at an incredible speed within the dark purple flame domain. A severe frozen aura also followed as the tree of Frozen End grew and spread. Even though it was growing in a world of flames and high temperature, it insolently pressured the high temperature beneath itself, forcefully freezing the fire and the dancing dragons. It even abruptly tore open a large hole in the center of the Scorching Sun domain. What? The Qiang family's patriarch Qiang Bailey stood up immediately as he stared at that ice crystal tree in the middle of the Scorching Sun domain with an expression full of shock. That ice crystal was clearly releasing an aura of the sky profound realm, but the thickness was no less than that of a mid-stage overlord. Its profound energy aura was almost the same as the Scorching domain, but even though they were even, it was standing arrogantly in the Scorching Sun domain. The only explanation was that the level of this ice attribute profound art was far stronger than their Qiang clan's dragon flame. This is unbelievable. Mu Yubai widened his eyes and even his voice was trembling. What kind of profound art is this? This strong ice attribute profound art, I felt that its level isn't lower than the Demon Emperor clan's Golden Crow flame. Why haven't I ever heard of this before? This Yunqi, what background does he have? He only used one profound skill and completely dissolved Qiang Yanwu's Scorching Sun domain. Many of the audience lost control and yelled in surprise. Even though they were in the Scorching Sun domain, what Qiang Yanwu felt was a wave of piercing cold. That large tree of Frozen End was standing right in the sea of flames just like that, without any sign of melting. On the contrary, it was slowly starting to swallow up the Scorching Sun domain. Her pupils shrank continuously. Then she suddenly gritted her teeth, shouted, and swung the fiend dragon solar whip, abruptly whipping it towards Yunqi. It was clear that her Scorching Sun dragon flames were losing miserably in front of Yunqi's Frozen End divine arts. So if she wanted to beat Yunqi now, she could only rely on the fiend dragon solar whip in her hand. She swung her wrist, made a slight movement, and instantly brought a whole sky of red whip shadows. Yunqi had experienced the power of the whip just now, so of course he wouldn't dare let himself get hit by it. Whipping his body was one thing, but if he wasn't cautious and it whipped on his face, then it would be no joke. If Yunqi had his heavy sword in his hand when facing these 10,000 whip shadows, he would only have needed to defend it by placing his sword horizontally without even needing to open his eyes. But with his bare hands, he naturally couldn't be as careless. He immediately retreated backwards and moved quickly under the shrouding of the whip shadows. Afterimages swept one after another. Star God's broken shadow was used in coordination with extreme mirage lightning, and Qiang Yanwu's whip shadows blotted out the sky. But after continuous thousands of whip shadows, None touched his hair at all, and the crowd off stage were all stunned seeing this. His profound art and movement skills are all incredibly strong. Yun Qinghang couldn't help but be deeply impressed. Yun Qi's master must be remarkable. Indeed. Mu Yuru's hand was still on the location of her heart, but there was no nervous expression on her face, only surprise, joy, and pride. She knew that it was already impossible for Yun Qi to lose this battle. Flame Dragon's Fury, maintaining the Scorching Sun domain while also attacking with all her strength, caused Qiang Yanwu to already be out of breath with flushed red cheeks. On the other hand, even though Yun Qi had been dodging this whole time, he was calm and didn't seem to be tired at all. Qiang Yanwu gritted her teeth angrily, and the silhouette of a dragon above her body flashed. The sky was overrun with the shadows of whips overlapping each other, which then transformed into a 33-meter-long furious flame dragon that angrily crashed towards Yun Qi. Boom! The flame was more than 33 meters high, and the incredibly rock-hard, profound jade floor was actually cracked with a dark, deep scar. Yun Qi flashed with speed into the air and dodged this attack, but following this, he felt the surrounding Scorching Sun domain suddenly riot. He raised his head, then saw the entire Scorching Sun domain completely collapse in an instant. All the purple flames and flame dragons within the domain came towards him crazily. "Chair, be careful!" Mu Yuru's body tensed as she yelled out of nervousness. "This woman actually plays dirty," Yun Qi scoffed in disdain. His arms opened and the blue light on his body flickered. The area surrounding him up to 33 meters away immediately became a frost-blue world of ice. As soon as any of the purple flames and flame dragons approached, they were immediately frozen. Not a single lick of flame could touch his body. Just as he was supporting the frozen end divine arts, the fiend dragon solar whip came from one of the corners of the surrounding sea of flame and instantly crossed the 33-meter distance. The tip of the whip was like a poisonous snake sticking out its tongue, as it aimed straight for Yun Qi's right eye. Yun Qi had already experienced the fiend dragon solar whip's extension, so he was prepared for it long ago. However, once noticing where the whip was attacking, he tightened his eyebrows and fury started burning in his heart. Originally, he thought this woman was only arrogant. He didn't think that her heart would be so vicious. This time Yun Qi didn't dodge. He reached out his palms with lightning speed and directly grabbed on the fiend dragon solar whip that was lashing out to him. Seeing Yun Qi's actions, Qiang Yanwu stuttered and then started laughing coldly. "It's your own death wish." Pa. A loud shocking sound. The fiend dragon solar whip hit right in the center of Yun Qi's palm, and under everyone's shocked gazes, he just grabbed onto it. In the next instant, the fiend dragon solar whip suddenly burned with purple flames, and it immediately spread onto Yun Qi's entire arm. Before Qiang Yanwu had even gotten the chance to laugh proudly, the purple flame on Yun Qi's arm suddenly extinguished. It didn't matter how much profound energy she tried to instill, it wasn't able to burn again. Yun Qi grabbed onto the other end of the fiend dragon solar whip, then forcefully wrapped and jerked on his end. With his strength so great, how could Qiang Yanwu defend? On top of that, she had already exhausted a large amount of her profound energy. Under this strength that she couldn't defend against, she lost hold of the fiend dragon solar whip. It made a red half-arc in the air, got grabbed by Yun Qi into his hands, and he immediately whipped it down. Having lost her weapon, Qiang Yanwu was suddenly at a loss. When the fiend dragon solar whip came towards her in the air, she screamed in surprise and tried to dodge backwards with all her strength. The fiend dragon solar whip missed, but she didn't have the chance to take a breath before a current of cold air suddenly came from underneath her feet, causing her entire body to stiffen. Immediately after, another tree of frozen ends started growing speedily, its ice crystal leaves and branches spreading and trapping her within. At this moment, Yun Qi swung out the whip that was in his hands again. It went through the layers of ice crystal leaves and branches with extreme precision, and severely whipped her bottom that was wrapped tightly by her fire-red leather pants, producing a crisp, loud paw sound. "This whip is for when you whipped me before," Yun Qi said viciously as he reeled the whip back. The sound of the crisp whipping resounded in the entire hall, followed by Qiang Yanwu's scream. The hall, which was originally noisy, immediately became quiet. Everyone was completely stunned, especially the young generation's elites in Demon Imperial City. Their eyes widened so much their eyeballs almost popped out. Qiang Yanwu, who never put any man in her eyes, the most arrogant Qiang princess in the entire Demon Imperial City, was in this Demon Imperial Hall, with everyone watching, being whipped on the butt by someone. And the sound of the whip was so loud. Xianxia naturally wouldn't use too much strength, so he only whipped off her protective, profound energy to hurt her a little. But the pants weren't even ripped from the whip. Xianxia bottom felt hot, spicy pain. But even if it hurt 10 times more, it couldn't be compared to 1/10 of a thousandth of the humiliation she was feeling in her heart. From when she was a child to when she grew up, Xianxia was held in the palms of the entire family. She was admired by every man and women. No matter where she went, she was a proud peacock, bearing countless men's ashamed gazes of inferiority as well as gazes of reverence. But today, a man who was holding her whip whipped her butt in front of everyone. "Xianxia, you boz!" Xianxia didn't even finish yelling when Xianxia whipped again. "Pa," as it whipped on the other half of her butt. "This whip is for when you wanted to viciously destroy my eye before." Xianxia's hand swung and dashingly pulled back the whip. Even though the spiritual consciousness and intelligence of the whip made it so it was a bit restless in his own hands, when he wielded it, using it seemed to be pretty smooth. "Xianxia, I'm going to kill you?" This type of humiliation made Xianxia scream viciously. Her body violently started to struggle in the restraining tree of frozen end, but when the dragon flame managed to light up, it was immediately extinguished. Meanwhile, the tree of frozen end's leaves and branches were quickly spreading this whole time, becoming more dense. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't get out of it at all. Xianxia swung the whip in his hand, looked at her out of the corner of his eyes, and said, "You can surrender now. Kay, kill me if you have what it takes. Even if I die, I will not surrender to a bastard like you." Xianxia's face was burning red, her chest almost exploded with anger, and she was still struggling all she could. Her eyes were staring at Xianxia viciously, and it seemed like she wished she could burn him to ashes with her gaze. "Oh, very well. I admire your personality." Xianxia nodded, smiling. "If you say so, then, no surrendering later, okay?" Amidst soft laughter, Xianxia leisurely swung up the whip. Another paw of a whip hit Xianxia's bottom, and this whip made a moderate rip in her short leather pants. "Xianxia, there'll be a day when I'll tear you to pieces." Xianxia was like an enraged female leopard as she roared at the top of her lungs. Xianxia pretended to not hear it and whipped again all cheerfully. "Don't surrender. No surrendering, okay?" This lash finally made Xianxia drop a tear. She clearly felt that her pants that tightly wrapped on her butt had started to rip. "I don't know when you'll be able to tear me to pieces." Xianxia was playing with the whip as he indecently smiled and said, "But what I am sure of is, a few more of these lashes and your clothes will be all ripped to pieces. At that time, everyone would be able to see your Qiang princess body. What do you say? How much do you think they will thank me?" "Oh, right. You said you'll never surrender, then please never surrender." After saying that, Xianxia's wrist moved, and another whip swung over. A loud, crisp paw sound made another rip in the other half of her leather pants. You, I will kill you, I will definitely kill you." No matter how stubborn, how arrogant Xianxia was at this moment, her voice obviously carried a hint of a crying tone. She looked at Xianxia with 70% anger, and 20% killing intent, and 10% obvious begging. "Enough!" With a deep voice that resounded with anger, a fiery red figure suddenly flew from the Qiang family's seats and instantly came to Xianxia's side. This person was also in red clothing and had fiery red hair. It was obviously the Qiang patriarch, who was also Xianxia's father, Qiang Bailey. His daughter was humiliated with everyone watching. Even if he had been 10 times as well-mannered, he simply couldn't endure it any longer. Qiang Bailey's palm waved, and the large tree of frozen end that sealed Xianxia immediately vaporized and disappeared. Xianxia, whose body was frozen stiff, fell on Qiang Bailey's body. Her nose wrinkled, and she finally found a place for her to vent all of her anger, humiliation, and frustration. "Father, kill him for me. I want to tear him into pieces. I want to. "Silence!" Qiang Bailey yelled angrily. "Do you think it's not humiliating enough?" "Ooh!" Xianxia was usually rarely scolded by Qiang Bailey, and she also knew that she humiliated her clan today. Her eyes immediately became red, and she stopped making any sounds. When she looked at Xianxia, her eyes were still filled with the expression of bloodlust. Her reputation that she had built up all her life was all thoroughly thrown away because of Xianxia today. Qiang Bailey's face was extremely unsightly, but the reason Xianxia lost to Xianxia was because she wasn't as good as him. With everyone watching, he couldn't even be mad. He turned to Xianxia, reached out his palm with a stiff expression and said, "Hand it over." Even a fool would know Chiang Bailey was asking for the fiend dragon solar whip that Yun Qi had snatched from Chiang Yanwu's hands, but Yun Qi's expression was filled with confusion as he replied, "Hand it over." "Hand what over?" Chiang Bailey's brows sunk and his eyes glinted with a dangerous light. "Why? Could it be that you are harboring the delusion that you can seize my clan's solar whip?" "Oh, you're talking about this whip?" It was now that Yun Qi looked up in sudden realization. He tossed the fiend dragon solar whip over to Chiang Bailey with a casual flick of his hand. "This whip's not bad, especially when it's used to whip someone's buttocks. The sound it makes is very crisp and satisfying indeed." The vast majority of the people in the great hall burst out into laughter. With a single sentence from Yun Qi, one of the Chiang family's 3 ultimate weapons was reduced to a tool used to whip buttocks. Chiang Yanwu was already furious with embarrassment, and once she heard these words, her fury and embarrassment rose to new heights. If not for the fact that she had been whipped by Yun Qi to the point where she was scared stiff, she wouldn't even have been able to restrain herself and have it out with him. You! Yun Qi pretended as if he did not even notice Chiang Yanwu's murderous gaze and looked like he was minding his own business before he continued. "Even though this whip isn't bad, I would never ever have the courage to seize it. Recently, I have been perusing the annals of the 10,000-year history of this illusory demon realm, and within these records, I seem to remember that there was a mention that the fiend dragon solar whip was gifted to the Chiang family by the 3rd demon emperor. So it seems that the demon emperor clan has truly held the Chiang family in high regard all this time." "HMPH?" Chiang Bailey kept the fiend dragon solar whip and said coldly, "The demon emperor clan has always held our Chiang family in the highest regard, and the debt of gratitude that we owe to them is as heavy as mountains." "Oh!" Yun Qi exclaimed loudly. "Since Patriarch Chiang knows that the demon emperor clan has always held the Chiang family in the highest regard, and that the Chiang family owes a great deal to the demon emperor clan, it only naturally follows that the Chiang family would be deeply grateful, loyal, and devoted towards the demon emperor clan. Also, the annals of illusory demon realm clearly illustrates the rise and development of the Chiang family. And pardon this junior for saying something displeasing to the ear, but if not for the original demon emperor and several of the great guardian families using their entire strength to assist your Chiang clan, your clan would have perished at the hands of the Mokyui clan 10,000 years ago. Not only was your clan rescued by the demon emperor, he even led the Chiang family and conquered everything under heaven with you by his side. Because of that, your family became a guardian family which ruled over the heavens and radiated might and prestige. For the past 10,000 years, your Chiang family has belonged the highest echelons of the illusory demon realm. Ah, and they even bequeathed unto you the fiend dragon solar whip, a great weapon known throughout the realm. This great favor shown to the Chiang family by the demon emperor clan, even 10,000 lifetimes would not be enough to repay it." Yun Qi exclaimed with fervor, "If there is ever a day that the seed of disloyalty is birthed in your Chiang family, that you forget your ancestors and your loyalty to become ungrateful and disloyal, that will surely provoke a universal disdain of the entire realm for your clan. Indeed, it is a contemptible act that would not be washed clean even in 10,000 lifetimes, an act that cannot be tolerated by heaven and earth. Oh, of course, after enjoying the blessings from the demon emperor for the past 10,000 years, coupled with the fact that your family is one of the most outstanding guardian families, it's definitely impossible for your clan to perform this kind of act that would shame your ancestors. But I was merely recalling the grand history of your Chiang family all of a sudden, so I reminisced for a while." "Oh, Patriarch Chiang, why does your face suddenly look so bad? Could it be that this junior has said something wrong?" Chiang Bailey's expression was indeed ugly to the extreme, because the entire demon imperial city knew the true intentions of Duke Huoi. When the Chiang family appeared at the East Wing, they too had made their intentions clear. Yun Qi's words were undoubtedly a fierce rebuke directed towards the Chiang family, but under the eyes of all the heroes of the realm, he couldn't muster a single response to this resounding rebuke. The blue veins on his arms stood out clearly as he coldly eyed Yun Qi. He said in a deep voice, "The affairs of my Chiang clan are none of your business. You are not yet worthy to idly talk about us. HMPH?" As he finished speaking, Chiang Bailey pulled Chiang Yanwu along and flew back to his seat. His daughter was disgraced for all to see, so as the Chiang family's patriarch, And even more importantly, as Qiang Yanwu's father, he should have greatly rebuked Yun Qi, or at the very least given him a stern warning and a few fierce words. However, he had instead grabbed Qiang Yanwu and left, as he was unwilling to exchange any further words with Yun Qi. It was clear that this hidden scolding of Yun Qi was extremely hard for Qiang Yanwu to bear. Ungrateful and disloyal, forgetting your ancestors and your loyalty, the universal disdain of the entire realm. A contemptible act that would not be washed clean even in 10,000 lifetimes. An act that cannot be tolerated by heaven or earth. Every single word used was a poisonous needle that pierced his very soul. Once Qiang Bailey had left, the West Wing immediately exploded into thunderous applause and acclamation. 3 consecutive victories. It was the first time the West Wing had 3 consecutive victories, and this was after they had suffered humiliating defeat after humiliating defeat. And it was 3 consecutive victories created solely by the last man standing, a turn of events that no one could have foreseen. Yun Qi, that was a beautiful win. This is practically a miracle. He actually won again. Just where did this Yun Qi pop out from? How come I've never heard of his name before? It doesn't matter what he was in the past, just based on the fact that he consecutively beat Jiufeng Yu, Xiao Donglai, and Qiang Yanwu. From this day onwards, his name will shake the heavens. Is his profound strength truly only at the sky-profound realm? This is simply too unbelievable. To all who were present, Yun Qi's 3 consecutive victories was a success that was more than sufficient to shake the entire illusory demon realm, because he did not beat just any random side character. He had defeated those who represented the pinnacle of strength among the young generation of the entire illusory demon realm. The foster son that Yun Qinghang has taken in, he is simply incredible, simply way too incredible. Su Xianxia exclaimed repeatedly in shock. Not only did he beat 3 people consecutively, he did so while sustaining basically no injuries. Moreover, it looks like he did not even use his full strength. Such a heaven-blessed genius, yet his name was unknown before now. He used such an incomparably tyrannical, profound art, yet no one has ever heard of it. This child is definitely, absolutely extraordinary. For a sky-profound realm practitioner to be so strong, this is indeed the first time I have seen it in my entire life. Su family's great elder also exclaimed, and he followed up with a low sigh and a shake of his head. But his personality is simply too wild and unrestrained. He reprimanded Duke Huai, heavily injured Jiufeng Yu and Xiao Donglai, and he even humiliated Qiang Yanwu, then subtly scolded the entire Qiang clan for the whole world to see such genius, but such lack of restraint. To flagrantly and publicly offend all of these people that even the little demon empress would hesitate to have a falling out with, while winning 3 consecutive victories and heavily damaging their prestige. I'm only afraid that this young genius who is completely unrestrained and offensive will meet an early end. What Big Brother has just said is exactly what I am worried about, Su Xianxia said as he nodded his head. Yun Qi miraculously won 3 consecutive victories and caused his opponents to suffer miserable defeats, causing the West Wing, which had prepared to have their dignity trampled, to raise their heads once more. Su Xianxia was in complete awe of Yun Qi, and Yun Qi also naturally moved his heart, which appreciated talent and understood gratitude. Thus, he became worried about the possible situation that Yun Qi might soon face, because it was as the great elder had said. Even though Yun Qi was brilliant and dazzling in this grand ceremony, he had fiercely offended one incredible person after the other, and he had even gone as far as to offend an entire family. Su Xianxia glanced at Yun Qinghang and became hesitant to speak the words he was about to say. The little demon empress expression had been cold and calm the entire time, as if it was encased in ice. It was only when she looked at Yun Qi that a small and faint change occurred on her face at the very least. Her initial desire to kill Yun Qi had lessened. And the weakening of her killing intent was because he had displayed a strength that had shocked all who were present, while his words clearly expressed his desire to protect and be loyal to the Demon Emperor clan. Who's next? Yun Qi stood in the center of the arena, staring directly at the East Wing. Every single word was filled with a deep arrogance. No one in the entire Great Hall still mocked or despised Yun Qi as they had when he had first been introduced. Those who had mocked him without restraint were presently filled with embarrassment. Currently, there was only respect left in those gazes directed towards him, and his haughty words caused the blood of those seated in the West Wing to surge, as he left them with an uninhibited and extreme feeling of exaltation after their complete and crushing defeat. This was especially so for the disciples of the Yun family. They had originally regarded Yun Qi as an outsider and completely rejected this person who had suddenly become the patriarch's foster son. But at this time, what rejection would still be left towards Yun Qi? Their entire beings were filled with admiration and respect as the feeling of shared prestige became unbearably intense. As for those seated in the East Wing, their expressions had naturally become extremely ugly, especially those young disciples, as rage and envy were clearly written on their faces. What is this Yun Qi so arrogant about? Does he think that just because he beat Qiang Yanwu, he is unparalleled under heaven? His arrogance is about to come to an end. The three who have yet to battle on our side are the remaining three of the illusory demon Seven Scions, and any one of them could abuse him to the point where his own mother wouldn't recognize him. HMPH, just let him be smug for a while. He offended Duke Hua and offended the Qiang, Xiao, and Jiufang families. His status is merely that of a wild punk from outside of Demon Imperial City. Whether he will still be breathing 6 hours after this ceremony is a matter that has yet to be confirmed. Bloody hell. I wish that Duke Hui Ran would come out now and smash his mouth to pieces with a single punch, however. That is not a likely thing, because with Duke Hui Ran's strength, he would not even want to trade blows with such an opponent. And with the presence of Duke Hui Yi and Duke Yuan Kaio, Duke Hui Ran won't even have the opportunity to show off his skills. HMPH, whatever it is, there is definitely no possibility that we will lose. The only thing that grinds my gears is that we allowed this punk to have the honor of winning 3 consecutive times. However, the more he shows off, the worse the consequences will be. I reckon that whether it is Duke Hui Yi or Duke Yuan Kaio who steps on the stage, neither will hold back. And even if he were beaten half to death, he would still have been let off lightly. So let him be arrogant? Duke Hua's expression was still completely placid, but a strange light had appeared in his eyes. When Yun Qi had beaten both Jiufang Yu and Xiao Donglai, even though he had been stunned, he had not truly taken Yun Qi seriously. However, he had just beaten Qiang Yanwu without even expending too much of his strength. But what caused him the most concern were the words that he had said to Qiang Bailey. From this moment on, he had no choice but to completely reevaluate Yun Qi. He was unable to find either hide or hair regarding Yun Qi's origins despite his own great power. He'd also been sorely mistaken about Yun Qi's strength. Moreover, he had immediately been accepted as the foster son of that Yun Qinghang after he had entered the Yun family. The previous scheme that was targeted at the Yun family and the Under Heaven family was also completely unraveled by him, to the point where it had been laid bare for all to see. After he had comprehensively analyzed this person, Duke Hua was suddenly seized by a thought. This Yun Qi just might be a completely unforeseen and unknowable variable. His logic-defying talent and strength, that demeanor and sharpness that far surpassed his age, all caused Duke Hua to feel a clear sense of danger. Duke Hua's brows faintly sunk, and the killing intent he felt towards Yun Qi instantly intensified by tens of times. He lowered his head and sent a profound energy sound transmission to Duke Hui Yi. "Yer, kill him!" Duke Hui Yi had already been prepared to set out for battle when he suddenly heard Duke Hua's sound transmission. His brows jumped and his mouth faintly curved into a cruel smile. He looked in Duke Hua's direction and gently nodded his head, after which he bounded into the air to land in front of Yun Qi. His face was full of smiles as he looked at Yun Qi, and that gaze was filled with an unconcealed cruelty. "Duke Hui Yi, it's Duke Hua's palace's young Duke Hui Yi." I never thought that he would actually force Duke Hui Yi to personally come out. It really doesn't make me feel good, but at least this competition has finally come to an end. Yun Qi won 3 consecutive victories, but it seems like he hardly broke a sweat. Moreover, he hasn't even used his weapon yet. Do you think that Yun Qi might have a possibility of beating Duke Hui Yi? Are you joking? This is the one who is ranked number 3 among the illusory demon 7 scions that we are talking about, Duke Hui Yi of Duke Hui Palace. The thickness of the royal blood that Duke Hui Palace possesses is second only to the Demon Emperor clan. And all the dukes in Duke Hui's palace have a strong bloodline that is second only to the Demon Emperor. And the profound art that they cultivate is the one recognized to be inferior only to the Golden Crow's record of the Burning World, the Fallen Flame Devil art. A practitioner of this art, who is at the 6th level of the Tyrant Profound Realm, has power that is equivalent to a level 7 Tyrant Profound Realm practitioner from the 12 families. Even though it could be said that Yun Qi easily beat Qiang Yanwu. He also had to fight nearly 100 rounds, and at one point, he was nearly forced out of the arena by her. Now that Duke Hua has made his move, he won't even last 3 rounds. So how can there be any possibility that he will lose to Yun Qi? That's right. Do not compare any disciple of the 12 families to a duke from Duke Huai Palace. Yun Qi is indeed strong to the point of absurdity, but there is no way he can be Duke Huiyi's match. At most, he might be able to force Duke Huiyi to use his full strength. There was much discussion inside the hall. The unsightly looks on everyone's faces in the East Wing seats were gradually alleviated when they saw Duke Huiyi enter the arena. They all revealed a cold smile. They believed that Yun Qi's previous public attention would cause Duke Huiyi to treat him harshly, and there was also the possibility him killing Yun Qi. As for Duke Huiyi losing to Yun Qi, it was definitely impossible. The cries from all those seated in the West Wing suddenly went cold, as every single person seated there displayed varying degrees of anxiety on their face. Especially those seniors, once they thought of Duke Huiyi's temperament, their brows tightly knitted together. You have done pretty well. Honestly, this Duke actually severely underestimated your strength. 1 month ago, when I saw you at the Yun family household, I had thought that you were merely a little grasshopper who was beneath my notice. I really did not think that you would actually be able to force this Duke to personally take the stage. I guess that you are somewhat adequate enough for privilege of making this Duke take you seriously. Duke Hui, he had a bland smile on his face as he said that, but Yun Qi could perceive an incomparably clear killing intent from his eyes. This kind of clear killing intent told Yun Qi that in the upcoming battle, Duke Huiyi would definitely try to deal a killing blow to him. Yun Qi also smiled. Duke Huiyi, it's better if you boast less. This kind of boasting, in my entire life, even if I have not heard it 1,000 times, I have at least heard it 800 times. But in the end, every single one of them had slapped their own face without a single exception. And let me tell you, slapping your own face is very painful, you know.